take this abuse?
Hell with me!
The pattern is complete!
Ooh, Dyer's courier got killed.
Will you, Jackson?
Radiant's top tower deserves just as much help as bottom. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Bottom tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower could use some help!
Incoming!
Radiant's middle tower is under attack! Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Are those cracks in Dyer's top tower?
And it's off!
Are those cracks in Dyer's top tower? Radiant structures are fortified.
Final harmony.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack! Dyer's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
With flair.
Mine!
Money changes hands.
Mine!
Dire's bottom tower needs some help! Dire have fortified their structures. Radiant's middle tower shouldn't have to take this abuse. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away!
I had no reason.
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away! Dire's bottom tower needs some help! Dire's bottom tower is under attack! Dire always did get short-stretched. Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away!
I'll take that arm for myself. Over.
Arcane power.
Dire's courier got killed. Those things aren't cheap, you know.
Caught in the mesh.
Give you lessons in scuttling.
I'm sure they'll be back.
Couldn't have happened in the void.
I weave your thing. A golden thread.
Sisters 3 once more.
The pattern is complete!
you thought you were winning?
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
Elemental gold.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
The mad moon sings its mad song. A dull crash of bone.
Tatters.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
Blaze here. Coming in. Rack it on. And it's off. Do it with flair.
They're beating on Dire's top tower.
Torn from blood and bone. Wonders.
Stuck in cords.
So stab as those wounds.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long. Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
This one moves towards the
Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long.
A golden thread.
The seeds of fortune.
gold for me.
Incoming!
We always won the day. Now, two.
We're a hell of a team, Jax, aren't we?
It looks like Dire fortified their structures. Dire's middle tower isn't going to last long. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower needs some help. Dire's bottom tower has shattered to little pieces.
Torn
The next level
from
play. Next
blood
level
and
play.
bone.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I suppose murder isn't
Dire's bottom tower is being chipped away.
Double damage! Regeneration!
Bounty! BO3.
Radiant took down Roshan. There was a good reason.
The monster dark sings its mad song.
They're beating on Dire's top tower. I guess Radiant fortified their structures.
absolutely no sense.
Dire's structures are fortified. Are those cracks in Dire's top tower? Dire's top tower is gone. Just a cold Dire's top barracks are under attack. Dire's top barracks are getting banged up. Dire's middle tower just went down. Dire's top barracks are falling. Dire's ancient is under attack. Not much good
just about
happening to
done.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Radiant wins!
What you had me with you.
5 seconds remaining. Dire Team's turn to ban.
Gonna take
there
your
it
time.
is.
You won for Electronic Boys. And they're thinking about it, but that Pango, it's either first ban. If they don't ban it in the first phase, you run the risk. Has been sent. Reacted, but then you shift it onto Yaren instead as a support in the pause 4, and then it's not as big of an issue when you do get that. And Electronic Boys do ban out the OD, so they don't want that Flux on hand, they don't want to deal with a support or mid or off lane OD, and they just kind of make it easier for themselves there, along with the Pango.
Of course, the Pangolier does come second, fair enough. Obviously, Electronic Boys are very well aware of the Pango spammer on the side of DogChamp. Love the OD ban as well, John. I mean, you've been talking about it quite a bit, but the media hammer build-up is kind of ridiculous. And speaking of ridiculous as well, now the Nyx Assassin is also gone, which does seem to be very, very broken in the current meta. Looks like Electronic Boys, they are going to get started with the Keeper of the Light, which has been seeing a lot of popularity in this meta. DogChamp straight into the puck, so bit of a flexible pick. You don't really know where it's going to go. Generally speaking, you'd expect it to be in the mid lane, but it is quite a flexible hero on that matter that you can run it as an off lane, run it as a pos 4 even if you want. It can work out no matter where you put it.
Yeah, and there's a lot of options here for DogChamp. Electronic Boys going into the Kotl. We've seen a lot of Kotl across a lot of regions, and the one moment really stands out is still, in Southeast Asia when you saw Scam go for an ultra kill early on. A lot of early aggression that you can pump out with that Kotl, and it kind of helps them out here as well. DogChamp taking out the Nyx means the Kotl doesn't have to worry about being cancelled off or damaged off by the Spag Carapace himself, so it kind of opens up that pick for Electronic Boys. They can draft around it. There's potential here for the Will-O-Wisp to come out, potential for Ember combinations, for Kunkka combinations, for the Tidebringer and Sleight of Fist spam as well. So there's a lot here Electronic Boys can build off of with a Keeper of the Light, much more than I think the puck flex. Like,
there are just
you
so
can
many
lane it off, you can lane it forward. Yeah, there's just so much more here. I think DogChamp though with a puck, they might be looking at, I don't know, you've got an option for maybe Mars plus puck or Radiant plus Dreamcoil is nice, I guess, but not the smoothest. And Electronic Boys go into the Shadow Shaman as well, which we have been seeing pop up a lot more. So it's looking like a Shaman 4 here. Shard buildup as well, it's really nice. You've got the Hex to keep the puck in control once you have the Blink, and the Shackles are really good control as well. So there's a lot of damage here, a lot of control from Electronic Boys, and not too much to counteract it so far.
No, there is not. DogChamp straight into the Storm Spirit now, so obviously the puck doesn't look to be in the mid lane anymore. I can't really imagine a support or an off-lane Storm happening. I guess there is the possibility of a position 1 Storm if you really want, but it doesn't sound very attractive. So 2 core pickups from DogChamp, potentially a support puck here.
10 seconds remaining.
A bit greedy to start off the draft, I might add, John. This is something I wasn't really expecting to happen here from DogChamp, but what do you think they're up to? Do you think this is mind games here from DogChamp?
I think they're just trying to score some comfort picks, so we're looking at more than likely the Rayla Lisa Storm coming out. They don't have to worry about this Nyx Assassin that they did ban out themselves, so that's also something that helps clear out the Storm pick. It forces Electronic Boys to maybe consider a couple of things for the Storm. Their mid matchup is something that's going to be really important now here. You don't want that Storm to go off to a running start, so they're going to have to think twice about that. I still think Ember Spirit's still really, really decent here. For Electronic Boys down mid, you know you're more than likely going to match against the Storm. It's not too bad. You don't have to worry about Nyx. And you've got the Kotl combination. It's still really, really potent here.
10 seconds remaining.
It's going to be interesting for this Storm as well in the mid lane, because he doesn't really know the matchup yet, but I guess one thing you could argue straight off the bat is he should have a decent time with the power runes, especially at that 4-minute mark. Like, you look at the Keeper of the Light and the Shadow Shaman, they're not really supports that really enjoy rotating for those power runes. I think if DogChamp can secure some supports that are rather rather good at securing power runes and enjoy roaming, you might have a very good time
Radiant team's turn
if
to
this is
ban.
going to be a mid-storm coming out from Dogchamp. And as we know, for Storm Spirit, power runes are basically extremely important. If you do manage to get them early on, you tend to just win out the lane, and then you just snowball out of control. And if you don't, and you have a counter match up to the Storm, it can be a pretty rough time for him.
10 seconds
You
remaining.
could be left just kind of trying to secure farm wherever you can and just trying to catch up the
5
whole
seconds
time.
remaining.
We are going to wait out one more ban now, Dogchamp, as we do see Electronic Boys getting rid of the Lycan as their last ban, which makes enough sense. Even with the Keeper of the Light, you just don't want to be up against that Lycan who can just run you down. Very nice ban out there from Electronic Boys. Dogchamp, they have so much reserve time left that they could think about this forever if they want to. Just have to wait and see what they are going to prioritize banning out here, but it does look like they are focusing on position 1s at the moment.
I'd say the AM should be something that Dogchamp might have to watch out for. Like, you have some decent control with Puck and I guess Storm with an Orchid, while the Manta timing isn't there for an AM. Can kind of control him early on, but AM into Storm is always nice. I think Electronic Boys have the supports to enable an AM in this game. Kotl plus Shadow Shaman aren't necessarily the greediest, even on the 4 for the Shaman. So you can just constantly buy space out for the AM. You can
Radiant
split
team's
push and
turn
shove
to
out
pick.
waves with both of these supports. Dogchamp do take care of the Beastmaster instead, which is another potent stun to control the Storm and the Puck. So it's just kind of lining
Dire
up there,
team's turn to
preventing as well more push coming out from Electronic Boys. Rubik does come out though, and there's a lot of good spells here.
Radiant
Kotl's
team's
kit
turn
is
to pick.
entirely good, and Shadow Shaman as well. A lot of potency here so far.
It's a nice Void Spirit pick as well, John. You naturally does pretty well in the lane up against the Storm, and of course later on you can just go straight into the Aghanim Scepter, which you a double silence in that Storm, force the Storm to probably go for a very early kind of BKB pickup
seconds
here up
remaining.
against the Void Spirit, so I do like that from Electronic Boys.
5
I've got to
seconds
say though,
remaining.
back to the Rubik pickup from Dogchamp, that is obviously a very nice pick here. For that Radiant side of things. You kind of already pointed it out, but I suppose whenever you are up against the Shadow Shaman, you do have just pretty much any spell you want to steal is good for the Rubik. And I'm sure that they are going to have a very nice time on that Rubik this game. Still 4th pickup now for Dogchamp. Are we waiting for another position 5 here? Are we doing something weird with this Puck? Only time's going to tell. They could just pick up another core pickup here on Dogchamp if they so wish.
It should be the Lukey hero. I think that's the only thing they've really got left here. Or Pos 5 actually, because Puck plus Rubik support doesn't sound nice as a duo. Like, Rubik 5 is a bit too selfless for the Rubik. He does want to play a bit greedier, so perhaps that Pos 5 comes through. You've got some options here. Oracle's on hand if you want something to purge off and maybe sustain your Storm in these fights. Again, it's not the easiest Storm game with all the control Shaman has on hand. Just want something to save. I don't know, it's
Well,
a
10
tricky one. You
seconds
can see
left.
Dogchamp. Yeah, they're digging through that reserve here.
Dire team's turn to pick.
Their pick will be the Tide. Fair enough. So there's your offlane Tide coming out now. That really does seem to indicate a support Puck we're looking at here, but we'll leave it to the last pick and see what Dogchamp is up to. So I don't mind the Tide. I don't think there's much in the way of dealing with this Tide Hunter this game. Of course, Kraken
10
Shell going to be
seconds
very
remaining.
effective this game up against all the disables that Electronic Boys do have.
5 seconds remaining.
There really isn't anything to counter the Ravage out, so I really do like this here from Dogchamp. Electronic Boys into their 4th pickup. Now they have 50 seconds reserve time left. It does appear they are probably going to pick up their off-lane pickup here and leave the safe lane till their last pick. And it can be kind of hard to pick the off-lane hero when you don't really know what you're up against yet. I believe we are still lacking the position 1 pickup here from Dogchamp, so might be a bit of a tough pickup.
Yeah, I think there's one thing to watch out for Electronic Boys here as well. Dogchamp can just run this Rubik Tidehunter lane and just completely destroy your right-click damage. So it's going to be hard to farm as well if you want to go for your safe lane pick early. You're not going to have a good time. Like, Rubik Tide is just such a devastating lane, but
Dire
that
team
does
ban.
mean Dogchamp could be running a Puck 5, which is also weird. They go with the Juggernaut for speed, and this is something we've seen Speed play before. Really solid core to have. Helps sustain the push you do have on hand with a Kotl and Shaman. And heal is always nice, so it's a solid here to have on the safe lane. Still probably not going to be having fun versus Rubik Tide, but at least you have the Blade Fury spin to help you out every time it's up. The issue is uptime for that spell isn't amazing for juggling the laning phase.
I think it is one of the better picks they could have made for sure, though, with that jug, right? Because you even have the healing ward where you could just kind of back off and reset.
Dire team's turn to
and it should make it so DogChamp just don't outright destroy the lane. Down at that bot lane, but only time's going to tell. We do have our final banouts coming out. Of course, DogChamp, they are going to focus in on just making sure those position 3s are banned out, getting rid of the Timber Saw now, as they didn't really have many counters towards the Timber. Electronic Boys, I wonder what position 3 they go for here. They could be a little bit tricky and run the Void Spirit offlane if they want, and they could pick another mid laner.
Radiant team ban.
That is certainly an option. For now, they get rid of the Riki and they get rid of the Monkey King, so just removing those position 1s for DogChamp. DogChamp, their final ban out, probably another off lane. Very curious to see what DogChamp does do for their own position 1 up against this Jug.
5 seconds
Would have loved
remaining.
to see the Riki. Not going to be available.
Dire team's turn to pick.
Yeah, it's a limited pool. Troll's gone as well, Ursa's gone. You don't have that Lycan, so I think the only thing I'm seeing here for DogChamp's maybe a Slark pick. That can slide through for DogChamp. Electronic Boys under off, you mentioned it, but not many options there as well. I guess Centaur's in the pool. You've got Sand King as well if you want to play with Teamfight, although you run the risk of giving a lot of big spells towards your Rubik.
5
So
seconds
there's always
remaining.
that back and forth here for Electronic Boys to have to think about, really.
9 seconds left for this final
Radiant
pickup.
team's
Electronic
turn to
Boys.
Night.
All right, they pick up the Night Stalker, so a very kind of tempo-paced draft. And I actually really like the way they finished this out, because they do have the heroes that can kind of follow up with this Night Stalker and just be very aggressive and buy as much space for the Jug as humanly possible. So I do like this last pickup. I think it is probably a really nice counter towards the Puck and Storm Spirit on top. As well as even the Tide, because he can't crack and chill the
Choose your
silence off,
hero.
obviously. But DogChamp go for a Phantom Lancer now. And in all fairness, John, there's not really a counter towards the PL this matchup. Apart from maybe the Void Spirit, but I don't know, I don't feel confident about it. I think this is going to be a very nice PL game.
Yeah, it's a really strong PL pick for DogChamp. Not much AoE clearing here from Electronic Boys. I guess you've got the Keeper of the Light to maybe run down the illusions, but it's not amazing. So there's a lot of room here for Ritsu to go in and out. Of course, the Ritsu PL is something that does stand out. We've seen him play this a lot, and he does play it on the edge quite often. So a comfort pick for DogChamp sliding through. Overall, these drafts, very different from what we're used to seeing. A lot of back and forth. I think you can expect both sides to play as 4, try to buy out space for their pause 1 in Electronic Boys, and I think DogChamp might want to give Rayla Lisa a bit more of that early farm. We'll see if they opt for that early Orchid or a fast BKB for Rayla Lisa, but then otherwise it's just Ritsu's game. So a lot of back and forth. Looking forward to how it happens. I think the one edge Electronic Boys does have is that push. Like, they've still got the Shaman, they've still got this Jug. They need to play around taking these early objectives, shove out the waves with their Keeper of the Light, and try to prevent Ritsu from getting too much space on the map. Just clear out the map a lot more and stop the PL from farming way too fast.
Oh, I do agree with you on that, John. We'll go into game number 1 between DogChamp and Electronic Boys, see who can win this one out. And, should be a very spicy matchup between these two. Again, both teams definitely looking for a big victory here in this game number 1 to try and snowball into game number 2. We'll get into it. Because I should mention, John, with Rayla Lisa, I do expect him to go for that first pickup Orchid first before the BKB. I do imagine that BKB straight after the Orchid pickup is going to have enough space to really pick up the Bloodstone and be that greedy this game. I suppose only time is going to tell, but I'd say Orchid into BKB probably going to be the way to go.
Yeah, it's the safest play here for Rayla Lisa. Enables his aggression and ensures that the early impact and control from the Night Stalker and Shaman aren't going to be too overwhelming for that Storm. So you're going to want to be active quick, and the timings for Rayla Lisa are going to be key here. You do see an early movement out here from the Electronic Boys, looking down bot, grouped up as 4.
Gonna run into Bloody Nine. Bloody Nine, he's holding a skill point right now, and it looks like he wasn't actually spotted out. Gonna leave him be, but now they've run into Ritsu, which is a much more high priority target. The question is, can they lock him down? Double are gonna move in, but there's your Doppel out. Ritsu gonna try and go for a run here, and no, they won't hold him down. It's like the Shaman just wasn't sure which illusion it was, and he probably didn't want to go for the level 1 shackles anyway, so it does kind of ruin your laning stages, the Shaman. Instead, he will go after Bloody Nine, but he does pick up the level 1 Aether Shock, so there's no chance of killing off Bloody Nine here. He'll be perfectly fine, and it will be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounties. Looks like they are just going to run back to their respective lanes now. So you are going to have 2-on-2s in the side lanes, and just the classic 1v1 mid, of course. Nothing too surprising here with this laning stage.
Yeah, no shenanigans here, no clump ups for first blood, as we tend to see some other teams really like to do. Still, that top lane here for Speed, not going to be a good time. You've got Luki around, you've got Yaren around, Rubik plus Tide, no right click damage you can expect from Speed, and every time that Blade Fury's down, he's going to have a pretty hard time holding himself up, so just gotta have to watch out for these early phases in the lane, and Albino Zebra, all he can really do is just illuminate out and take the range creep to ensure they get that steady EXP.
It's gonna be one of those lanes for our Albino on the Coddle where he's just gonna have to get to pulling very, very early on. I just don't think there's much he can do to really help out this Jug, and it is one of those games where Speed, once he gets a couple levels up, he should be able to just kind of do his own thing without Albino being around. Speaking of though, Albino gonna get caught out here by Luki and cop a fair bit of damage. Nowhere near enough to kill him off, but he's gonna have to commit that salve early on. On the brighter side, I believe he should know there's an Observer Ward in the lane now that he should be able to get a D-Ward off on. Does get the range creep as well, which is very nice from the Coddle, but now Speed's going to find himself in trouble. In fact, he's going to go onto Luki, who does TP straight out of the Coddle, on the Tide, and be perfectly fine.
Yeah, good aggression coming out, trying to punish Luki for overstepping. Not quite enough to find a kill. That is the spin down here for Speed as well. So Yarn does know that he's got a little bit of space to get some harassment out. Of course, that does mean that we can take a look at the mid lane. Rayleigh Lisa up against Mio. Storm versus Void Spirit. Really steady lane. Rayleigh Lisa is working this one out quite well though. Ahead in last hit so far, applying that early pressure on Void Spirit. And as long as this maintains, Rayleigh Lisa is not going to be displeased at all. Like, the power runes are still really important, but you get off to this smooth start in the Storm, you're an easy ride up onto that Orchid.
Great, they're back.
Got the bottle up very early on as well, Rayleigh Lisa, so again, those power runes at the 4-minute mark going to be very important between these two. Who does manage to get the first one, but Albino top lane does go down. Yaren able to pick up the first blood and didn't even need the Fade Bolt, John. He just got to lift off into the gush of Luki. Does end up being a very easy kill onto the Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, and that's the one thing with the Keeper of the Light. You can't, you're not really tanky enough to trade. Like, you've got very little armor, the Gush just takes out a lot more of that, and the Rubik's just able to abuse that. He's got these early boots up on Yaren, so the move speed you have naturally on Albino isn't amazing, and that does allow them to run you down really quick here.
I really don't think there's much Albino can do in this lane. I feel like he should probably just go to pulling, but looks like the small camp was blocked at the time. They're trying to go onto Yaren, but he's just going to TP straight out. Of course, that's going to be one of the beauties of this lane for Dogchamp, is if they have their TPs available, they've got really nothing to be worried about, as there's no way to cancel the TPs, apart from the Will-O-Wisp, but of course that's not going to be available for quite a while. Speed, he's going to go onto Luki, but he just literally doesn't care. In fact, he'll just turn back around now with the Gush, and he'll have a salve available, so he could just heal himself up.
Yeah, and they're keeping that lane shoved in. 2 range creeps now. Gonna be a hard time for Speed, and does at least get some safe last hits under the tower, and that does let Albino Zebra get a pull-off. So, top lane still back and forth here for the side of Electronic Boys. Down bot, though, the last lane we haven't talked about. You do have Giant. Level 3 now in the Night Stalker is laning with AA. They are up against Bloody Nine's support, Puck, and gone.
Yeah, they got Bloody Nine. That's one of the things he's going to have to be very wary about, just getting hit by those shackles of AA going down. Ritsu, of course, on the PL, and not much he can really do to help out the Puck if he does get caught out like that. It's almost just a guaranteed kill for Giant. Once you've got the Hex up on top, it's going to be a very dangerous time for Bloody Nine. Bloody Nine, though, he will just TP straight back to the lane and bring some items over to Ritsu. I think he wasn't too dissuaded by the shackles that was out there by AA.
yeah, it's really all you want. Like, you have to go back in the lane to soak that EXP. The puck does not want to fall too far behind in EXP gain, but this duo of PL plus puck is just not amazing. There's not much kill potential here. It's back to that same issue as well that you saw from Electronic Boys on the opposing side up top, but they don't really have control with a puck PL as well, compared to the shackles that Shaman has and that Hex down the line. So just going to be a steady lane here for Dogchamp to try to farm up. And so far,
Bloody nine.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, he went for that bounty room, but it's going to cost him his own life. Yeah, I'm sure he knew what he was getting into when he threw that orb out. Double A tried to race him for it for a second, but it looks like they're more than happy to just take the kill. You know, usually I'd say as a position 5 to get the bounty rune, I'd argue it's well worth it, but in fact, hold that thought for speed. Was dropping very low up in that top lane, but he's just going to be able to pop the healing ward and be fine.
Bounty.
But what I was saying, John, is usually position 5's getting bounties for their own life is, I would say, worth it. But I don't really like the idea of giving too many kills to the Night Stalker early on. And as well as that, you're playing a position 5 puck, which does need a lot of XP to be
Dire's
online.
bottom tower needs some help.
I just don't know if I'd say it's worthwhile this time around for Bloody Knight.
it's a difficult trade to make. I think considering your options in lane, it's still not too bad, but it's really not the ideal. And you do get a nice little pickup here for the Electronic Boys, and they go on to Ritsu.
They do. They've got the Crippling Fear as well, and that's going to be an easy pickup if they can keep that silence up. But do they have the damage? No, they don't. The Doppel is out, and Ritsu's going for a run, but Giant's still chasing him down. A salve from Ritsu. Is it going to be enough? It is not. They do get the kill. A very nice one there from Electronic Boys is now Yaren. He's going to be forced to TP in, but can they get a kill here? Mio, he's even rotated now on the Void Spirit, trying to go back onto Bloody Nine. The Orb away is going to be fine, but Yaren is not going to be able to get himself out. And now up at the top lane, they even found Luki Luki. Just an absolute disaster across the map for Dogchamp. And it all kind of went back to that rotation from the Rubik jump. They thought they could get maybe a bit of a trade there with the rotation out from Yaren, but Support Puck plus Rubik is not a good combination for kills up until you're level 6.
No, definitely not. I think Yaren maybe got the TP off a bit too late. He needed to be there earlier, right when they were already making moves on PL. If he came in a little bit earlier, they might have been able to pick up that Shadow Shaman they were looking for. But as you mentioned, Giant's just finding all these kills. 3-0 so far on the side of this Night Stalker. And with his first night, and you don't tend to see too many kills nowadays, but Giant's just on a roll. Leveled 6 up, shoving in that bot lane. He's got the Siege creep, he's pressuring Bloody Nine, and Ritsu's just forced to go elsewhere.
Crippling Fear is being caught out. Double A going to be able to get the shackles as well. That should be a dead puck, as they can't cancel the shackles yet. They don't even have the Ravage yet on Luki Luki. So Giant, his fourth pickup, and now Ritsu, he denies himself off to a neutral camp. But it is still a death on the PL, and Giant, he's giving him the tip. He's happy with it.
Yeah, and this is time where your PL's not farming. He can't even go up to the top lane, which is normally where you see cores go once their safe lane's off. They switch lanes around, not working out for the side of Dogchamp. And you can see Electronic Boys, they've got so much control in the map. They've got these stacks coming out from Albino Zebra. They've got a lot of gold coming in. 1 to 6, 2k advantage for the Electronic Boys. So far, so good. Dogchamp right now just needs to hold back. Wait for the Orchid on Rayla Lisa. It is forming up in a very good time here for the Storm, and perhaps play around his first Ravage of Luki, but considering how far behind the rest of the team is, it's going to be hard to find a follow-up to that Ravage.
That it will be. Oh, they found the PL again. Yeah, Ritsu mid lane getting caught out, and that'll be a dead PL. And this is getting really, really bad now for Dogchamp, as the zip-in is going to be there from Raider Lisa, but it is only going to be a support Shadow Shaman. Definitely not the kind of trade you want there from Dogchamp. Props to Mio for the nice rotation out with the Shaman, but this is just such a rough start for Dogchamp. All props to Electronic Boys. They're doing a fantastic job with this draft.
They're really playing around their timings quite well. They've bought a lot of space out now for speed. He had a bit of a slower start in lane. It was not a fun time, but he's level 7 now. He's got his Midas almost done on the Jug. So we're looking at maybe a 10-minute Midas or 10.5-minute Midas here. And if you leave this Jug alone with Midas, that leads to a faster Maelstrom perhaps, or anything such else to help control that PL. And they keep roaming here. It's the side of Electronic Boys.
Well, I think when you've got a 2k lead this early on with the Night Stalker draft, John, I think you can just go. to slow down, and look at Ritsu. He's forced to farm in the dangerous part of the map. He wants to give the triangle over to his Storm Spirit. Looks like he's going to move his way up towards that top
Dire's
lane.
bottom tower is under attack.
He's probably just going to be chased down no matter where he goes. Of course, Dogchamp, they are going to group up now up that top lane and perhaps try to go for that 10-minute tower push. They still have the Ravage available as well to go for a big team fight if they so wish. I think the more important aspect here is to just get that top tier 1 tower ASAP to open up the map a little bit for themselves.
Is under attack.
It's going to be a matter of whether Electronic Boys really want to take this fight. Looks like for now they are just splitting up and for the counter push down to the bot lane. In fact, speaking of bot lane, Giant, he's going to get jumped now by Raylalisa, but do they have the damage output? Nope, no they won't. Giant is going to be perfectly fine. Raylalisa will not chase too far in by himself.
Dire Snow fortified their
It's
structures.
it's a hard target to go for Raylalisa. You've got to watch out for these timings now from Electronic Boys. Level 6 up in AA. That means the wards are ready, and they are grouping up mid for a bit of a mid push. They've even got speed around here with the Omni Slash ready to go. So they're going to look for a quick tower trade. The side of Dogchamp are still clumped up top. And despite the numbers up top, it's not going to be as fast of a push compared to when those Shaman wards
Dire's
do
top
drop.
tower is under attack.
Oh, there they go. Siege Creep still there. AA, he's just going to drop it straight off the bat, and that should be a tier 1 mid tower just gone. Bloody Knight, he stuck around a bit too long there. The Hex is going to come out straight into the shackles, but do they have the damage? Well, they'll have the control there from Mio. They get another pickup on Electronic Boys. Dogchamp just not really finding the answer to the aggression from Electronic Boys, I've got to say. What is it, John? You seem to have found something funny across the map.
Ritsu has a Midas as well. Ritsu went Midas on PL. Not the most common, but I think when you're this far behind, you do need some way to get that EXP flow in, that steady farm in, to counteract how fast a Jug can work. This is still lined up pretty well compared to Speed's timing on Midas, though.
Oh, Omni. Speed? Not sure about that one. He just goes straight onto Lukey, but the TP is going to be straight out.
I guess Radiant fortified their structures.
Not a bad attempt. I like the idea he had, but obviously if the TP was available, that was the easy play to make. That being said as well, Yaren now has Omni Slash Stolen on the Rubik, which, you know, it's questionable how effective it's going to be,
Radiant's
but
bottom tower is
kind of use it to get a bit of damage out. Of course, while that was happening, John, bot lane, they do get the bottom tier 1 tower, and now an immediate smoke out with Giant. Does have the Dark Ascension.
Dire's middle tower is under
Time
attack.
to go, in fact. A double damage rune. Yaren might get baited into this as AA moves in with the Hex, but now the zip in. The DD was already taken. Giant, he gets the Crippling Fear off on the Storm, but a nice Ravage out. Lukey stopping them in their tracks. They will still kill off Raylalisa. Can they find more? Bloody Knight, he is very low, and he does go down to the Ether Shock of AA. Now Albino, he does drop, but Lukey, he's probably set to drop as well, and he does go down. In fact, they just found so many heroes across this map. 4 heroes going down for the side of Dogchamp and Electronic Boys. A very dominant team fight, even with the Ravage going off.
Yeah, this is the only bright side right now. This is a lot of space for Ritsu. He's still playing up top, unpunished, solo, just getting some farm up, maximizing this Midas. And that was not the best Orchid reveal coming out, although they zip in again.
New mid lane, AA, gonna get caught out, does go down.
No whining.
The game's going in a way where you can only really focus on the supports right now if you are Dogchamp. Luckily though, Raylalisa with the Orchid can just continuously do that if he so wishes. Seeing a lot more zips in just a moment as Albino now showing himself in the mid lane. Speed also going to show himself. This could be dangerous, but he does still have that mid-tier 1 tower on his side of the map. Still, they're going to zip in. Raylalisa gets the Orchid off, and here come the TPs. Do they have enough time, though? No, they don't.
You had your warning.
Speed. A bit overly confident there, but now Mio moving in with the Remnant does end up picking up Bloody 9. Still a very nice trade out for Dogchamp.
yeah, they're going to be happy with keeping down speed. Really good pickup there, maximizing this Orchid again on Rated Lisa. He is going for the Bloodstone still, it looks like, on the Storm. Not too sure about that one. I still feel like Orchid BKB might be better, but if he wants to kind of build up these ganks, if he knows he's going to live through the control and just go for these softer targets one by one, then the Bloodstone will reward you. The issue is, will Electronic Boys allow that? I don't think they should. They've got to clump up, play while they're strong, and keep this aggression up. They're playing down bot now, just taking control of this jungle. And the side of Dogchamp really just don't have too much space to go around here. The only one showing up on this jungle is Luki. He's the only one that they can really toss into the fire here.
Yeah, I really think this Bloodstone pickup from Rayleigh Lisa is going to come back to bite him if he's not too careful. I mean, we saw it in the last team fight. If he gets hexed or if he gets shackled, he is just going to die. So you do have the crippling fear silence out from the Night Stalker. Speaking of dying, Luki was being slowed up, but he's going to be alright. They do split up Bloody Nine as well, but they don't have a way to close the gap still now. Zip in, Rayleigh Lisa down the bot lane, trying to just take down speed. He's still alive, but almost down, and does eventually end up going down as Giant keeps moving in onto Rayleigh Lisa, but the Ravage is out from Luki onto all four heroes, and they're going to be able to turn this one around. Double A holding down one. It's not going to be enough though. Yaren, he does make it out. Still Bloody Nine trying to fight back, but he is also going to die. Still a 3-for-1 so far as Rayleigh Lisa back in onto Giant. They do make it work. A 4-for-1 trade for Dogchamp. It's a very important team fight, and maybe just a bit of over-aggression out from the side of Electronic Boys, John, as they were fighting right underneath that tier 2 tower at 15.5 minutes. Probably not the smartest idea.
No, definitely overconfident there from the side of the Electronic Boys. Speed is constantly putting himself up front, which leaves him very vulnerable to that Orchid. Like, he doesn't have a BKB, no Manta Style yet, still saving up for that Maelstrom. So it's going to be a while until our Jug is ready to dispel that silence on himself. And as long as you've got that control on the Storm, you can easily collapse on that Jug. Although, Luki.
Hot lane, I mean, he's a tanky Tide Hunter, but he's not really that tanky. He gets surrounded and he's eventually going to go down. He had the blink in his backpack as well, so he couldn't really try to make the reaction play and blink away from Mio. So another nice pickup here from Electronic Boys, and it seems like the idea here, John, is they're not going to be able to deal with the PO later on, so they really want to try and get as many objectives as humanly possible. They are just going to keep rotating across the map and trying to pick off heroes as Rayleigh Lisa on the mid lane. Careful, but he is going to be able to zip away in time.
Dire's middle tower has been denied.
T1 mid tower is just going to get denied off.
Yeah, that evens up the map control here for the side of Dogchamp, though. So we're looking at even objectives so far across the map. 2 tier 1s down for both sides. Electronic Boys still looking to get more objectives. They're still playing around this bot jungle. We are seeing Giant rush a BKB now, so that they've got this solid frontliner that can tank the Orchid. Gonna be a while until that's up. And we're also seeing Mio still work his way towards that Axe. Still 3 parts away. Yields has been influential, but as long as Mio's not in front, he's been using Yields mainly as the offensive setup. They do drop the wards for that tier 2 now, but again, you're seeing Dogchamp just gonna let Ritsu ride us up top as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, a tier 2 for a tier 2 trade. Ritsu, he does take it much slower, but his team is right behind, and looks like they are just trying to use Ritsu as bait up at this top lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is no more.
They TP to try and defend this. The answer is no. Electronic Boys, they're not falling for this at all. They're just kind of running their way up
Tower is under attack.
with the smoke.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
They are going to try and force a team fight. Now, this is into the ravage of Luki.
Dire's top tower?
So it could be a dangerous predicament for them if they do get caught out again.
Dire's top tower is gone.
Looks like they aren't going to be comfortable to move their way up the high ground. You know, John, going back to Giant on the Night Stalker, I think he should just pick up the Blink Dagger rather than going to the BKB first. So
Yeah.
It is going to be important for him to just get the Blink off onto the Puck, onto the Storm, and just silence them up. Even, of course, the PL here, as that Crippling Fury is one of the best pieces of lockdown they have this game. That might just be the idea from Giant as well. He has saved up quite a bit of gold. He may just go ahead and just pick up the Blink first.
to be a lot stronger and help them start these fights. You are seeing the side of DogChamp really start to build in. There's that blink. They need to play with that power spike because they've lost the lead. Ritsu's now #1 in farm. They've traded the tier 2 for free, even though it's a tier 2 for tier 3. That tier 2 up top should not have fallen. And now it's a rush time for DogChamp. They've still got Ravage. They are scanned out, but you are running right into Ravage here.
Yeah, but they've got the Blink Night Stalker, John. This could be very, very dangerous as they could just get jumped with the Crippling Fear, and in fact, there they go, but the Orchid does come out, but a nice Blink reaction away from Giant. It's going to be enough to force DogChamp out of that Roshan pit. The Roshan, it's pretty healthy anyway. It's not like you really need to try and contest it right now. DogChamp, they know this. They're just going to keep pushing out the lanes, keep farming up. No real reason to rush, especially when you do have the PL to kind of rely on later on into the game. I think Electronic Boys are still the ones that do have a timer on their heads with this kind of draft. Group up again. Do we see another smoke out perhaps? Looks like they don't have one, so they're just going to try and make the jump in onto Ritsu, who's just chilling out in that mid lane. They should know he's there now, but Crippling Fear not going to be there from Giant. Blink in, and now the Ravage, Lukey. He just jumps in onto 3 of them. They take down Speed straight off the bat. Yaren going to be in a spot of danger, but so are the side of Electronic Boys is now the Dream Coil from Bloody 9. They're trying to fight Lukey, but he's way too tanky on that Tide Hunter. There's the Vortex out from Lisa, and they'll get Giant down onto AA. They get the Shaman. And that is just a really bad team fight for Electronic Boys. So I'm not sure what they were thinking, John. You saw the Crippling Fear being popped there by Giant, but he did not blink in. The bit of hesitation does cost them a team fight again.
It's a huge costly mistake to make. That's going to open up the Roche now for sure. For the side of DogChamp, they put the bodies in. They do not have any spells to throw in there. Even if you had some form of buyback here, you do not have the Dark Ascension.
Oh, Mayo.
One more.
Great lift down from Yaren. Dust out, they've caught out Albino as well. Zebra will end up dying, and now even Speed, he's going to be alright as regular Lisa was a bit low on mana. Be enough, DogChamp straight back into that Roshan pit. It's a very slow process for the Roshan, and yeah, they're just going to leave it be. Probably not a smart decision to keep just trying to force that without the Ravage up. 4k net worth lead now for DogChamp, and considering how the game started, John, this is a very, very good kind of predicament here for the Radiant.
Oh yeah, they're finding themselves on the up and up. Ritsu is now very clearly in the lead here on his PL. Has his Manta up, going straight for a Butterfly to improve his durability. That's going to make it a nightmare for our Jug to deal with that. No MKB in sight for Speed, and it's going to be a long time till that's up as he's still saving for his own Manta. So the space bought out here by DogChamp is big. We did see the Glimmer Cape reveal from Albino Zebra. Probably their only save right now, but they're ready with the Dust Hand.
Dream Coil not going to connect on Mio. You know, on the brighter side for DogChamp, that is a support puck who, you know, Dream Coil is such a low cooldown anyway. I don't think they're going to mind. You may as well just try. So Bloody 9, he'll have a backup in about 65 seconds. Not too big of a deal. Like Ravage is going to be up in about 5 seconds, but Mio is going to chase down the Tide. You do have the Aghanim Scepter up on Mio now, so you've got to watch out for that silence, but the 8th, the Remnant won't land. He finally uses the Yules now. Lukey still being chased down, but Speed, he goes down the top lane. Meanwhile, Lukey is still getting chased down, but now the Ravage comes out. And Ritsu, he's going to come in from the backside. Now the rest of the team is TPing in. This does not look great for the side of Electronic Boys, as now Mio, he's in big trouble. They'll try to silence up the storm, but they get the kill, and now Albino still trying to run, but he is also going to die. On DogChamp, they recognized how slow the kill was going to be on Lukey. So they went after Speed first and then just made the rotation back into the Tide Hunter. Just great coordination out from this Radiant side.
That is very costly for the side of Electronic Boys. The lead grows wider here for DogChamp. 7k up, 18 to 15, and it's their turn to smoke. They did blow Ravage, but they've got a lot in the tank here for Lisa. He's got that fresh Bloodstone. He's already built up some charges. He wants to find more, and this is going to be an issue. Like, he's not being punished at all for going Bloodstone first. this is just going to give him a smooth ramp up into the BKB, and once that's up on Rayla Lisa, well, you just absolutely have no control once that BKB is running.
And the one thing was, I mean, you were meant to kind of use that crippling fear with the blink on the Night Stalker to really abuse the fact that Rayla Lisa doesn't have the BKB up yet, but we've just seen it. It hasn't happened. Just too much hesitation at the critical moments there from Electronic Boys have cost them that timing. Now you're in real danger as Rayla Lisa, if he wants now, yeah, he's just going to pick up a BKB. He could just be this greedy and not get punished for it.
Is being chipped away.
I think Electronic Boys, they've really missed a pretty big timing here. They're now 8k behind. You keep bringing it up at speed, he's still just trying to work towards that Manta style for now. Very, very slow process here for the Jug. Well, before that comes up, they're just not able to get anything else done. I think they've just got to try and secure the Manta.
Yeah, all they can do is stall out until Speed's semi-ready to at least stand in front, or at least not get orchided up. This has been a constant issue for Speed. We've seen him die, what, 3-4 times to the Orchid coming out from Rayla Lisa. Just superb targeting out from Dogchamp. And they're confident. They've got these Guardian Greaves up now, and Luki Ravage is going to be up in about 10 seconds. And Luki is going to go for that. Yeah, he's going for that shard. It's beautiful. Just really good in push. The damage is ridiculous, and the cooldown is insane. So even more coming out from Luki. Like this is just a fabulous time for Dogchamp already.
Maybe a sneaky Roshan though, John. E-Boys. Yeah, they dropped the wards. They want this pretty bad. One of the wards is outside of the Roshan pit, but there's no vision to scout this out. They're going to just try and rush this, but it does look like Dogchamp are well aware that this could be happening. Bloody Nine going to suss it out now with the orb, and he does spot them out. They have plenty of time to initiate here with the Blink Ravage. Doesn't look great for E-Boys as Luki jumps in with a massive Ravage now onto 4 heroes, straight onto that Keeper of the Light, and they are just melting in that Roshan pit. Albino, he barely gets out with his life intact. In fact, Luki, he's the one dropping low now, but so is the Roshan. Who do you focus? They try to go onto Giant. Roshan still dropping Rayla Lisa. He does pick up the Aegis now. Crippling Fear just not doing enough. The fight continues back onto Speed. He'll Manta off the silence. Who they aim for now? It looks like they do pick up Giant, but Yaren does also go down, and now back into Mio. Meanwhile, you do see Ritsu taking down Albino Zebra. That'll be your Void Spirit also dying. Speed, or rather Double A, is still trying to fight by himself with the shackles out. Ritsu literally just ignores him. Luki wants to get a bit of revenge here, and they're just... Alright, they're just letting him shackle him up. Ritsu, he's having a good time, John. It's a back massage here for Ritsu.
Dire's middle tower isn't
Alright.
See me out. Is it going to be enough? No.
Oh, man.
Oh, I love
Champ.
it. I love it.
This is it. That is NA. Right there in a nutshell. You know you're on top. You know you're in the lead. You style a bit. You let them know, although Rayla Lisa.
Rayla Lisa, mid lane, does lose the Aegis. Meanwhile, Double A saying he clicked the outpost by accident. That's why the TP was taking so long, apparently. Very fun stuff here from these two teams, but Dogchamp, very, very serious. John, 16k net worth lead now. I feel like a broken record, but I already mentioned this. E-Boys, they've kind of missed a pretty big timing here. It feels like they're going to be locked up in their base for quite a bit. And there's a lift up as Rayla Lisa does get a pause off now on the Storm. And I must admit, the servers are slightly laggy today. But it's fine. I'm sure the players will be able to sort it out. They do. The question is, do they get the kill onto Speed? It's been lifted up in that mid lane, but I don't believe they'll have enough time to close the gap here. They won't. Speed will be fine. Look at Ritsu in the back line, just kind of looping around back onto the Jug now. Speed, we focus down. Bloody Nine looking for a big Dream Coil, but can't find an angle. Now Mio going to jump back in with a nice remnant down on the puck.
Dire's middle tower
Gonna do nothing. Do manage to secure that tier 2 mid tower.
Yeah, that's one lane left here for E-Boys. Only the bot lane left for them to play with and defend. Not going to be an easy time. We still need a lot of farm flying out on Speed, and they are 17k down now. You look at Rayla Lisa, the BKB we were talking about is up. So it's going to be harder to control the Storm in this match. and just gives a lot more angles for Rayla Lisa to start these fights. Not only that, but the shard is up on Luki. So there's that damage and cooldown on anti-smash, but he's really hard to fight into that.
Speed. He's been caught out in this triangle. He'll try to go for the spin away with the Glimmer Cape, and that may be enough, but no, Ritsu's making his way in. They just get a massive ravage off Luki, jumping in again, just cleaning them up. Double A, he's trying to get a kill for his team. He's going to get bursted down. Speed's still there, but the Dream Coil does come out. Bloody Knight finds another. Giant, he gets a kill, but the GG's been called. Had enough of this game number 1. And John, you look at the items of Ritsu, and we'll see it in the post-game screen, but he had the butterfly as well as a hard up. It was just looking way too tough for Electronic Boys to come back from.
top tower is under attack. Are those cracks in Dire's top tower?
队友嘞？队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？
Are those cracks in Dyer's top tower?
Silence! Behold!
This one goes towards the dark.
Will you not rise in my presence?
The next level play. The next level play.
My hexes die. Wicked barbecue. Had to happen all.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack! Dyer's middle tower isn't going to last long.
Pull roots and run.
Torn from blood.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack.
Punching for you.
哎，队友呢？队友嘞？哎，队友呢？队友呢？队友呢？
Death wanders our wood.
Dyer's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's structures are fortified. Dyer's bottom tower is being chipped away.
My just reward. You fought with such determination.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dyer's top tower has fallen.
Take not life in serious.
Radiant's bottom tower is no more. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Seconds remaining. Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team's turn to ban.
I'm doing great. That first game was a lot of excitement coming out from DogChamp and Electronic Boys. EB did have the lead early on. Like they kind of went out their laning fairly nicely. They had this really good start going on with Giant, and it just kind of fell apart. They just gave a bit too much out to DogChamp. Ritsu just farmed like crazy, using his Midas quite well and getting a lot of space out because of Rayla, Lisa, and the rest of his team. Well, let's see what they bring out this time. You see them ban out that Storm Spirit in the first phase. Not the OD, not anything else. The Storm Spirit had to go. And after how Rayla Lisa played in game 1, can't fault the Electronic Boys for doing that.
No, I would agree with you on that, John, but they have left the OD there. Now, we know how disgusting that hero is right now in this meta. DogChamp, they have the ability to take it as their first pick. As Electronic Boys, they did favor the puck instead. I think they might just be thinking about taking it right here, right now. Of course, we don't have the Pangolier either, as is tradition when you are up against DogChamp. You just can't allow the Pangolier to come through. Still, though, I think OD's a pretty obvious pick here for DogChamp if they feel comfortable on it, which I'd imagine everyone does right now. And there it is. It does come out. Not much to be said about it.
Nah, pause 3, pause 4, pause 2. Possible it's still with the OD. Same kind of thing goes for the puck. I mean, we saw Bloody 9 work it on pause 5. So puck's back to being possible in any support role, plus off lane, plus mid. Lots of flexibility on hand. EB does pick up the Witch Doctor, which we have seen a lot of pop back in. But DogChamp to go with the Sand King that we were talking about in the previous draft as a possibility. So the Sand King comes out. It does have a lot of team fight. It has some flexibility in terms of going off, and depending on the matchup, it can also go mid for DogChamp. So some flexibility on hand there for DogChamp. EB looks like they might be locked into their support duo. Witch Doctor is nice, Heal is nice, you know, Cask is annoying, Maledict can be really painful. So there's some options here for early aggression now from Electronic Boys.
Radiant team ban.
They've done the same thing as well as last game with this draft, right? Where you've got two heroes that don't necessarily have to be cores, but they don't necessarily have to be supports either. It's a question now of what the Sand King's doing, right? Because generally speaking, we'd see the Sand King in the off lane. But we also see a lot of OD offlane right now, so it is a bit hard to tell where DogChamp are going to lane these two heroes, and I like the fact that they keep kind of playing these little mind games in the drafting stage up against Electronic Boys. And we saw last game around, although it was a bit of a slower start, it did work out very nicely for them. And I'm sure they might just do the same here, with this new draft. Electronic Boys, obviously, they're much more kind of self-explanatory, right? It's going to be a position 5 Witch Doctor. More than likely it should be a mid puck. Could be an off-lane puck, could be a position 4 puck, but I'm just kind of thinking it's probably going to be a mid puck here.
It's a really good lane for the puck. You don't see the matchup though, so I guess that's always just pocketed, but puck mid is the comfiest position for puck. You get the XP, you get the money. I think you would want that kind of aggressive sort of mid coming out here for Mio. We saw him on his Void Spirit. He was doing quite well. He was hitting his timings. His lane matchup didn't go too well though up against Rayla Lisa. Rayla Lisa still got a lot more from lane. The puck should be easier to dominate with if they did want to run that. So I think the mid puck is a lot safer for Electronic Boys, but again, flexibility on hand does leave it very open for both sides in this opening draft. You do see the ban-outs coming out here. Electronic Boys do take care of the TA and the Nagasiren, so they're just taking out some cores that would be annoying to deal with. Nagasiren, of course, not something you see too often, but it does play into how Ritsu tends to like, sort of similar to the PL.
5 seconds remaining.
Just farms up, and once it's ready to go, it can really run you down. So just looking at those big heroes, that makes it harder here. Dogchamp do take out the Rubik, so taking away the potential for stealing out the Epicenter,
team's
stealing
turn to
out
ban.
the Burrow Strike, or even the OD spells. Just a lot of spells that work out really well, and Dogchamp just staying safe with that ban.
Okay. The PL as well. Last ban out now from Dogchamp before we do get to see more of this draft. John, I've been meaning to ask you, by the way, while we are waiting for this ban. Overwatch
10
came out a
seconds
couple days
remaining.
ago. Have you had any replays to analyze, sir?
Yeah, I've had
5
one,
seconds remaining.
and I couldn't download anything else. So only one, because it won't let me download.
Radiant
As
team's
Was it
as is
a
tradition.
guilty verdict?
Yes, it was guilty of griefing.
Uh-oh.
It was so what happened was it was a storm. He dies outside base for whatever reason, you know how it is, and he buys back, zips straight down mid, and drops his items. So
Okay.
you know, very clear cut
Classic.
10
case.
seconds remaining.
Classic move.
Classic
Classic
SEA.
storm play.
It's my
5
support's fault,
seconds remaining.
as they would say.
I actually don't see that in SEA that often, like that kind of destroy items. I'm not sure what region, but it did seem like SEA. If it was SEA, I think you'd probably see all chat somewhere here. You know, you'd see some sort of certain curse words in Filipino,
Yeah.
as you would.
I've had
as
two
you
of them,
would.
by the way, John.
Oh.
Two Overwatch cases for myself, but unfortunately both of them were inconclusive. Not enough evidence to really make a
Dire
verdict.
team's turn to pick.
My second one today that just came out was a Techies pick, and that was just it. Griefing because you chose Techies. And as much as I wanted to press that ban button, John, I just couldn't do it. Still Dogchamp. They go back
Radiant
into
team's turn
a
to
Shadow Shaman now, so taking that off Electronic Boys, but Electronic Boys back into the Wraith King now. Been a very kind of powerful position one in the current meta. Very annoying to deal with all the skeletons and all the lives that the Wraith King does have. But Dogchamp, they do see it as the third pickup, so I'm sure they'll have some
10
kind of
seconds
answer
remaining.
going into this fourth and fifth pickup now.
Yeah, when
5
you don't
seconds
have
remaining.
the AM pick into the Wraith King, you don't have the PL illusion spam into the Wraith King as well. So it's slightly safer. Still worrying against something like the OD, especially while the BKB is not up for the Wraith King or while the Shard isn't up. You can run into mana issues up against this lineup from Dogchamp that they can sort of abuse here. But the Wraith King for Electronic Boys gives them this push with a Witch Doctor heal to sustain. It is pretty darn nice. You've got this aggressive lane as well coming out. Witch Doctor Wraith King can run you down. Level 1 is pretty nice. Level 2 is the big
team's turn
spike
to
for your
pick.
Witch Doctor with a Maledict up. So you do have to watch for that now from Dogchamp, but they do pick up the Undying on their end. So this is looking pretty scary from Dogchamp. This is a lineup that just wants to run down these lanes, get their levels up fast, melt these towers quick. A bit of a shakeup compared to their slower support
10
picks in
seconds
game one.
remaining.
Like Puck 5 took a while to come online. This time around, Dogchamp
5
looks like they want to
seconds
play a
remaining.
faster game. And all we really need to wait for is that Ritsu hero left to counteract that Wraith King.
No, I do agree with you though. That Undying pick is going to feel quite nice here for Dogchamp, and you can't forget either that that Flesh Golem is going to amplify so much of the damage that's coming out of this Outworld Devourer. Oh, excuse me, Destroyer now is what they call it. Outworld Destroyer. Electronic Boys, they do go into the Nature's Prophet. We have seen a fair bit of this thanks to the new dance pickup on the NP, which, you know, most people would agree is pretty broken. The MP does pop out again, and it does give a bit of ratting potential now
10
for Electronic
seconds
Boys if
remaining.
they so wish throughout this game number 2. But going back to my initial point with Dogchamp,
5
John, that
seconds
Undying is
remaining.
going to be a real pain for the side of Electronic Boys to deal with, especially when you've got this OD dealing all this pure damage, and it's just amplified even further with the Undying Flesh Golem. It's not going to be a very, very nice time at all for Electronic Boys, and especially not this Wraith King.
No, it's going to be really annoying to fight against that
Radiant
Undying.
team ban.
They do have good ways of at least taking out the Tombstone here. They've got 3 ranged heroes to sort of take out the Tombstone, and they've got the Sprout to give vision in case it's up on like a cliff. So it's not going to be too easy to maximize the Tombstone. Still going to be annoying in the middle of the big team fights Dogchamp wants to bring out. Electronic Boys with the
10
NP
seconds
do
remaining.
leave, again, a lot more flexibility in who takes core. You can still run NP core,
5 seconds
still run the
remaining.
puck support, but more than likely we're starting to see perhaps our puck start to stick as a core role. NP and Witch Doctor taking the supports. Still a lot on hand for Electronic Boys to kind of pull out of their pocket here as we go into the last picks. Dogchamp starting to see some limited pools
Dire
left for
team
Ritsu. I suppose there's a possibility here for a Lycan, as it has been left completely unbanned. You can still go Lycan with a Shaman, that is insane push, and you can basically run away from a lot of control. Not fun against Puck with Dream Coil, but you can run away from pretty much everything else here on the side of Electronic Boys at least.
I don't know if he cares so much about the Puck
5
this game
seconds
though, like, because
remaining.
you've got the OD to just astral you through the Dream Coil if you need.
Radiant team's turn
I
again.
even think the Lycan with the Necro Book could be very effective up against the Wraith King.
Oh, yeah.
You do get a bit of mana drain there as well, which can be quite nice.
Dire team's turn
Overall,
again.
you just run people down with Lycan here, Dogchamp, and it could be quite devastating. Still, Electronic Boys, their final pickup is to be picked up before Dogchamp. Matter of what they want. I still think this should be a core
10
Nature's
seconds
Prophet in the
remaining.
off lane, if I'm honest, John, and maybe a position for Puck, but
5
it is
seconds
very
remaining.
flexible here for Electronic Boys. I have about a minute and 5 seconds to think about this last pick. I would argue maybe they're lacking a bit of disable here. Like, you've got this Dream Coil, you've got this Silence out of the Puck, and you've got a Cask, but that's pretty much it. I don't know if I
Radiant
even
team's
count the
turn
Wraith
again.
King stun as a real stun. They do actually bring out the Tusk now, so perhaps that's our position for Tusk. Puck mid lane, Nature's Prophet off lane, seems about right for Electronic Boys. And overall, I don't mind it. I think that is a nice addition after the Electronic Boys.
Yeah,
10
does
seconds
tie it
remaining.
quite well, gives him a lot of aggression. Look for Electronic Boys to
5
maximize
seconds
this early
remaining.
presence they've got. You've got the Treants plus tag team is already pretty devastating. I think that's something Electronic Boys needs to work out early. We didn't see them commit too hard for first blood last time. We saw them split the lanes up really fast. I think with NP Tusk and Witch Doctor, you have to find first blood. You've got to get that early aggression with your level 1 spike. Dogchamp, you still have ways to counteract that. Undying will punish a clump up like that, so they should be ready to face off against that early rundown from Electronic Boys, and they do close out their draft with
Ooh.
4 Io. Ooh, boy, this is spicy.
All right, I mean, I never know what to think about these position 1 IOs. Obviously, we see them often enough that we know it is still very, very powerful. And what is it, John? Have you noticed something?
Yeah, it's a core OD coming out. Ray Lisa is running it mid. So this is going to be interesting. IO plus something like the OD mid is actually devastating. Like, you've got options to run down. Ritsu can just keep healing up Ray Lisa. You get so much value from dishing damage out onto this Raid King, especially because he's so tanky. You can get a lot of hits on your orb. There's a lot to watch out for here. Electronic Boys, they need to play fast. They need to maximize this Tusk, maximize this Witch Doctor in their laning, also run down the lands with Giant, and just keep that momentum going. We saw them do that somewhat early on in Game 1. They just need to maintain that movement going through the mid-game as well.
All right. See how it all does pan out. Game number 2, of course, Electronic Boys, they need to win this one out to try and force it to a Game 3. Dogchamp looking to take this Game 2 victory and just close out the series ASAP. And I might add, John, I really do like this draft out from Dogchamp, and I'm sure you do well, but it does just seem like the stronger draft here, this matchup. I think there is going to be a lot of reliance on speed to have a very good game, as well as Giant on the Nature's Prophet, being able to create a lot of space just by split pushing those side lanes. They can't really get that done, and if Dogchamp gets a nice lead going for themselves, I could really see it falling apart quite quickly for E-Boys.
Yeah, they really need to ride that early momentum. I'm curious to see as well how Mio handles that OD mid against Ray Lisa. Just how that matchup goes, whether or not Ray Lisa can maximize his early aggression out with the imprisonment. The Puck should still have a steady time in clearing out those waves. So at the least you're going to have that easy ramp up for Mio, or steady ramp up for Mio. One more thing to consider as well, when you've got the Undying plus IO, like that is just so much heals coming through here for the side of Dogchamp, right? Like, you've got the Soul Rip with a tether target up. You do not expect a lot of people to die, and you are seeing this duo already come in the lane. Bloody Nine is going to stay around with Ritsu. So once you hit that level 2, level 3 spike with more levels up on the Soul Rip, you're going to have a hard time bursting either of these heroes down.
I mean, it's going to be impossible, quite frankly. Like, I love the Tusk Nature's Prophet off lane, but it is very, very hard when you've got that Soul Rip available. And now Double A is going to spawn out Bloody Nine, but it's an Undying. And you just don't really want to go into the Undying, if anything. Bloody Nine, I'm sure, will be very, very confident in this lane. Of course, all other lanes are pretty standard as well. You've got Rayla Lisa. It's going to be in the mid lane up against the puck of Mio. And as we talked about already, Wraith King being played by Speed should have the support of his Witch Doctor very, very soon. The Albino Zebra are going to make the rotation up. Going to be up against Yaren on the Shaman, and of course Lukey on the SK. For now, Electronic Boys grouping up down at that bot lane, so trying to get a very early first blood attempt going for themselves. But it looks like the side of DogChamp have read them like a book. Now just going to sit back, relax, and wait this one out.
Yeah, it's the smart play. Like, you know, E-Boys are going to try to maximize that early laning. Just stay back, get what you can. They broke a good amount of trees to prevent a lot of juking out here as well. So no surprise movements out. You can expect AA to take because of that early tree line cut on the bot. Really good movement out from Ritsu and Bloody Nine to ensure that they don't get run down too hard early on.
All pans out. Of course, bot lane, you'd expect a very early tag team out from AA now with the treants from Giant. You don't really want to aim the IO as Ritsu can just tether away. Bloody Nine will have to be the choice. Even then, it's just not an easy choice, and IO pick may have really just ruined this off lane of E-Boys. As you do see, they're not really trying to go for a tag team early on. In fact, there it is now onto Bloody Nine, but it does nothing. Just nothing.
Yeah.
Now they can just turn back around and just harass AA out.
Yeah, not what you want to see here for AA. And again, it's down to this tree line being cut. Like, he has no way of juking into the back lines, no way of walking through and just surprising them with the tag team. And this should allow for a fairly easy ramp up for both Ritsu and Bloody Nine into their level 2 spikes. You've got to watch out for that here from the side of the E-Boys. Does give us some time to look down mid. Rayla Lisa and Mio, of course, going against each other on that puck OD, as you mentioned. And steady so far. Even in terms of farm trading, Rayla Lisa does go for the Arcane Orb level 1. With Essence Flux ready, so he's just looking to clear out, get some steady right clicks instead of wave clears with the Astral, and Mio is just going to be fine as well. So it's going to take a little bit more time for this one to cook up, but as long as it keeps steady, I think the OD is going to be very happy with just riding through this earlier start where the OD is not as strong as you'd expect it to be.
Yeah, I mean, we see this every game with OD, right? Like, you just want to get that early media hammer, and then you just get back to farming and just be a real nuisance whenever you do run into any kind of hero. Lane, Giant, forced TP out early on, but of course, just TP back. See? Fine. The last lane we haven't really mentioned too much about is the top lane, where they are actually making a jump right now onto Albino Zebra, and he's copying a lot of damage, but Yaren needs to get the shackles off to really secure the kill, and he does get it. Lukey will have another stun in 3 seconds. Albino really has no way out of this. That will be the first blood coming out from our Sand King and Speed. He's trying to fight back and try to harass them back out, but Lukey, he's going to be just fine. Of course, going to be very, very happy about that early first blood goal going his way.
And we talked about this lane for E-Boys being aggressive, but they're the ones being jumped again. Speed just not able to maintain his HP too high. And I love seeing this from DogChamp. They realize they've got this shackle and to stun combo. It's a melee safe laner against Sand King, so Caustic does a lot of work. And there's only so much you can expect from Albino Zero. Like, he's got level 2 now with a Cask Maledict, but it's not enough to dissuade these two heroes from getting aggressive early on. So it's a rough time all around once again for Speed.
And it will be. And every other lane is kind of going the way of DogChamp anyway. Mid lane is pretty even, but the bot lane certainly going the way of DogChamp. Ritsu's having a very, very nice time on that IO, and we kind of briefly went over it just earlier on, but there's just not much they can do with this Tusk Nature's Prophet. AA is probably going to be forced to start rotating on the Tusk and see if he can set up kills across the map. There is really no point in being down in this bot lane unless you consider being disruptive. Those small camp pulls, but too big of a deal. Giant probably will just give him the heads up to leave very soon.
Yeah, I mean, the NP is under no real threat of dying, although Bloody Nine oversteps a bit.
They get the shards off, and I guess I've cursed Bloody Nine, but no, he gets a soul rip off in time. One more hit, though, will do it, and in fact, they do get the kill. Giant able to pick that one up on the Nature's Prophet. And I really thought there was not going to be any chance in hell of that happening. Not at this stage, but they do make it work with the shards up. Meanwhile, top lane, Luki now going to be in trouble on the Sand King, but he is going to TP out. The Melodic should not be enough in the fountain to kill him off. Just fine, but he's going to have to make the walk back all the way to the top lane.
Yeah, it's going to be giving some space after the Shadow Shaman at least. Yaren does get some good levels up, and he can still maintain harassment out onto speed with his ridiculous right-click damage on the Shaman, so not too bad. Shadow Shaman does want some fast levels up. We want that level 6 in a timely manner, so not a big loss here for Luki to leave the lane. Still, overall, an even start for both teams, 1-1 as we approach the 5-minute mark. A less than 1k lead coming out here for the side of the E-Boys. Not massive,
Bloody
but they are
Nine.
making moves again.
Yeah, Bloody Nine, he went for the bounty rune this time around, and he's going to pay for it with his life. He does hold on to the Soul Rib for now, so they could try and make a rotation to help him out, but it looks like he's just going to buy space for the team. Just waste as much time as possible here, and unlike last game where I didn't really like the puck dying for the bounty, I don't mind this one at all. Bloody Nine, he will definitely just end up dying eventually. Meanwhile, Luki also dies on the Sand King. End up getting another kill up at this top lane, this time onto the SK, and
A prize.
looks like this Wraith King plus Witch Doctor is starting to work out a bit here up this top lane.
Yeah, it's really down to this laning sentry as
Yaren.
well coming out from E-Boy. Oh,
Careful. Go up pretty far, but Bino wasn't able to close the gap, and now a Shackles is there from Yaren. They do have Luki coming in, but they're not going to go for the burrow out. A bit of harassment there onto the Witch Doctor, maybe setting up for a future gank attempt. Bino, he'll just go back to trying to pull the small cap.
Look at that. Radiant's courier just got killed.
they do manage to get the D ward as well in that laning sentry. Unfortunate for Yaren, he was just a little bit off from the second sentry, but you can see how many resources the E-Boys have to toss up here to give Speed a really good time in that lane. He is finding farm, but under tier 1.
Yeah, well, the TPs are coming in. Burrow Strike is there. This was a very optimistic attempt, and they are going to lose Luki again. Onto Yaren now, and Yaren, he tries to go after Speed, but Mio is going to be able to get a double kill on the puck. Now, that was a very optimistic attempt at the life of Speed. That tier 1 top tower. Even bot lane now. Bloody Nine's going to find himself in danger once again. They're trying to go onto Giant, but the damage is just kind of insane. They do end up killing off Bloody Nine. Into Ritsu now, and Ritsu's still trying to run, but the shards not going to lock him in. Fine, Ritsu going to be able to just walk away, but that's the second time we've seen Dogchap just kind of dive underneath tier 1 towers a bit too early, and they end up paying for it twice.
Yeah, good punishment coming out from E-Boys. Not the biggest kill to find on that Undying. I think the one thing that you are getting out here from Dogchamp is the fact that Lisa now has that Meteor Hammer. So your OD is off to a good start, has overtaken the puck because of the movements Mio has been forced to do, and Lisa now can just farm safely with Astral, can clear out waves with Meteor Hammer. If he's given space mid, he can get some good chip damage going as well. So you will have to watch that OD's progression. We haven't seen rotations out from AA to really control that, and that could be an issue down the line despite them finding these side lane kills.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the Dream Call if they want to try and make the play onto Lisa, but he's also got the max Astral, so he could probably just Astral himself through a Dream Call if he so needs. Top lane, Luki once again going to get taken down here. That Melodic down from Albino Zebra is starting to prove to be very, very powerful up against the Sand King. While bot lane, Bloody Nine dying once again, and now Ritsu going to be chased down. They are going to sprout him up, but now Lisa does make the rotation in with the Meteor Hammer. He does land it. The snowball is very nice out from AA. Giant is going to be able to run away now, and AA, he might just be the one to die as Lisa is still going with the ulti out, but now Mia with a great rotation in, gets a Dream Call off. The heals are coming in from Ritsu, but it's not going to prove to be enough. But now Yaren comes in with the shackles out onto the puck. He also has a Hex available, and he does commit it, but it's a bit too late. Ritsu maybe expecting expecting it to come out early. It does go down, and now Giant also rotating back in, does kill another, and now Yaren, he's trying to run, but Mio with the ultra kill on the puck. Just great rotations out from this puck this game.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
He is really making it look easy now for the side of Electronic Boys.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
That was just nasty. Everyone streamed in one by one. Both E-Boys and DogChamp TP'd in one by one to get those counter kills, but you have to remember the NP can TP right back in. They're going to find a spot tier 1 as well with no exchange coming out from DogChamp, and all of a sudden 2-12. A 4K lead coming out for E-Boys. They are looking good, bouncing back here in game number 2 so far.
Radiant's top tower.
A lot of catching up to do. I mean, you look at Lukey. He's trying to farm up that Blink Dagger ASAP, and he's going to be just taking the triangle farm for a bit. Ritsu's actually going to hang around with Lukey, trying to farm up his own hold of the Dom, and he does actually pick it up now. They are going to have to play a bit of a slower game here, DogChamp, which may not be too favorable for them considering you are up against the Wraith King. Mind you, Speed is going back into the Midas build once again on the Wraith King, so not opting to go for the straight Radiance Rush. He does want the Midas. We'll have it up fairly soon. That will mean the Radiance is probably going to be expected around the 17-18 minute mark, maybe slightly earlier.
Beating on Dire's top
It's going to take a bit longer, and it might buy enough time side of DogChamp to start putting pressure on the Wraith King.
Yeah, I don't think you necessarily want to play slow here if you're Speed. You got to be speedy in this game, as once the IO is up, you know, the AG's timing plus the OD potentially right-clicking you down, there is a lot you have to worry about in the combinations coming out from DogChamp. So Speed has to still hit that 20-minute timer on the Radiances. You see around the map, Ritsu can start to punish with that Dominator up.
Yeah, they got the shackles off with the Shaman. Yaren making it very easy, but now Lukey once again going to be in danger as the stun does fly up. Albino needs a stun, does connect, and now Mio has the Dream Call if he so needs to, but he will actually commit it on the Undying instead, and that's going to mean another kill onto Bloody Nine. And that'll be a tombstone as well, going the way of Speed on the Wraith King. Does give him his full Midas up, and they are straight into that top tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to see coming out from E-Boys. They're going to take that objective, finally finding even more off the map. And you're not seeing any movement out from DogChamp to take any of these towers for themselves. They do have the Shaman, but...
Trying to close the gap, but it looks like they are just well and truly gone. So you need the Blink Dagger on this Sand King to really be able to catch people out once they make those kind of objective-based plays, but Lukey, he does have quite a bit of time to go for that. Oh, you look at Mio, I mean, he's already got the Witch's Blade up, and he's going straight into the Blink Dagger straight after that. It's going to be pretty much all the team fight for his team. Speed having a good time, John. 12 minutes in, about 1.1k in the bank account. He is not being contested or pressured whatsoever.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want from Speed, although down mid.
Now trying to make a play now. Media Hammer was there on double A, but now the snowball back in onto Yaren. Can they take this team fight? It is going to be a 1-for-1, but Bloody Nine is also dropping, and he does die just on the last tick of that Death Ward. 2-for-1 trade, definitely not very worthwhile for the side of DogChamp. E-Boys will still be very happy with that.
Yeah, they're building up, they're getting some kills under their belt. 4-16, 5k lead still being maintained here. It will take a lot longer for DogChamp to come back in, and you can see the situation. Lukey's just getting caught out by Albino Zebra.
Gotta be careful, there was a sentry ward towards the north, but now he's just gonna make a run for it. He does not have Sandstorm any further, but he is gonna be able to burrow strike out. Going to be no kind of TP attempt in from Giant either, as it is a bit too deep without vision. I think they are just very happy just securing some more farm on Electronic Boys for now. No real rush for them to try and make any form of a play. You still have to be somewhat worried about the IO, of course, as it is a position 1 IO. And Ritsu, he's still going to take a while to get to that level 15 and 20 mark anyway. So you're not really going to see the massive power spikes for a while from this IO.
No, it's going to take a bit longer. You have bought enough space out, or stalled out enough for the side of DogChamp to have blinks up though. So there are options here in the game.
Is under attack.
He's got Reincarnate. It's skeletons are out. Yaren dying to the Scalies. Yeah, it's a lot of damage. They get the stun off as well. Dream Coil is there. They've caught the Io now. Ritsu trying to find a way out of this. They have the OD coming in with the Meteor Hammer, but he actually misses it. Ritsu still dropping low, does go down as Rayla Lisa now trying to still fight this one out. On the sidelines, a Burrow Strike is there, killing off Mio and Rayla Lisa. To move his way through the tree line and go back in onto speed. They don't have the Meteor Hammer, but Lukey moving into the backlines again, looking for a Burrow Strike out, but he ran out of mana. Now he has a bit more as they go back onto speed, but he does have the mana for the Reincarnate. I don't know about this. Dogchamp, they may need to back as there goes the Reincarnate. Meteor Hammer, not going to land once again. Rayla Lisa forced to blink out, but now the Snowball is there. From AA on the task. Albino moving in as well, but Giant is going to come in from the sidelines. He's going to wait out the Astral, but Burrow Strike is there from Lukey, stopping all the shenanigans here from the side of Electronic Boys, and now they're going to try and turn this one around. They've taken down 2, back onto speed, who does get Astral up. He needs some help. Meteor Hammer is going to land perfectly this time, and without Reincarnate, he is definitely dead. And AA, I'm not sure about that.
My loyalty.
He wanted to come back in to help out. Going to get the bounty room, but this is going to cost him his life eventually. And I believe he could have made it out with the bounty had he just backed off, but looks like he wanted to try and save speed on the Wraith King. Ultimately, that big team fight, it does appear to favor Dogchamp.
It's a massive swing for the side of Dogchamp. You're starting to see the pieces fall into place here for that IO core. Like, he's keeping his OD alive. Rayla Lisa's starting to hit a bit harder. Is going to rush that BKB next. And E-Boys do need to be a bit careful, though.
Big Dream Call in the mid lane, catching out too with the cast up, but a nice Astral Duke out the stun. Dookie gonna get stunned up a second time, but Sandstorm gonna be enough. Dust. Luki, a nice blink away. I know the Dream Coil's down, so they might want to try and make the mid-tier 1 tower push right here, right now. They are still pretty uncomfortable with trying to force in to the side of Electronic Boys. They're just going to allow them to defend this tier 1 tower. Of Dogchamp, just going to go back and get back to farming. I say that, but they do smoke up now.
Oh. Yeah, they've got that epicenter ready to go along with the Santee, so a lot of team fight they can pump out here from Dogchamp as they will commit from mid. And defense from E-Boys is ready there.
Oh, Mio. Lee avoids hitting Astral, but now the Epi comes in. Lukey, he just jumps straight in onto the buff. Mio's gonna die, but they might lose Rayla Lisa. In fact, they do. He does go down as now Yaren has to go for a bit of a run. Death Ward doing way too much damage. Put his own Surf Wards down.
Going to last long.
Chance, Yaren does get caught, but where's the follow-up? Not going to be there. They do at least get the deny off on that tier 1 mid tower, but Dogchamp probably still going to be pretty satisfied with taking down that tier 1 mid. That'll be enough for them.
Yeah, it's not the cleanest way to start that fight. Rayla Lisa diving a bit too far back. Really good positioning coming out here from Albino Zebra. Like, he just stays in the tree line. We've seen him do this throughout the entire game. His Death Ward positioning has been on point on his Witch Doctor, so fantastic work so far. Just getting the damage out for his team, which is really what you want to see from the Witch Doctor early on. This is buying a lot of space out for Ritsu, though. His Ags is flying in, and this is the starting point of when the IO starts to really dish a lot more damage than you'd expect. He still needs his talents up, but even with just the Ags, that's still a major spike for the IO. So all you're really left waiting for here on Dogchamp is that BKB on Rayla Lisa now.
Absolutely. It's the BKB up on the OD and level 20 up on Ritsu, and you are in big trouble if you are Electronic Boys. Of course, Dogchamp, they know this. They're more than happy to just buy enough time for Ritsu. They might just go for another 4-man smoke. Did they even bother bringing the IO with the axe? But they will not for now, but he does have the option to relocate if he so wishes. While the rest of Dogchamp gonna loop in from the backside. Spot out Electronic Boys here, but how do you initiate? Lisa going to blink straight in with the Astral, but he's going to be surrounded. He does not have time for the media hammer. It was a bit of a bait play from A-Boys. They do get the OD. Now the burrow strike in from the backside, but Lukey, it's not doing enough. Yaren's gone. Bloody Nine's gone as well. They do take down Albino Zebra, but that's pretty much it for now as they try to take down Speed with this IO, but Ritsu, he's going to die as well. You see Lukey jumping back in with a massive epicenter, but it is not going to be enough. Not by himself, and he is going to be the 5th hero to die. Speed going to pick up a triple kill on the Wraith King. That burrow strike was a couple seconds earlier. It may have been a different story, but it did take just a bit too long.
They need that BKB. That's the biggest issue here. Rayla Lisa comes in, gets the Astral off, and tries to Meteor Hammer and just dies to all the control that E-Boys has. If he had his BKB, not as much of an issue. And we're seeing sort of a change-up from how Game 1 was. Like, we saw Speed up front last time as well, but this time on the Wraith King, he can afford to lose that first life. He has a second life to play with. It fits into how E-Boys takes these fights and takes their positioning in lane. And now you have this Radiant sub 20 minutes for Speed. So he still needs his timings despite going for that Midas first. He's going to be rushing that Blink next. So he's going to have a lot of damage and control in these fights. And if you were looking to try to Blink in at a certain range, Speed is just going to stop you from finding that angle.
True. See if the E-Boys want to try and group up and make their own set of plays now, or whether they're happy to just keep the farm up on Speed. Lukey does not get the haste rune. It was denied off by Albino Zebra.
A prize.
Have a smoke sitting on Albino right now, so it looks like they are just going to protect Speed. Is one on double A, but he's gone for a side lane push.
Top tower.
Looks like the rest of Dogchamp is going to go up towards top lane and start pushing in that tier 1 top tower. Not going to be contested either. Just going to be able to go down for free.
Fog left behind.
It's
that nice speedy creep there for Ritsu. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's almost very similar to what you get with a Slardar when he does pop his sprint, right? Like that's the one combo we used to see a lot of. IO Slardar, run at you down. Kind of does the same thing. 580 move speed for Ritsu. They just really need to wait out here. They even got the bullwhip if they want to get some whipping action in. The side of E-Boys, though, are using this time to farm up well. They've still got the 9k lead. They are smoked up. They want to reveal this Radiance on Speed with the blink. And they've just got all the tools available to start these fights on their terms now.
That they do.
Radiant's bottom
Speed should be the first one to jump in here, followed up by maybe Mio on the puck. Run straight into Bloody Nine, which is not really the target they would have liked to find, but they'll have to settle. Speed, he's just going to happily take it. He doesn't mind. But I'd say Dogchamp are probably going to be okay with breaking the smoke for that. But there's going to be an immediate smoke up again from E-Boys.
Ooh.
The mid lane, Lisa, he is a much more prioritized kind of target to go for, and now they get the Dream Call off, so he's just going to die. And the double smoke does work out, as now they go straight into that mid-tier 1 tower.
This is just fantastic movement out from E-Boys to just playing along their power spikes really well. A big change up to how Game 1 went. They just know that they're strong, they're applying pressure. Dogchamp needs a lot more time to really get off to that running start. They've slowed down Rayla Lisa's BKB timing, is just waiting for the recipe. So you will have to watch out. That trick won't work as well once the BKB is up. But there's still some time needed here for Dogchamp. They are also building up really nicely on the rest of their course, like Giant saving up for a Hex. Once you've got that Hex up, the additional control is going to be devastating on this Nature's Prophet. No sign of that shard coming out. We'll see if Giant kind of dives into it down the line. But of course, you've got that potential for a greater treant coming out here as well.
Absolutely. I guess right now he just doesn't feel the need to pick up the shards because they're not really playing that split push style, but I'd say the Hex is pretty darn valuable anyway. Of course, Ritsu's still waiting for that level 20 mark, but in the mid lane they have actually found out Mio. Meanwhile, Bloody Knight does end up dying to the Speed Wraith King, but they've lost their mid park. Speed, he lost his first life. He's trapped in the circle wards now of the Shaman. Yaren just trapping him up, but he does make his way out. Look at the burrow strike. Meanwhile, Lisa, that death ward doing so much damage, but he'll barely survive. 50 HP. Meanwhile, Speed does kill off Luki. To Ritsu, who still wants to keep going after Albino Zebra. Looks like he is going to be able to eventually kill off this Witch Doctor. Find anything else? Not quite. Got a 10k net worth lead out for Electronic Boys. Even though it seems like Dogchamp got more kills, I believe it was a fairly even team fight.
Yeah, it's not as well going for Dogchamp as they'd want, even if they find the better end of that stick. There's still a massive lead coming out here for E-Boys. I mean, slowing down Mio was nice. You really just want to kill off Speed at this point. He is just sliding right through. They get the first life, can't find a second, and with level 18 up, with that max level reincarnation, the cooldown's ridiculous. You really do have to kill him very fast in that second life, or you run the risk of these longer fights just allowing to resurrect again. So we need to see a little bit more damage flying in here from the side of Dogchamp, and that's really just down to allowing Rayla Lisa to stand in front faster, which again just boils down to this BKB timing on the OD. He's slowing down way too much. Look at that farm distribution. 9k on Rayla Lisa, 2k behind Mio. After that pretty good start, it's not easy for the OD to catch up and farm, and that does open up the Roshan here as well.
That it does. Where's going to get started? Luki needs 5 seconds for Burrow Strike, but he's just going to move his way in and gets a Sandstorm off into a 3-man Burrow now, and that is a big decay out with the OD. Ulti now being dropped, but Yaren, he's going to get focused down by the Death Warder. He's going to die. Meanwhile, double lane Speed moving in, trying to go after the OD, but he's going to be alright for now. It's looking like a decent team fight out for E-Boys. They've caught out the OD. Rayla Lisa is going to die. Ritsu's still trying to fight back, but there's just nothing he can do at the moment. He's going to try and tether away his Speed. Does lose his first life, but they have surrounded the IO, and they are going to be able to kill off the IO. Say, it's probably about that time to go back into the Roshan pit.
Yep, they've got nothing to be scared of. All they really lose is a Tusk, which isn't big at all. A good attempt out from Dogchamp. Feels like it could have gone a bit cleaner. Luki coming in a bit early there. The rest of his team still not ready. And that BKB on the OD still not up. So you can't expect as much from Rayla Lisa as he's just controlled up. That's the Aegis now on Speed. 3 lives on Raid King. Gonna be hard to take care of that guy, and that should mean an additional resurrection in the middle of these fights as well. So, just a lot more issues for Dogchamp to have to deal with here.
There is. The game's not really set to get much easier now as well, right? Because the split push is going to be quite painful as the game goes on.
This middle tower shouldn't have to take this.
See, Luki, he does get the deny off from that bottom tier 1, but that's really all he gets out of that bot lane. The cat got his way. Warrior's Punch does fly in. The Melodic didn't really land, but there's your Death Ward out now, and he is surrounded. No way out of this situation. The mispositioning there from Luki. Perhaps just not expecting them to be in his own jungle, but that is generally where you go if you are leading the game as the Dire. Dogchamp looking at Mio. Just fine, his team is right behind him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Gotta do something though, they just can't allow this tier 2 mid tower to go down for free.
No.
Lisa?
They've got the BKB on Rayla Lisa. They've got level 20 up on Ritsu, so the damage can kick in, but they've got no choice. The push coming out from the NP treants are just too much, although...
They have the shards out, and now, yeah, the Walrus Punch is there. Rayla Lisa just can't survive the output of damage here from E-Boys, and now Speed just gonna move straight into that mid-tier 3 tower.
Radiant structure.
There is no buyback available on the OD right now, so this is going to be a very, very difficult sort of team fight. Hex is going to be there onto Mio, but there is no follow-up.
Radiant's bottom tower's got problems.
Push is just so much faster with those greater treants now.
Dire's top tower is under
Luki,
attack.
Burrow Strike, trying to buy time. Speed has 3 lives available, so he's not really too afraid. Burrow Strike might come in. Speed is just going straight onto Bloody Nine now. They get rid of the Undying, but a nice Burrow Strike epicenter. They kill off Mio on the puck, but is that going to be enough? As Yaren now being chased down by Speed. They'll get another. Albino Zebra, he dies to the Ray Lisa's ultimate. Can they kill off Speed though? They'll astral him up. Giant, he's trying to run away. Speed, he does get stunned up by the Meteor Hammer. That's going to be the secondary line. Ritsu just going to stick around, making sure they have control on the Wraith King, and they do end up getting the third life. So perhaps overextending there on the side of E-Boys. Ray Lisa, he does respawn, and the damage output was enough.
Yeah, this is when the lineup of Dogchamp starts to get scary. They're chasing Giant as well.
Blind Burrow Strike perhaps? Lukey? No, he'll spot him out, but that is just as good as Giant is surrounded. He does pop the nature's wrath, but yeah, those spirit damages are... It's kind of insane how much damage this thing does at level 20 for Ritsu.
Oh yeah. And stack that on top of the fact that Lukey does have that Veil of Discord, Ritsu's just gonna rip right through anyone without a BKB or maybe something else to mitigate that magic damage out on the side of E-Boys. And all of a sudden, that lead drops down to just 13k here for E-Boys. They are up a lot of objectives, but this is the spike we were waiting for from the side of Dogchamp. So BKBs are starting to tick down, giving them a lot of space in the middle of these fights. Ray Lalisa now saving for his Ags, and once you've got that, the Astral is just a lot more potent. You can get a lot more stacks up, a lot more mana to drop your Sanities with. Makes it a lot harder to fight into those protected areas. All Dogchamp need to do now is to position themselves better.
Yeah, I mean, it's... You can't go that deep by yourself and not get punished like that. Mio, nice dream call there to set up, and well, that kill is going to get him a little bit closer to having the full Aghanim Scepter up on the puck. Just about 500 gold away.
Puck out!
Could be a very nice power spike once again for E-Boys. I've got to say, John, we are getting to the point of the game where you start to question whether E-Boys have done enough. Really secure their win in this game, and I'd argue the answer is no so far. With another big team fight, if they can get a win, be what they need, but they may feel a bit negative towards doing that as they don't have the Aegis any longer on speed. Might even just wait out the Abyssal Blade on the Wraith King before they do get started.
Yeah, they do have, I believe, a BKB flying out for Speedo, so they at least have that spell immunity coming in, and that's going to take away the damage of the OD, take away the damage of the IO for at least 10 seconds, a lot of time that will give Speed, as it has given Dogchamp as well. So, going to be a back and forth with that BKB coming out in Speed. I think even without the Abyssal, this could be a bit of a surprise if Dogchamp isn't ready for that Wraith King to have that in his second life.
Certainly so. The Hex up now on Giant, and at the same time you got Mio who got the Aghanim Scepter. So some big power spikes now for E-Boys. Lane, Speed is going to get spotted out, but he's
Dire's
away.
top tower is under attack.
Say there's an even scarier spike coming out from Dogchamp when Ritsu has that Heart of Tarrasque on the IO, as it kind of feels impossible to kill anyone he's tethered to once that heart is there. You don't have anything like an Eye of Skadi up either on the side of Electronic Boys. No Shivers, no Eye of Skadi, no Spirit Vessel. Nothing in the way of slowing down the healing that is coming out from this IO. That heart with the Paladin Sword is gonna hurt.
It definitely will. I think that's something E-Boys might have left out a bit, and there's that spike. We're gonna have to see how it works out. They've smoked up. They want to find something of these major pickups, and they just need to go hunting. They don't have any vision outside, though, so it makes it harder to make use of that smoke.
How is this even remotely balanced? He has 125 HP regen per second on the IO, and oh, this is going to be ridiculous.
Oh, he's got his level
more.
25 as well. He's got his 25 talent, so
oh, good.
You latch on to the OD, you get some damage out. No, not much right click here from Ritsu, but he's correcting that with a Mjolnir to come out next. So expect that ridiculousness to be in play once you do have at least one right click item up for the IO.
Nice little ball of lightning. Smoke out from E-Boys, but they seem to be aware that Their jungle may be occupied as we speak. They are heading down towards the bot lane once again to maybe try and force in that bot Rax. Now they do see Dogchamp up at the top lane trying to force in that tier 2 top tower.
Beating on Dire's top tower.
Now going to try and force a defense out from Dogchamp now.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Dogchamp, they'll have plenty of time to get back and try and defend.
Radiant's middle tower could use some help.
See how this one pans out. Koreans do move their way in, and Ritsu will be there with the spirits to just kind of clear them out. And E-boys, they actually back off, so perhaps seeing the items up on the IO, maybe just not feeling confident up against that. And you can actually see Albino Zebra, he is working towards an Urn of Shadows now. At 33 minutes into the game, so I believe they may have just seen that hard and they're like, we're going to need something. We don't have anything to nullify the heals that are coming out.
Yeah, that's going to fix some of those issues up. That was also down to the fact that this ward by the barracks just wasn't spotted. Expired now, but that sentry just didn't spot it out right in time. So there was enough time to get that information out. Another smoke, though, from Dogchamp. They really do want to maximize the spike. Let's see if they can find the angle.
Now looking very strong. Burrow, Lukey cancels it off. I don't know, they make the jump on to Mio. Instead, it's a much bigger target. Can they kill him off, though? This puck, he's hard to catch. He does jump towards the south, and now the orb away towards the west of the map with the relocate. Ritsu is going to commit it, but it's not going to be on target. Mio, he's still a man on the run. Lincoln's is going to be broken by Lukey, but they still need to find a stun, and they will get the hex off from Yaren.
Radiant's
Look at that bot lane.
fortified.
Giant, he gets the range racks at least. Forcing the rotation in from Yaren. Can he actually defend these racks by himself? Probably not, but double A. He does end up going down to Lukey, while the racks are still being taken out. The Ether Shock. He's actually going to have to shackle these creeps and try to slow them down. So those graded treants, they're just so hard to deal with. Eventually Ritsu does come in and clear them out. I guess you do at least get a range rack. Now Lukey going to get caught down up at the top lane. Astral is going to be there. Bloody Nine moving his way in. They might just go after Albino Zebra, and they will. Lisa straight in with the Blink Dagger now onto the Witch Doctor. And he does not get the kill yet. The cask is there, but the hammer is dropped. Get a kill, and they save Lukey's life.
Yeah, it's a lot to throw out to save your Sand King, but worthwhile in the end. Also kind of shoves out that lane. We did see Speed solo pushing that, although
it's gone after Ritsu now, but do they have the damage? Orchid is there. Ritsu going to pop a BKB charge, and yeah, I mean, they just don't have much damage output right now. Speed's going to keep chasing him down, though. He seems to be confident with his ability to take him out eventually. Nope, Ritsu just tethers away again. Speed losing so much HP. A lot. He's going to die here, and there's plenty of time for his team to back him up. It's in the backlines. They've got an Astral up on somebody. Reincarnation life is gone. Ritsu still moving around, but the Astral is going to be there. Meanwhile, Lukey being stunned up, but he's going to be fine. In fact, never mind. He's going to get crit to death. Now there is going to be a big dream call out from Mio. They're going to continue this team fight onto double A, but they've lost Yaren. Back onto Speed, but Ritsu is dropping very low and finally does drop on the IO. Get through the raw HP of the IO, and now Bloody Nine is going to get crit down by Speed. Onto Lisa. Tries for the TP out and is going to barely make it out. Can they defend this bot Rax without this IO?
I think a buyback's gonna have to fly out here. They do immediately buy back on Ritsu. They know they can't drop these objectives. It melts way too fast against an NP plus a Raid King. They do at least force that one resource out. They do have space to clear out some tier 4s for themselves as well on the side of E-boys. A nice item dropping there for Speed. I believe that was a leveler. So a lot more damage flying through and of course helping you in that push. A really good time into the Roche as well. Second Roche of the game going to be taken here by E-boys. They don't have the numbers on the side of Dogchamp to really come in. Even if they did, Sanity's is down for a little bit longer. They're going to have to rush in fast.
Yeah, Giant's got that Eye of Skadi now up as well, the Nature's Prophet, so it's going to be very hard for Lukey moving his way in, but the silence was there. Yeah, he's just going to go straight down. Lotus Orb was used preemptively, so he couldn't purge off the silence. Into speed now, trying to go after that Undying and Bloody Nine. He's going to die into Ritsu, who is BKB'd up, but he is going to be able to relocate away back onto Raider Lisa now. BKB forced out by him. This IO is going to need some help as he's making his way back in very, very soon. Yaren there to try and give him a tether target. He shackles up Mio, trying to buy time. But meanwhile, Ray Lisa dying to speed, who comes in from the backside onto Yaren. He gets another onto Ritsu, and that'll be the GG call being made. And E-Boys, they successfully dragged this series out to a game number 3.
Yep, really well played coming out from E-Boys. The adjustment in the draft really enabling them to take this one over. Dog Champ going into the core IO, not working out this time.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team's turn to ban. Dire team's turn to ban. Radiant team ban. Seconds remaining. Dire team's turn to pick. Seconds remaining.
I'm feeling great, Mike. A lot of back and forth between both teams. We saw Electronic Boys come out on top. They got a hero for speed that could stand in front. And now they go with something spicy to open up with themselves. They go with the OD for themselves, leaving it in the pool. Of course, we saw Dogchamp in game number 2 go for the Ritsu IO, which, you know, it had its moments. It had some logical train of thought there into that pick. They got the OD that could really lift the IO up, just never quite lined up how Dogchamp wanted it to, and well, we'll see what Dogchamp fall back into this time. They've got to deal with this OD from Electronic Boys. They probably have a lot of options to flex this one as well, and despite that showing in game 1 where it wasn't quite as strong as you'd expect, it is still a really potent hero to have up front.
That it is. Of course, we do see the Keeper of the Light coming out from Dogchamp, and Electronic Boys straight back into the Witch Doctor. But Dogchamp, not to be outdone, they go back into the Mars now, which I say back into the Mars. It is the first time we've seen it this series thus far. But I must say, I do like myself a Mars/Keeper of the Light combination.
10 seconds remaining.
I think that is a very strong opening for Dogchamp. But on the same token, the E-Boys, I mean, OD Witch Doctor does seem pretty potent. We did see Albino Zebra having a great old time on that Witch Doctor last game around. I'm sure with the OD as well, it should be quite a devastating game for the sizes of Dogchamp if they can get that kind of combination going. Overall though, where do you think Dogchamp really went wrong that last game? Does it seem like they were about to make a comeback in that game number 2 and it just didn't really pan out? Do you think they were just way too far behind by that point?
Nah, it wasn't that they were too far behind. It was that they were forcing out these fights while Ray Lalisa didn't have BKB. We saw him stuck at just the Ogre Axe for a very long time because he was constantly running in with his team in the smoke up, and he would go in, he'd Astral Imprison, try to channel Meteor Hammer, and get stunned. Like, he really needed a fast BKB. By the time he had it, it lined up with a Raid King BKB, so it wasn't as impactful as you'd expect. I think Dogchamp just needs to watch their timings there, play around, plan out when to go out, and know when they have to sit back and play catch-up a bit. That was really the big issue there from Dogchamp in that last game. Electronic Boys were finding a lot, but I think up until, I guess, the fight right before the BKB came out, it looked like Dogchamp could still bounce in. The BKB was just too slow, and they just need to temper in that aggression and respect that Electronic Boys is still a really strong team as well that can punish misplays like that.
They certainly can. I'm starting to wonder if Dogchamp are ever going to be able to pick up that Pangolier at this point. I mean, I feel so bad every time I see it first phase banned. I just want to see it pop out and see what it can get done here, but again, not going to be the case here for Dogchamp as we do move into this third pickup now. They go straight into the Rubik, which does seem quite nice already, into the OD and Witch Doctor. A very nice pickup to have. And as well as that, John, in terms of laning phase, Mars and Rubik as a duo is quite potent. Never really forget the lift into Spear. And, as well as that, just having Fade Bolt being spammed over and over again can be quite annoying for Electronic Boys to have to deal with.
Crash. Oh, there it is. There it is. It froze up. It's back. But yeah, Mars Rubik is a good lane to have. I think you've got to watch out for this OD from Electronic Boys, mainly through Astral Imprisonment saves. So even if you get that spear off, if the OD's, say, playing that +4, he's got some movement out. He's got some way of breaking out that instant damage in the downtime. So there is some counterplay potential there for Electronic Boys as well. But overall, solid openings for both sides. I think Electronic Boys, we just need to see where the OD will go. Is it going to be support? Is it going to be a core in the offlane or core down mid? And that's really going to define how the rest of the draft will shape up here for E-Boys.
Kind of wondering what kind of position 1 they go into as well for E-Boys here. They don't have the Wraith King this time around, nor do they have the Jug that they ran in the first game. It's going to be a matter of what Speed wants to play on E-Boys now as well. Does he feel comfortable on? There aren't many matchups that enjoy going up against the Mars Rubik, mind you. The Jug was one of them, and I suppose Troll would have been another great pickup to have in that position 1 role up against this duo, but they won't have those options available to
Radiant
them.
team's turn to pick.
Dusk.
But now they're just going to go into a Tusk. Just kind of running that roaming support duo again with the OD can be quite potent. Still kind of have that question on my mind as to what kind of position 1 you want to run the safe lane for
10
E-Boys.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, they've just need to see what they want to pull out.
5
Of course,
seconds
with the
remaining.
Tusk coming out here for E-Boys, that should mean our OD is a core. The question is whether or not it's off lane or mid is all that we need to see. I think Tusk plus OD, if it is an off lane duo, is fairly potent. There's room to play with. I might maybe prefer OD plus Witch Doctor a bit more if they are running an off-lane duo like that. But
Yeah.
E-Boys, they did have a lot of success with that Tusk in game number 2. So I'd expect the same. A lot of ways of saving again with the Imprisonment and the Snowball on hand. They can just kind of break in with a Mars here.
But they can. Dogchamp, they're going to take quite a bit of time to think about this 4th pickup. They do need 2 cores, one in the mid lane, one in the safe lane. Regular Lisa obviously won't have the Storm or the OD to go back into this game. Won't have the Puck either, as they did ban it out themselves. Bit of a slow wind-up here for this 4th pick.
I mean, they've got the Coddle again. They could still try the Ember Coddle combo, which
Yeah.
they did avoid last time they had a Coddle. But
Great,
it's
they're
still
back.
really potent. Not much hold here. I guess Astral's there, but not long enough to really hammer in an Ember Spirit, I don't reckon. So Dogchamp could still fall back to Ember Coddle, spam out Sleight of Fist. I guess Kunkka's an option as well. Mars Kunkka is always good. It's just that's not a hero we see too often from these teams. I don't think we've seen too much Kunkka from an A in general. Still, those are the options in hand. I mean,
Dire
if you just
team's
think
turn
about
to
the
pick.
Coddle and build off of that, I think that's how you look at it for Dogchamp. They go with the Batrider instead. So they've got the Lasso to play with. 2 ways to initiate now with Mars Bat. Not the strongest Coddle combo, but keeping your Batrider topped up early on can be potent. That's a lot more sticky napalm spam coming
10
true.
seconds remaining.
And there's still flexibility for Dogchamp. They could run Rayla Lisa Mars, they could run
5
Rayla Lisa
seconds
Batrider
remaining.
mid. Options are there to kind of swap those lanes around if need be.
Oh, I like that Batrider pick here from Dogchamp. I think it's going to be quite strong for Electronic Boys. Speaking of E-Boys, 35 seconds reserve time to make their 4th pickup. I was questioning what kind of position 1 you'd want in this kind of matchup, and it is still looking pretty tough to find an option. I was actually thinking of something like the Lifestealer, but it's just been such a long time since we've seen it pop up. It just may not be an option that E-Boys are even considering. Does seem like it might be decent up against the
Fire
Rubik
team
Mars
there.
and even the Batrider.
Void incarnate.
For now, they'll go for the Void Spirit, so mixing things up a little bit. That may throw the OD into the off lane instead, and they might run the mid Void Spirit instead, which makes enough sense because you have a form of escape from the Firefly in that Dissimilate.
10 seconds remaining.
That, though, is still very flexible.
Radiant
I
team
suppose
ban.
the OD could always Astral the Batrider if he is rushing towards him with the Firefly. Well, the final pickups are coming out now, but Electronic Boys, they ban out the PL this time, not wanting to have to go up against Ritsu's PL a second time this series. And I believe Dogchamp
10
will probably
seconds
also
remaining.
just focus in on getting rid of more position 1s for speed.
5 seconds remaining.
Just ensure that they've got this better safe laner versus safe
Dire
laner
team
matchup.
ban.
Dogchamp does have last pick overall. So that should give them some options on how to approach the closer pick for Electronic Boys. But we're gonna have to see. Expect maybe even the Naga Siren band out here. You are seeing like the Lycan kept in the pool, the Ursa kept in the pool. Those are pretty good
10
options
seconds
for
remaining.
either side. Surprising to see that Lycan really just not
5 seconds
banned
remaining.
in this series. I don't reckon. Like it's been left alone and not been picked up as
Radiant
well,
team's turn to ban.
despite having a pretty strong showing overall in the meta right now.
Tough. I mean, these two teams probably know each other very well, though. Perhaps just not a confident Lycan player on these two sides. I'd say Dogchamp still do have a very nice option
10
of picking it
seconds
up.
remaining.
Of course, it is into the OD, but we'll see if they do want to try.
5
Do see the
seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
was the final ban out here from Electronic Boys and Dogchamp. They got rid of the Weaver. One more position one to get rid of here for Dogchamp, and they'll have to pick up their own. Only 15 seconds of reserve time left to make this pickup. Trying to get rid of anything
Dire
that's going to make it
team's
hard
turn.
for this Batrider to catch them out, and they actually do end up banning out the Lycan this time. Fair enough. That'll mean Electronic Boys now, options are quite limited for speed. I wonder what they've got up their sleeves here.
They could,
10
I don't know,
seconds
Slark's
remaining.
an option for them if they wanted to, up against Mars. It
5 seconds
can be
remaining.
back and forth. He enjoys ripping into those strong, tanky heroes to build some agi stacks, but you've got to be fairly safe with how you use your Dark Pack,
Radiant team's
how
turn
you
to
purge
pick.
off that initiation if you do go for the Slark. They go
Oh,
with
of
Ricky
course.
instead. Of course,
How
it
could
was
we
left in the
forget?
pool. So you've got a lot of good targets to come into here, especially once you've got the Ags, Void Spirit to jump in with, Tusk to roll in with. Really good AoE control, and that should make it really annoying for
10
Dogchamp
seconds
to find a
remaining.
position. Like if the Batrider comes in for a lasso, if you're fast enough in your fingers
5
and
seconds
silence him
remaining.
up, it's not gonna have an easy time really finding anything with a jump in. So strong Ricky coming in here. We'll have to watch the lane. Mars Rubik can kind of punish that, but he can just kind of blink
Choose your
around there.
hero.
Well, it's the Naga Siren coming out from Dogchamp now, so Ritsu kind of just following that trend of illusion-based heroes he seems to enjoy playing quite a bit. We did see the Naga banned out last game, so he didn't have the option for that, but this time around he does. Up against the Ricky, it should be a very interesting... these days, just Battle Fury into Agate Scepter is the usual build-up, so you do have a way of cleaning out those illusions very easily with Tricks of the Trade. I don't know about this Naga Siren, but I suppose at the same time you do have that ensnare now to lock down speed. You might buy enough time for a spear or a lasso to come out to catch out the Ricky. Find out how all this pans out. It could be a very interesting game between these.
It definitely will be. I think you've got a lot of back and forth potential from both sides. Looks like Electronic Boys might be the ones that want to play a bit faster. Dogchamp will be looking at Travel's timing for their Batrider and, you know, all the typical Naga Siren timings, perhaps the Diffusal into Manta this game. Maybe something else coming out on Ritsu. But it should be slightly quicker for Electronic Boys. They want to hit that spike. They've got this OD that once he has his own Meteor Hammer can really just start looking for lanes to run down and start to find those early kills. Doesn't look like they're going to run into the same issue we saw Ray Lalisa run into when he had the OD. So no real rush for the BKB as it is off lane. You know, not as much pressure to build up into a really huge right-clicking core here for Giant, and that should give him some leeway to really just look for starting these early fights if he wants to.
I'm sure Giant's just going to go straight into that Meteor Hammer, as we see every single time with the OD right now. Very balanced stuff. Playing along with the Tusk. The AA for now at least is going to move up towards top lane, where they are going to try and secure a quick first blood attempt. Of course, every time you have Tusk plus Witch Doctor, it is a very viable option for you to try and go for that first blood. But they're going to hide in that Roshan pit and hope somebody goes for the bait for that top rune bounties. Lukey might be the unfortunate victim if he's not too careful. Loop around is coming through the Radiant Triangle now, so they do secure the high ground advantage.
30 seconds to battle.
If AA closes the gap, it's a guaranteed kill as Lukey use God's Rebuke. Not too big of a deal, I suppose. Not sure what he was using it for, though. No, he's just using it, apparently. All right. Here we go. Double A from the backside. Yaren going to show himself. Who do they want to try on? They're not really deciding, but no, it's going to be Lukey. The cask will fly out. They have the damage with the tag team, and Lukey will eventually die. And they should be able to get both bounty runes up at this top spot, unless Yaren can contest, and he does actually get a nice deny off. Ultimately, that was a 2 for 1 of the bounties. So bounties favoring Dogchamp, but First Blood Gold going to the way of E-Boy is going to feel pretty nice for them. And Double A gets a courier mid lane.
Ooh, that is pretty spicy. That was a sentry ward as well for Lisa, as he wanted to get that D ward up. So already a good start so far for the side of E-Boys, just getting control here. And that mid matchup as well. I mean, Mio, he's got ways of dodging out the spam from Lisa, sure, but you're not going to stop this Bat Rider. Like, Lisa's still got a lot of laning presence with the sticky napalm spam. Mio is starting off with a stick, of course, as you'd want to against the Bat Rider. So he's not going to be under any major threat. But as long as Lisa finds steady farm here, I don't think he minds too much whatever Mio is up to.
Well, top lane speed was dropping fairly low on that Riki. It is the Coddle Mars duo up at that top lane, so not opting to go for the Rubik Mars duo. Which is fine, because it's going to mean Lukey can just keep spamming out his spells over and over again. And that may just be preferable for him. Very, very careful here on the side of E-Boys. Speed, of course, is going to be important for him to secure as much CS as possible in this laning phase. You want as quick as a Battle Fury as you can get on this Riki. It's like Lukey is going to make it as hard as humanly possible. Issa. Bat Rider may get caught out. Double A, he's having a look. Issa just kind of juking around and still not out of danger. Double A does spot him out, but he sees the salve being committed. He's still going to run in to cancel off the salve, but he won't quite make it. Lisa get all that HP back on the Bat Rider, and he'll make his way back into the mid lane. But bot lane, they have started onto Ritsu. So just going to pop the mirror images and he'll be just fine.
Yeah, it's a bit of a waste of time there for Lisa, but I suppose not too much lost. He did give Mio a lot of space on his mid, and of course in that bot lane we've got Ritsu along there with double 9, bloody 9, so it is going to be a rough one, although the snowball out.
With the tag team, it's a fair bit of damage out onto Ritsu, and they should have enough. They will. Giant able to pick up his kill on the OD. Bloody 9 unable to really get any form of revenge here to the side of E-Boys. Definitely the kind of start you want to see from this off lane of Electronic Boys.
Yeah, they're really starting to dish in that damage. Ritsu is not having a good time dying with that, although...
He's very far forward. Double A is able to close the gap with the tag team. Still, Astral is going to be there from Giant, and it's going to prove to be enough anyway. Ritsu going to try and chase down Double A, but he's going to be just fine. Not really that much damage out from the Naga Siren this early on. It's going to be a secondary kill already going to the way of the OD.
Yeah, that's a huge spike for the OD, just finding those 2 kills in the lane. They're really maximizing this Tusk early on, so E-Boys are just getting that aggression out, slowing or at least making it harder for Ritsu to find that safe farm. And this is really going to hurt the Rubik the most. Like, pause 5 Rubik means EXP gain's not going to be that fast, gold gain is not going to be great at all. So any major timings you were looking for from the Rubik is just going to be offset by this really slow start in lane.
And it will. At least the Tusk has left the lane now, so they can go for that side pull. Double A securing the Arcane Rune down at that bot spot, but Mio is going to find himself in a bit of danger. He's going to try and put the TP out, but the Illuminate is going to be there in time. Lisa able to get the last hit off. Double A unable to get there in time to help out. He didn't opt to use the Dissimulate to try and make his way out, which was quite interesting, especially considering he had the 20 stick charges as well as a bottle charge, but thought he could get away with the TP, and that was just not the case.
Yeah, that's a bit greedy coming out from Mio. He's got to walk back into this lane now. So that's going to give even more space to Real Elisa to rush towards that level 6 marker. It does give AA some space to get EXP, but that's not really the trade you'd want, although up top.
Yeah, Albino Zebra more than likely just going to die, and Yaren will happily take the kill on the Keeper of the Light.
To a darker road.
This top lane is going to be very heavily favored the way of Dogchamp. You look at speed, he's sitting at 16 and 2 on the Riki, having a very tough time. Luki not having such a tough time. He's enjoying himself on that Mars right now on this lane. And as the levels go up, this lane is only going to get harder. It's Albino to get hit by the Illuminate. The spear barely missing out on speed. Nice tricks to the trade dodge there from our Riki. Just see how dangerous it is for this Riki and Witch Doctor up in this top lane.
Yeah, they are really squishy up against all the magic burst available on hand from Dogchamp. Like, only so much you can expect from level 1 Voodoo Restoration from Albino Zebra, and every time they get the charge up like this, ooh.
Nice Illuminate, just clipping speed on the side. It's not going to be enough damage, but they bring him low once again. Now, Albino, he doesn't have any more salves to throw out. He can only share some tangos with speed. Of course, use the Voodoo Restoration to try and keep him up and healthy. But Luki is having the freest lane of his life. It's not going to get any easier. Especially if they make a rotation in. With a +1 like the Rubik, it could be really disastrous for the side of E-Boys. But now, though, Bloody Nine seems to be pretty happy just sitting at bot with Ritsu. Not looking to make the rotation anytime soon.
Yeah, you can't really leave that Naga Siren alone. Just too much control coming out from the Tusk and OD, as we've seen before. So he's just going to have to kind of sit here, babysit. And that is leaving AA down bot as well. So you're not seeing those rotations you'd expect. Although they are just, you know, just keeping that aggression out and trying to get farm, although...
Yeah, AA, he's going to pop the tag team to dissuade them going onto Giant. Giant looks like he was going to be just fine anyways. Bloody Nine, he didn't have the mana for the lift. All top lane, Speed trying to go onto the Keeper of the Light, but now a spear is going to fly out onto Albino Zebra, and he's just gone. Speed trying to get some revenge damage out, but there's just no way. This combination of the Coddle Mars is just so darn strong. They just have no option here up at this top.
No, it's so difficult for them to just sustain and unlock
Have a nice
flip a tree.
Doesn't really matter though. Speed is taking way too much damage into the Illuminate, but that won't land. But Luki still moving forward. Speed going back in onto Yaren, trying to get some form of a kill, but he's not going to be able to get it as another Illuminate is going to fly past Speed. And he's going to clip him, but he barely survives with his life intact. Now Luki going to try and help out Yaren. No, he'll go back after Albino Zebra. Speed getting selfed up again by Albino, but Speed is going to fly through. Luki, it does not land, John. I don't know what it is with these. Yeah, these spears of Mars. They're just not very consistent, and I don't think that's Luki's fault.
No, definitely not. That is just so straight. It's the tree line. You know, you'd expect it to clip at some point. I don't know, like it's that feeling. You know, you play against a Mars, you always feel like you clipped up against a tree. And then when you see a Mars yourself, you're playing Mars yourself, you just never land it by the tree line. It's just ridiculous.
Got the arena now.
Be alive.
Speed just blinked in. He may not be alive if Luki gets a nice arena, but Albino is going to move his way in, and now he's just going to be targeted. However, down at bot lane, they do kill off Ritsu. So it's still a very, very nice trade out for Electronic Boys, as they do get a massive kill onto that Naga Siren. And it looks like it was Giant once again at the center of all this.
Someone better help Dire's middle tower.
Second death of the game. He's not feeling very good about this.
No, it's a pretty rough time down bot. Like Ritsu's still finding some good farm, but it's really just kind of balanced out by how many times he's died. You're not seeing Speed punished as much, but he's also not getting as many last hits, so it kind of balances out oddly enough, although.
Yeah, they've made the rotation in onto Yaren, the Keeper of the Light, going to get bursted down, and now Luki, he has no mana, and the tag team was still available from AA. He's going to try and TP out. It looks like he's going to be just fine. No stuns available. However, Giant down to the bot lane just on his own, killing off Bloody Nine on the Rubik. That'll be his third kill of the game on this OD.
Yeah, they've just allowed his OD to get a little bit too big. Meteor Hammer up sub 10 minutes in. He did skip boots for that. Not an issue. So you're seeing Giant now just ready to play aggressive. He can also threaten towers now. Chip away at that bot tier 1 all by himself. And you don't have that same utility coming out yet from Dogchamp. They have no way of getting a push of their own just yet. And there's that, Meteor Hammer comes into play. Just melts tower slowly but surely.
Very nice. Plain speed.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Ends up
attack.
going down.
Are those
No
cracks
arena
in
committed
Dire's
either by
top
Lukey. Ends up getting the kill. Bino may get arenaed now by Lukey. Looks like he will, and that should guarantee his own death. Rotations were coming in, but it looks like they're going to be nowhere near in time. In fact, they tried to go onto Yaren instead. Yaren is going to be able to survive the gank attempt here from Mio and Double A. And Lukey, he's just going to be able to walk himself out. However, while that's happening, down a bot lane, Lisa ends up rotating to kill off Giant. Bloody Nine finally gets some revenge, picking up the kill onto the OD.
And that's a really big pickup to give onto Lisa as well. Just a really good use of that lasso and reveal on the travels. Means that you should expect the Batrider to apply some more pressure up top, but they're still clumping up for a fight.
Got 3 there. There should be a kill onto Lukey. Lukey's just going to get focused down by the Death Ward. And Mio, he might have a look for another.
Thank you.
No, it looks like Yaren is within safety's range. I think just the kill on the Mars is going to make them feel pretty good.
Yeah, they've managed to really keep Lukey down. He's been constantly forcing out these rotations up top. He is still going to find some decent timing on the Yules though, but they have bought enough space out that Speed has switched lanes. He's starting to play down mid, just trying to find that farm for the Battle Fury, as you mentioned. His progression has been super slow. 3.5k in the bank, or at least in total net worth, compared to Ritsu now with a Midas as well. Like,
Dire's
a lot to
courier
Mio
is
ends
on
up
kill.
killing off Yaren.
What did that courier ever do to
He
anyone?
ends up losing his courier, but he won't mind too much. Lukey does have the arena if he wants to drop it here onto Mio. Mio doesn't actually have any astral step charges right now, but Lukey probably doesn't really know that. Tries for a spear, does latch it on, but no follow-up damage. Mio's going to be just fine. Down towards the bot lane, Giant is not going to be fine as Lisa and Bloody Nine once again taking down the OD. Just off to such a great start, but not really so much anymore as Lukey now top lane. All's going to be caught out. A nice arena's there, but they should still have the damage and control of this Mars. The Death Ward does fly out. The Melody's still there onto the Mars, but Lukey trying to juke his way through a tree line. Just don't see him surviving through the melodic damage, and he won't. He does finally go down. Bino Zebra able to pick one up on the Witch Doctor.
Just another good kill coming out for the side of E-Boys. They are up 2 kills compared to the side of Dogchamp, 8 to 10, but all the space that Dogchamp have bought out for Ritsu is really starting to pay off. 5.6k gold total net worth compared to Speed again at 3.8. That is a huge gap between your Naga Siren and Ricky, and Ricky really needs to get this Battle Fury fast. The Midas build-up for Ritsu just not punished. Like, he's allowed to stay in the jungle because of all the movement they are forced to make up top. They haven't been able to hunt this Naga down, and Ritsu is perfectly fine with that. They don't care if... He doesn't care if Lukey dies, as long as he gets farm in the Naga.
Bot lane, they've got the Astral out onto Giant, and now with the lasso out, they might just be able to take him down, but no! They don't get him to the high ground. Giant, he remains on the low ground. That means he'll just survive. Another Astral is going to be there on the Rubik this time around, but I believe the recall was there.
Tower is being chipped away.
Bloody Nine was recalled out by Yaren. Very nice play.
Are those
Oh, wow.
cracks
You don't
in
see that
Dire's
too
top
often,
tower?
John.
Not much
That is
good's
pretty
happening to
ridiculous.
Radiant's bottom tower.
That you
guess
can relocate
Radiant
out.
fortified
They
their
miss
structures.
big opportunities there. They commit so many TPs bound bots, so that opens up the top lane now for a bit of push out from Dogchamp. And again, it just enables Ritsu to not care. He just doesn't care about this movement out. They're just never able to hunt down this Naga with Midas, and this is going to be an issue at some
Dire's
point.
top tower is
Yasha's
under
almost
attack.
up, and then the Manta style comes in, and then after that, you're looking at a Naga that's really ready to go here.
You definitely need some faster farm here on our Ricky. Battle Fury timing not going to feel too good. They are going to go for a big smoke up though. Get a couple kills onto Speed. And he should be able to just escalate a bit more quick, but for now, it's not looking easy. They might just go for a solo pick off there onto Rayla Lisa in the mid lane, but Ritsu is around with the song available if he does need to kind of give Rayla Lisa an exit plan. Won't happen too quick as they are burning him out. Rayla Lisa gonna get snowballed on now. Still trying to run. Ritsu, are you gonna help out your teammate? He tried, but the song is not gonna be there in time. They won't be able to turn this one around either. Nobody there to help out. Instead, they're down at the bot lane where they're focusing down Giant on the OD, and they might just get a nice trade for themselves, but no, the Astral is going to be there as Speed does TP in to try and help out. A nice silence as well. Giant still alive, but does finally go down, but they might get Luki and Bloody Nine for their trouble.
He's under attack.
Spear not going to land on that tree again. Shards are going to be there. They're blocking Luki in. He's got nowhere to go. He'll eventually die here on the Mars, surely. I say that, he's still running, but does eventually go down.
It's a valiant effort out from Luki. There was a recall coming out, but he did get ticked at damage. They should be able to find Albino Zebra for the trouble, so.
They've got the lasso on 1 second, but it's a bit too late. Rayla Lisa, he's just going to get bursted down. Albino goes for the YOLO play with the Death Ward, and it actually works out for him.
Whew, that's not a worthwhile trade at all for DogChamp. Just getting a bit too aggressive, not respecting the fact that Mio was nearby, and they kind of lose that lead. They had a 3k lead down to just 1k. All of that is also just riding on one hero. All of this gold right now on the side of DogChamp's really just on Ritsu. Rayla Lisa and Luki have taken a huge step back to get that space out for Naga. So Ritsu's going to have to deliver. Yasha's up, still waiting for the Manta. You look at our Ricky, 1 part away from the battlefield, so he's still slower than the Naga, but I think once you've got that BF, you can start to ramp up the farm. So you got to watch out for that.
Rayla Lisa on the hunt here for this Ricky. He does have a dust, but he's probably just not very confident that Speed's still around. Not popping it. The scan does catch out Speed though. Still not going to pop the dust, however. And they have caught out Yaren, and Yaren get bursted down quite easily, but Bloody Nine is moving in to try and help out. He stole the Astral Steps away, and in fact, Yaren is going to survive for now. As Double A going to move in now with a snowball, trying to at least get something for their trouble. But Bloody Nine also not going to die. In fact, he jumps back in with the Astral Step, but he has gone a bit too far. Meanwhile, Luki in the mid lane trying to secure another kill. They kill off the Rubik, but now their OD's in trouble. Giant trying to survive is going to be alright for now, but Rayla Lisa is going to eventually take him out. But again, that Death Ward just melting Luki. They'll get the lasso off onto the Tusk instead, and they will at least get Double A. Hard to know who that does even favor. It's like the gold chains was barely in the way of Team DogChamp, but it was a very, very close team fight.
Yeah, just on the edge. And again, you're seeing Albino Zebra really maximize that Death Ward. Just always in the right spot, high ground, getting out of harm's way and trying to get the full channel off. At this point in the game, the Witch Doctor is doing a lot of damage, so you will have to maintain awareness of that. They are buying out space for their cores though. Manta pretty much done for Ritsu. Like, the gold's already there, so they've got options there. They were gonna jump Speed, but ooh, boy.
Yaren might be in danger now, but no, Speed's actually the one trying to run as Luki was coming in. He does put the smoke screen down. Jules is going to be there. Albino trying to help him out, but no Death Ward available for now. Still Speed alive, trying to find more time as the snowball does come in. Double A, he's going to join in now, but here comes Ritsu on the Naga Siren. They are taking so much damage from that Riptide, and they will both go down as even Albino was trying to run. He will not make it out. Great team fight there from DogChamp.
Yeah, and this is where it gets dangerous. Ritsu's ready to show himself. They spot out some huge stacks as well. And that's just going to be a lot of gold flying out for the Naga. 10.6k overall so far. A full 2k ahead of even Mio. And way ahead of Speed right now. So if you're not seeing that same farm distribution coming out here, and Mio's already under threat under his own tier 2. DogChamp just finding this spike with the Naga. they should be ready to go soon. Ritsu is actually going to be rushing this butterfly, so once he has that up, the physical damage you're expecting from Ricky just won't be flying out.
Giant, he's trying for something, but this could not work. The Battle Rider, Ray Lisa, he's going to get hammered down. Meanwhile, the backlines, the reason why they did not come in to help out is they were trying to go on to Mio, but now Bloody Nine's going to be in trouble. Arena going to be dropped, but it does not land the spear onto Double A, and that means Speed should be able to clean up here. Yes! His way in. Lucky. Surely going to die and does. Speed able to pick up a double kill on the Ricky. Now it does have the Battle Fury up. Mind you, of course, John, they did lose all those stacks in the jungle already, but it's a bit unfortunate there for Speed. But I suppose just having the Battle Fury up at this point is going to feel pretty nice for it.
It will. It helps him keep that steady farm up for the Ags build-up. And once you've got the Ags, that's a real power spike for the Ricky. Just having additional targets in your tricks of the trade, pretty much doubling your DPS in that time, should give Speed a little bit more presence in these fights when he does join in. You do still have to watch out. There's a 4K lead up for the side of Dogchamp, and they are just ready to keep going here.
Kind of cautious. I mean, Speed does have a double damage rune active. He's just using it to farm for now. Dogchamp, they'll go for the smoke up. KB on Ray Lisa, going to make him feel a lot more confident. Let's go for those lassos. Well, they found a big target. Speed is the one they wanted in the first place, but he does have help on the sidelines. They're going to snowball in and buy him more time. As Giant going to move in as well with the Astral, buying more time for this Ricky. The lasso not going to do enough. Speed still alive. Going to jump onto Lukey now, and they do take down the Mars. The Ricky's still alive. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Mio is chasing down Ray Lisa, and Albino Zebra kills off Bloody Nine. And they found even more. They found Yaren on the Keeper of the Light. It's a really disastrous kind of team fight there for the side of Dogchamp, and you've got to give props to the supports of E-Boys, John. They just kept Speed alive for so darn long.
Radiant's top tower deserves
that was really
just
down
as
to
much
Double
help
A.
as bottom.
Like, he got the snowball in, saved Speed at the nick of time, and because I think Ray Lisa was just trying to get the lasso off by spam clicking, he clicked on Double A instead, so Speed just walked out. And that was the big one. They needed the lasso on the Ricky, not the Tusk, and it just fell apart from that save. So big props out to Double A. That led to a mid-tier 1 as well, and drags that lead down to just 1k, a massive loss for Dogchamp as they kind of dropped that lead entirely. And you look at Speed, just about 1.2k away from the full Ags. That's when the Ricky gets really scary in these fights.
Gonna be a big concern. Really not going to take him very long to get it either. Speed will just start focusing on that scepter as it looks like they have caught out Ray Lisa. He's going to pop the BKB, but he is surrounded. He tried to move back in. No lasso available either. A very questionable run back in from Ray Lisa. Perhaps just not expecting there to be so many heroes around, and now an immediate smoke up. At the very least, Ritsu does get the top tier 2 tower while all that was happening. This smoke, very dangerous, though Dogchamp know it's coming. They've held the high ground, but no, Lukey moves down. Speed going to control him up with the smoke screen. Meanwhile, they just focus down the Witch Doctor, Albino Zebra, but he's going to be fine. They try to go onto Ricky and Speed. He is going to die. Ritsu's damage is just way too high. Looking in for more. Another Astral there from Bloody Nine. Giant, and he's going to try and buy more time for himself as Lukey catches out Mio. Bloody Nine does end up going down. There goes your Void Spirit. Ritsu, Song, barely going to catch out Giant. Just on the tail end of that. Now going to surround. They have the ensnare, and they won't even need it. Ritsu. I guess that's one thing you can't forget is the damage output of the Naga right now is just so darn high with that butterfly up.
Yeah, this is just really quick timing out from Ritsu. He has managed to make use of that space quite well. Just the butterfly alone negates a lot of damage from the Ricky and from the OD. None of them really being able to pierce through that evasion. So Ritsu, off to really carrying this team now. The game is pretty much in his hands as all the farm has flown his way. Saving up for the stuff next, and once you've got that, you start to muscle some heroes already.
He's been caught out again. He's going to go for the lasso attempt, but Albino Zebra is there with the stun, and now the Melody's Death Ward. He's going to go for the TP. He's not confident that he'll survive through the Melodict, and I think that TP was the right play as Lukey now. He's going to move in to try and turn this one around. A bit of a kill of their own, and they do find one of the Witch Doctor. Yaren getting caught out by speed, but there goes Double A dying so darn quick, and Yaren, he also finally goes down. So does Releases on the Battle Rider. And a buyback on the Witch Doctor, trying to fight back now. Underneath the tier 1 tower, but they are dropping very quick. It's this Naga Siren Ritsu. He's just hitting so too much harder.
Oh my god.
Yeah, speed, he just disappears. Once he gets ensnared up, there's just no way out.
Oh boy, that is painful. Like, Ritsu just absolutely hurts. Can you imagine if you got an illusionist cape down the line? That sounds completely balanced to me with how much damage he has.
Tower needs some help.
You'll probably get it,
But it's fun. Oh boy, and one part away from Scotty now as well. Just ridiculous. Ritsu at 18k. Just not stop. He was never contested past laning. And it is now costing E-Boys a lot to have to face against this Naga now.
It's going to be very tough. I imagine he will just get the final bit of gold for that point booster. Finish off the Eye of Skadi before they initiate for another attempt.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
In fact, maybe not. I mean, Ritsu, he's just about 20 gold off. And there it is. He does finally have it. Continue occupying this dire triangle. Looks like they might even find all the bounty runes off the map as well. On the brighter side, Aghanim Scepter's there for speed, but I don't know how much of a bright side that is. So again, it only takes one ensnare and he's gone.
Yeah,
Dire's bottom tower needs some help.
I don't know, he needs one defensive item. Like, he's rushing into this Daedalus. I think a BKB is gonna have to come out. Like, sure, it might sound useless against a Bat Rider there with a lasso, but considering that Ray Lisa has a lot of heroes to worry about, I think a BKB is just perfectly fine, just to save yourself from the ensnare more than anything else.
Ritsu's literally just running into Giant. He just does not respect the OD at all.
Always did get short
I don't blame him either, John. Nothing happened. He just took the tier 2 tower and he just walks off now. The Dire Jungle they go. They'd love to go for a bit of a hunt. You've also got the option for the Roshan if you are the side of the Radiant. Hey, Lisa, get caught. Speed is waiting along with Double A, and it looks like he does get caught. They do punish the Bat Rider.
Mio? Ooh.
Yeah, Mio is gets very low, barely survives on the Void Spirit.
Tower is under attack.
I was going to say, I don't think the Bat Rider is really their problem any longer. It really just is this Naga Siren.
Oh man, speaking of Ritsu on the Naga, he is saving up for a second butterfly. So, just wants to stay ahead. Yeah, just stacking that Agi, stacking the evasion. With no MKB in sight, this is going to be devastating if they don't get a lid on it.
Neo, he's going to try and go into Bloody Line. Gets the Yules off. Ritsu does have the song if he wants to pop it. Astral's there, and now the song is out. They are all grouped up. But it looks like Dogchamp do not want to fight this one out. They just want to leave. Exactly what they'll do. In fact, I say that. Ritsu's got an Arcane Rune now, so they're going to go back in. Where are we headed? Lisa going to be recalled in. Does of course have the lasso. Looks like that is going to be enough. Soon he might just want that second butterfly before he does go back in.
Yeah, I mean, they are actually fairly close to it. There is a smoke out though, you boys. Trying to be sneaky.
Try. Get some eyes onto Yaren, but we do have a quick pause coming out. No song available to save anyone. Get caught here. Still have to worry about the damage that Ritsu can pump out if they get a good kind of initiation off from their Mars. Ritsu going to be surrounded, gets the illusions off in time, but needs to just run away as the damage output just so darn high once he's silenced up. Onto Yaren. Tries to force stuff away, but there is no way out.
Dire's middle tower isn't going to
E-boys.
last long.
I suppose that's the trick. If you can find Ritsu by himself, he's not really that big of an issue.
No, they get the right target at the right time. Ritsu just a bit too overconfident in that jungle. He must have felt safe with all the wards they've got, but it wasn't enough to really give them that information with smoke. Now the Roche dropping really fast as well. They need to rush in here.
Buy back. They're going to try for this, but Roshan is very low still. Arena is going to be good. It does land on one. They have taken out one in the form of speed, and now the Aegis has been picked up by Mio just barely, as the lasso is going to be down to Giant, and the OD is going to die into AA. He's also down. Albino Zebra, he's been used up through the TP. He's going to be the fourth one to die. And the only man to survive was Mio, who again did barely manage to get the Aegis for his team. But by himself, this is not going to be an easy defense.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'd say he can't even really try. Maybe he jumps in and out from the steps, but the tier 3 is gone. Probably at least one set of racks, and doesn't really have an option to creep cut right now. So it's going to be a nice objective to take for the side of DogChamp. They did buy back though. They've got to be cautious about overstaying their welcome here, but looks like they are going to go for a second set of racks as well.
Nice Yules up by Luki into the spear. They've caught out Mio. Lasso is not available, but the control is there, and that'll be Mio not going down. He does actually end up surviving.
Dire's top barracks are getting
Just barely.
Dire's top barracks are
But that is going to be 2 lanes of barracks going the way of DogChamp. That is going to spell a much harder game now for E-boys.
Oh man, just look at those illusions. Even just clicking down Mio, take down his HP down to half from the Riptides. Okay, there's just so much damage coming out from Ritsu now, and despite buying back, like taking 2 racks is still workable though.
They're going to try and initiate, but Arena has been dropped by Luki, and just a nice defensive kind of Arena. AA, unfortunately, still snowballing in. He is just guaranteed to die now. There is going to be no kind of follow-up. Still buying it a few seconds of time. Just not going to mean much. Luckily for him, he does have buyback, so he can buy back if they need to defend high ground. Looks like that's not going to be the case anyway. He probably will just have the time to respawn up.
Oh boy, this is scary. Yaren saved up enough to get a sight of Vice on his Keeper of Light. So you've got additional control flying out here for DogChamp, and that Hex is just going to cause so many issues. You do have a BKB up on the side of Giant, so the OD can sort of stand in the front, try to get that damage out with his orb and get some imprisonment out to build some mana stacks up, but you really have to be on point with the preemptive BKB going into that side of Vice. So it's down to the reveal of these items, and we'll see who does get kind of caught off guard first.
That mid lane. Dude just split pushing the bot lane. Double butterflies up. Really brings back some memories, John, of the Dota 1 days, I'll tell you. Be the stock standard kind of build if you're playing an agi carry. Oh yeah. In the day. Mio, oh, he's been lifted up. Nice spear there from Luki. They have the damage to follow up. Not quite.
The illusions.
Mio almost drops, still gets away, but they've got the lasso now onto Giant. Meanwhile, Snowball from Bloody 9, he's gone in by himself onto Mio. There's a song out. Giant, he's BKB through this, but he's going to get targeted now by Ritsu. He's just going to die before the team fight even starts, and now they go in onto speed. He's going to be able to twist the trade for now. Still in danger, however. Albino, meanwhile, trying to channel the Death Ward, but Ritsu is just surrounding the Witch Doctor, and eventually is going to be able to get the kill, and this is just a bloodbath. Ritsu is just cleaning them up. They're trying to buy more time. AA trying to run. Gets the snowball off, but he's guaranteed to die. No, in fact, he does blink away. Mio, onto the Rubik. Bloody 9, there's your Hex out from Yaren. They have the Mega Creeps up. So it goes for the there now. There is no way out for Mio, or maybe there is. He does get the Yules off. Up damage is still going to be there in time for Ritsu. They'll buy back. They're going to try and defend one last time. They get Bloody 9. Snowball onto Yaren, and the jump in is there from our Void Spirit.
Tower is...
You know, another astral step in, but Ritsu is going to just focus down double A while Yaren just runs away on his horse. He just can't be stopped. He even pushes Mio back, and Ritsu is right behind. He knows the Void Spirit's in trouble. He has an astral step back up, but is it going to be enough? It looks like it will be as Giant now moves back in with the BKB being popped. Doesn't want the song to interrupt, but Yaren's still alive. The Meteor Hammer burning him down. He will finally die. And now the chase is back on for Ritsu. As Mio connects the 8th Remnant, and they do get the Nagasara.
Oh boy, that's a big one. No buyback for Ritsu, so a bit costly. He is buying a 3rd butterfly mount.
All right.
Ritsu.
This really is Dota 1. I love it.
I love it. It's insane. It's ridiculous. His right-click damage is crazy. It's just that he has no buyback for a minute 40, so there's a big window here for E-Boys if they can shove out a lane. It doesn't look like they can. They still have tier 2 towers to dig through as well, so they're not going to find as much from that dieback as they want to, and all they can really do is farm up. Speed is still going for that Daedalus. I think you do need something to maybe help you dig through that Nagasara. Now, without anything like a BKB though, that does leave Ritsu vulnerable to the OD and vulnerable to the Santi's Eclipse drop, so I think it all boils down to Ritsu just having his positioning right, and E-Boys trying to find that backline. They need to jump Ritsu before the rest of his team can connect, and we've seen them do that before in that smoke gank in the jungle. If they can just repeat that a couple more times, and suddenly put that Naga down, way down without any defensive items up.
Try and make the push in this mid lane, but it's just so hard up against mega creeps. Spent so much time getting through these creeps first. 33 seconds before Ritsu is back up on that Naga. Should be able to get at least a tier 2 mid tower, but no, the Glyph is going to be forced down. Asso is going to be committed. In Astral save is Rayleigh Lisa now going to back off, but Lukey, the arena. Speed's not going to land, but the arena is very, very nice. Double A does kick down, and so does Speed on the Ricky, but he'll buy back. Albino Zebra now going to be chased down. He tries to go for the death play, but he's going to be Astral by his own teammate and should have actually done it. As now Lukey got the Giant with the God's Rebuke. He might die for this, but it won't really matter. They're looking for a clean up and a GG call. Mio is the only one going to be able to TP away.
Ritsu.
Now it's...
He has
the butterfly. All right.
God help us. Look at that evasion. 73%. He's not a PA, but I think he wishes he was playing PA.
Yeah, perhaps. 45 armor as well. Quite nice. Well, it's gonna be a painful experience for the side of E-Boys. You've got the buybacks available. All their heroes are dead right now. They do want to wait out the supports of this to maybe just buy back on Giant. So Mio's going to jump in preemptively. His Speed already being jumped with the silence down. He's been ensnared. Speed dies back on the Ricky, and they even found another. It's going to be Mino on the Void Spirit. He's on. Double A, he's trying to fight this one out, but they're onto the Ancient, and this game is more than over. It's the GG call made in Dog Champ. They are successfully able to pull off their first series victory. 2-1 up against E-Boys.
Yeah, it's all down to the space they bought out there for Ritsu Dog Champ. I mean, it looked a bit awkward considering
can't trickster the trade into the Phoenix egg. He's got to hit it.
Dire team's turn to ban.
差挺多的，
数据感觉还是因为受到战绩影响，我看都是这个天辉，不是天。
The only 2 OG games I watched from start to finish, and they were pretty bad. They were pretty bad.
Me never watched European Dota once.
照片还在更新，然后贝贝跟从零开始的一个数据对比。
是的。
对野方面的话，贝贝这边还要稍微。他们的这个巨牙海绵玩的一直还可以，然后今天的话在
Dragon 的话也是拿到力丸，它比较好面对马尔斯嘛，比较灵活。首先绝杀秘籍就可以秀你的毛光，然后再是它的一个blink， 就是可以从它的进场里面避出去，只要有队友或者有单位。
然后神域的话，应该是5号位里面现在胜率最高的，在我们 DPC 中国区，出场率跟胜率都是非常高，胜率好像70%往上走了。是的，我觉得其实前2手来看的话，两边应该都拿到自己想要的英雄了，对吧 ？DLG 想打进攻，然后 Dragon 的话呢。
and speed is taking that monkey safe. It's going to be an interesting time seeing that Bristle. Of course, you don't have a Viper to worry about. You've got a lot of value standing in front, tanking the hits from the Witch Doctor, the spells coming out. You can really get a lot of Bristleback action going. You've got great area denial with your Monkey King, and you've got the
with the Soul Siphon and potentially chase him down underneath the tower. You do have Tusk on your side though, which is able to teleport in and turn around any potential dives very easily.
打一个4，可能很多队伍会有。
well on the side of Dragon now, so both these teams have to be a little bit careful with how far forward they push and how aggressive they play here in the mid lane. Earth Spirit does, between the two heroes, rotate a little bit quicker. Speaking of...
As you can see, yeah, he rolled into the mid here, YRG. He'll be perfectly fine. Still have the refraction up there, but yeah, it's exactly like you're talking about. This Earth Spirit
先手上来说比较好，你像霍兰
a lot more often than the Tusk will, because it's just Earth Spirit's kit is much more customized to being able to roll around everywhere and do whatever he wants, while the Tuskar is just TP in and save people.
Yep. It's a lot harder to dodge out what the Earth Spirit's doing, and we just roll in from a much further range a lot quicker. He only has level 1 though.
Ooh, almost rolled back in again. But he's playing it careful, because you know what? DLG have both of their wards in the mid still.
Yeah, he's making it so it's not super obvious that he sees where he is, and he's still playing very aggressive and forward, which I like quite a bit.
Wait, I think the Earth Spirit rolled mid and placed another sentry, and it's still not in range of either of the two.
Oh, he did!
Oh my gosh, that is insane. Both sentries are not in range of the wards.
Anyone watching right now, please still continue to buy sentries.
I actually can't believe it that's what's happening. But yes, sentries are very important. It's one of those, and back in mid, the roll is going to be on YRG here, but the TP rotation instantly. Tusk is going to be there with the snowball. He's going to whip up that tag team. He's trying to put some damage in with the Phoenix coming in as well. He didn't cancel the TP. He wants to keep going on this one with the Earth Spirit. He is going to be able to disengage. Still, rotating 3 supports does mean that the alternate lanes are going to be a little bit weak for this time being. As we can see going down to the bot lane, Mars is going to have to fight this pull on his own, but I mean, he's quite fine. Actually, he's quite fine overall, 14-4.
After
the opposing 6 and 8 of the off-lane Enigma.
Yeah. Mars is having the time of his life down here in the bottom lane. YRG not having such a good time having to play against the Earth Spirit. An unfavorable matchup. I mean, the Soul Siphon constantly just burning through these refraction charges is to watch out for these rolls. He ends up getting connected by like a level 2 or 3 Earth Spirit. He could just end up dropping completely.
And I know that we're not really talking about it, but this top lane, like, there's not really much going on here. The Weaver is completely free farming this. I was going to point out his CS, but now it's blocked by the fact that, which is extremely good for this DP. That gives him the immense advantage over this game. Though YRG doesn't have a bottle yet, but now that we're up on top, we're going to see he's actually going for the Necronomicon build, but he's trying to put some pressure on the Bang here. Bang does have his weave in 1 second, so he's going to go back to Invis and maybe not die in this scenario. But like now that we talked about top for a little bit, hang on back and bot. Courier about to get clipped. There it goes. Ricky does blink away for the time being, though. XYZ is looking for a skewer, possibly, as he is slowed for the time being, but now they have the tag team. They're going to go on this Oracle instead. The Snowball's going to be there. He's going to purge it off for the time being. Earth Spirit rotation comes in, but boom! Spear comes in. They find this kill by skewering the Earth Spirit into him. But they do have the Centaur Stomp from the neutral creep device, though. He's trying to escape. The slow's going to be there. He is going to be able to get out just in time. I don't even know where the slow is really coming from here. It's just getting that one. The spear is going to be there, but it skewers the wrong hero. Again, SSS is going to change this off. Make sure he doesn't lose his supports here, but still, they got this important kill back in the mid. YRG, he's very low here. He does have to do refraction to live. The Phoenix is going to start TPing in. They might try for this kill, though. He is very slow and very burning up. But YRG with no slow traps available. They're just slowing. They're putting the slow and insidious burn damage out onto this Death Prophet. Won't have to Fairy Fire, though. Just be very, very low.
Yep. Well, forced to get back after that one.
That's. He's trying to go for XYZ here and tricks of the trade. It might confirm it, and he will get it, but Device looking to at least get a trade of his own. The Earth Spirit, very low here. He does salve up, but still manages to find the click. No Snowball, no Mango, no Tangy, no nothing. He wants to find this kill, but he's not going to get it. Gets bursted down immediately. Back up at the top lane. Bang is going to be in trouble. The TP is going to start going out immediately by this...
Does he get out? Does he?
He actually gets out just in time with the TP, and Bang himself being able to get out as well. That's why my mind went blank there. It was just like both of them are literally seconds from death, diving under the tower with full Eidolon illusions under Enigma. Like, that is a very scary position to be in.
Yeah, action happening all over the map.
XYZ. He's baiting that Spear of Mars. He's just pumping it. He wants to get SSS there. But this is a full action game already. Speaking of full action, back in mid, YRG is going to be pressured a little bit by this Death Prophet, but back in bottom, SSS, he's going to be in trouble here. The Spear goes out, and bam!
Finally.
They find him.
These kills on Ricky are incredibly important. The hero doesn't farm that quickly. You basically rely on a very good laning phase in order to pop up, get your initial Battle Fury or a Diffusal Blade, decide whether or not you're farming heroes or creeps, and at this point, you know, Ricky was having a very nice game, but now two heroes at the top of the net worth chart, both sitting on the side of DLG, the Weaver and the Mars. The bottom lane didn't go so well just a moment ago, so that Ricky pickup was pretty important.
I mean, it's easily safe to say that the safe laner is... I mean, at least the Weaver being the safe laner is having literally the most free game of his life. Not to mention the fact that the Enigma's going Necronomicon first, which I know that Necronomicon, yes, because you're a summons hero, you want that summons aura to farm on top of that as well instead of the Midas. Because we've gone back to instead of building Midas, you build the Necronomicon meta, basically. For any hero that has summons, that is. So that's why it's actually good for him to still get it. But I always hate seeing it because you want to really get those good team fights at the very beginning. It's like Earthshaker not rushing a Blink. They are going to push out, though. They have the Snowball that goes in immediately with the Mars Arena to follow through. Device is going to be pretty low here. The Blink Strike is available on SSS. He is able to blink out just in time while Earth Spirit rolls in. So Device, he's going to at least fall for this trade here. And now you have the Death Prophet bottom. They do have Exorcism if they want to make this push, but with the Mars still alive, they can't really do that. In fact, they're going to wrap into the mid here.
Yeah.
As XYZ scouts it out completely.
Yeah. The bottom lane tower, tier 1 there, is the least valuable of all the tier 1s. You don't get a whole lot of map control or access to the enemy side of the map with that one, so not really worth committing the Exorcism there. Would have surprised me, that's for sure. Meanwhile, over in the mid lane, like... you want to be able to stop the Templar Assassin from getting any damage around mid tower because that is the most valuable one. My biggest question mark there is if committing so heavily onto that Oracle was worth it there. You're giving up a kill to Ricky, and like we mentioned just a couple of minutes ago, if he gets a good early laning phase, gets himself an early Battle Fury, the hero just pops off, and that's what makes him super strong. His biggest weakness is shutting down his early farming. If you take care of that one, he's going to have an amazing game. Now,
I mean, then the question stands is whether or not they're going to try to rotate again to try to get a kill out onto him. You see the TA is currently farming in the jungle, giving the Phoenix levels in the mid. XYZ, I mean, buddy, you could have hit W on that. That would have killed it. At least I'm pretty sure it would have. 157 crit. He's only level 7 with no extra damage items. It definitely would have done the trick, but hard range spell to land. That's what a lot of people don't know, is that you can actually just God's Rebuke a courier.
Can you? I could have sworn I've
accidentally rebuked couriers like so many times in team fights as a Mars.
I could have sworn they removed that. I think I tried to do it 2 days ago and it didn't work. They might have gotten rid of it. I'm not sure. I know you used to be able to. It might have been
changed maybe in the most recent patch, because I haven't played with the most recent patch with Mars. I've been spamming a lot of Night Stalker off lane.
Yeah, I've definitely seen it done.
He's going to be in trouble here. The Exorcism is going to be used as well as a slow, as well as the kick. Is just everything going out onto him, though. They'll get this Exorcism, and they are going to rotate into Phoenix. No one's going to TP in just quite yet. In fact, the Phoenix might be in trouble here, as there is a smoked Oracle on the back lines. Jumps up to the high ground, but bam, there's the Oracle. He's going to slow him down, puts him down to 0 move speeds, trying to keep himself alive, but not going to throw down the Phoenix Egg, as he is not level 6.
Yeah, give him the old, hey, how you doing?
No, Bang. He's trying to go for this kill, but baits the black hole. Bang, he is out of this one.
Is he
Only
not
barely,
gonna,
though?
He's not going to time-lapse the damage away, which is a bit surprising to me, but I guess he's just worried about getting out of there safe.
YRG is getting bursted down here. The Air Spirit roll is going to be there. He doesn't have refraction available, and he can't go back to Invis and gets hit by the kick. A lot of kills happening on the map, though. I think still the TA dying is the most valuable thing for Dragon here. Sure, they lost the black hole up in the top lane, but I mean, who's the real winner here? Mid or, you know, the attempted kill with the Enigma Spear? Throw it wildly, question mark. Oh, he went for rebuke. He canceled the TP. The rest of the team is here. I will say the rest of the team, though. The Phoenix is here. He does have egg. Down goes the arena. I mean, I don't think you egg here. He's looking for creeps to blink to. He blinks off to the creeps. Is he going to get out in time, though? He's actually stuck on top of a melee creep. The egg's going to be dedicated. SSS, he's burning away here. The skewer's going to be there. Will confirm the kill, at least out onto the ES. And the burn damage out from the bird is going to be there. They're going to get this kill. No, he finds the roll with the silence as well, following through. They do manage to kill this bird and SSS to live, but still the burn damage comes out by RE0. And they will get the kill on Dragon, but still you're trading two heroes and Ricky stayed alive for the whole entire time. You could already see that 3% just happened in that last team fight.
That was an absolutely wild play there by the Ricky. Opted to cancel his own TP. I thought that he might have been able to get out of there. I thought the Spear would have come out just a moment late. In the end of the team fight, the Fate's Edict onto the Earth Spirit, allowing him to roll in, not getting burned down by the Phoenix, keeping him alive. So many sick plays there by Dragon in that engagement.
I definitely think that's... I don't know 100%, but does the Spear stun upon cast or stun upon impact? Basically, would it kill his TP the second he got hit by it?
Upon impact, your TP is interrupted. You're stunned to the duration that you're pushed. It's one of the few abilities that do actually do that.
Yeah, it's like what Force Staff used to be.
Did Force Staff ever do that?
No, not Force Staff. It used to be one of the silences from some of the heroes.
Yeah, there was a couple of heroes that had their pushback disabled them, and they've removed most of those. But
DLG, they're... Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, that's why people build Yules on the Mars. You're disabled as soon as it connects with you, so you don't have time to like go magic immune or whatever.
Man, I just made that Mars guide. I thought they bought it so he could have a reliable setup stun, like we see in the mid here, immediately setting up out onto this Earth Spirit. They find this kill, but RE0 burning away here. He's able to jump away just in time. They want to be able to kill this Death Prophet, but this Death Prophet is strong. She got a lot of HP to work with, though. You see in the backlines, Device is going to put some damage out onto this Oracle. I was going to call him OD. I've been so used to seeing that, though. Device is going to be traded off here. They're looking for more. The Spear is going to be there. Actually find the Skewer, which could confirm a kill here. And YRG, the one to confirm it. Actually, no, Bang's still able to get it. XYZ, he wants to try to get a push off here. I don't know if the Spear's up just yet. We just saw it. No arena. But they do get a very valuable trade-off here. They get the mid-death prophet, but they're not done yet. The Phoenix egg is going to be rolled in here. They do have enough people to right-click it, so this egg is just straight dead, and this is going to confirm the death of YRG as well. He starts the TP, but the Maldic stun the stun that comes out from the I was gonna say I wanted to see what the spell was called, but then I forgot. I'm not gonna understand what the spell is. It's not in English.
Was I which
but
hero?
Still, at the end of the day, they managed to get this kill. Like, even if the trades were good for the side of DLG at the beginning of that fight, they held on for even longer, and now they're gonna go for Device here. They're putting some decent damage on him, but with that punch and tag team confirm, SSS is like, I mean, that's good enough for me.
Yep, and the reason he does that is you actually crit off the damage the tag team provides.
That's what it was. It
was
Malphus.
Yeah. Sorry, I was confused which hero you were referring to. Yeah.
I mean, the problem is that there's so many spells that sound exactly like that. I'm
well,
like, oh, what?
Oracle is the worst for that. What is it? Fortune's End, Fate's Edict, Purifying Flames, and False Promise. One time I'll get them all right. They have very confusing names.
I mean, this is what I call it in my head, and sometimes when I cast. Magic Immunity or Disarm. Baby Dagon.
Baby Dagon.
And then like I think I still call it Fate's Edict. And then I always forget what the first one's called.
Except Fate's Edict was the...
Oh shoot, well there you go.
Yeah, you've already messed it up. That's how Oracle gets you.
R0. Ooh. was gonna say he's getting pretty low down in this bot lane, but he's able to disengage just in time. I'll get it right eventually.
Yeah.
Purifying Flames is baby Dagon.
Yeah, I can see that one. I'll agree with you on that. Bottom lane,
well,
Lucian's being very loud hitting that tower, but Ricky just about finished his battle here. I think he needs another 200 gold or something like that. Yeah, another 300 gold.
Yeah, he's very close to it. 300 away. But you know what? He's even got a possessed mask, so he's just fine farming in the jungle. Like that is one of the most OP tier 1 items, or tier 1 items. No, it is a tier 1 item technically, but in my mind when I hear tier 1, I think it's like S.
Oh, yeah.
No,
but tier 1 is the correct term.
It is one of the stronger tier 1 items. They need to nerf the stats on it, I think, if they want to like make that change any different down in the top lane here. We do see a bit of a fight going on here, but immediately they do have the savior of Oracle coming in here. The roll's going to be there. I'm pretty sure this Earth Spirit barely lives, actually. He's still at the fire burn on him, but speaking of fire, the Phoenix Egg's going to be dedicated. They pick off oh my goodness, they pick off Enigma in the back lines, though. XYZ is going to be picked off at the same time. They do find the kill on Oracle, while YRG is trying to look for anybody else, but he's not able to find anybody. Did they make a good trade for this one again? Off laner for 4 and off laner for 5.
It was a nice escape
no,
there.
The Tusk is a 5, so it's still an even out trade.
Yep. It was
Ricky was not there.
It was a nice escape from Death Prophet. That fight would have gone a lot worse. She used off the Phoenix stun that was coming out onto her, though, and then just walked away. The extra movement speed that you get from Exorcism now at all levels. They changed that one around, and they actually removed the Exorcism grants haste talent at level 25.
I remember seeing that, actually. What did they change it to, though? Was it the, like, it wasn't like Exorcism deals more damage. I know there is one in there that has it where the spirits deal like 4 more damage or something per hit.
That is 8 Exorcism spirits on one side and question mark on the other.
Got it. All right, well, still, we do see a little bit of a team fight going on here. Ricky is going to be skewered to the trees. RE0 trying to apply some damage to him, but able to get the blink in, or the blink out, more or less. They do put a lot of damage out onto this ES. Bang is still hanging around, but he's right on top of his own sentry. And Ricky's not having any of this. He's going to TP top. He needs to put pressure onto this TA, which he is doing exactly now, onto this lane. But I don't know what our timer is. Actually, I just looked at Enigma. He's going for a BKB next, but speaking of BKBs, no magic will save him today, as RE0 is going to burst it down, though. Bang comes in. He tries to find some right click, but he's disarmed immediately. XYZ, he's trying to at least buy some time here, but he's going to be underneath this huge pure dot. Actually, it's magic now. But still, either way, he's going to be under that midnight pulse.
Yeah, very heavy damage from that one, especially to a strength hero like Mars. So everyone's forced to disengage after that one. And I got to say, the game being stalled out, drawn out like this, it's going to go in favor of Dragon. All things considered, this Ricky is going to get incredibly powerful as the game goes on. He's got the Battle Fury complete already.
Well, they missed the spear. They bring up the arena, but with missing this white, why is the Earth Spirit still hanging out here? All right, well, they're rolling out of that one. Bang trying to find somebody to get the jump on. They do manage to find SSS, at least for the damage-wise, but immediately bursted down by that revealed Desolator coming out there. But YRG is going to be in a bit of a trouble. The Midnight Pulse on the backlines. Phoenix Egg is going to be dedicated on the top. We are going to see the first kill is going to go on the KYZ, but they are going to be able to find this kill on the Earth Spirit. But the Phoenix Egg will detonate, putting Death Prophet in a very scary situation here as Bang tries to finish him off, but the Black Hole is going to be used. The Ricky's alive for this whole entire thing. He finds 2 kills with this one right off the get-go. The Tusk unable to save anybody this time.
The Death Prophet stays alive. The Oracle coming in clutch so many times this game, turning that fight around. The Enigma Black Hole as well, coming out at the last possible moment. And Dragon grabbing that mid tower. Like we were just talking about, the game starting to favor them here. Device elsewhere on the map. I mean, it was way too late for him to come in and assist in that team fight. Just doing all he can to find a little bit of farm. But once his Ricky gets a Dagon, I mean, if it's bad right now, it's going to get even worse. Or sorry, his Aghanim. Once he gets his Aghanim,
yeah.
Dagon.
Once he gets Aghanim, once he gets a Dagon, the game is just over, guys. Once he has a Dagon, he'll kill everybody. I mean, let's not let's be honest here. Once they made that change where Ricky could use items while he's in Viz, everybody was building meteor hammers and daggers.
I was building Quelling Blade. You'd play Spooky Ghost Dota. You just start chopping trees beside
break
somebody.
Trees consistently.
Beside
Snowball going out to this top lane. They are going to find this Oracle. The arena's going to be dedicated right off the get-go. They do manage to find one kill. They pick up both the supports. You do see that this Enigma is going to start TPing out of this one, which is good. If he ended up dying there, because that'd be really bad. He just picked up this BKB in the last team fight.
Yep.
But now this opens Roche.
They can take it somewhat quickly with the Templar. Oh, they missed the melts? Oh, no, they didn't. They're going for the double meld strike. So meld now stacks multiple charges, so you use double meld and it loses so much armor.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it is.
This poor creature. You just took him out to the woods and you were like, all right, I'm going to disappear for 5 seconds, all right? You stay here.
Let me show you a trick, Roshan.
Oh my goodness, that's insane.
Yeah, that's I think you can get like 3 stacks up onto him if you do it properly. You just apply a third one before the second one ends up expiring, but you sit there and you wait for a moment to get the massive minus armor off onto him. Makes taking Roshan quite quick.
Device. He's gonna be in trouble here. He is gonna be found by this Ricky. SSS though, can't quite chase him.
No,
doesn't have obviously doesn't have a defusal. That's not Ricky's build anymore.
Tusk actually has a pretty high strength growth rate as well. I think it's like 3.8. I might be off by a bit. But yeah, pretty tanky. He's got his phase boots as well, which gives him a bit of extra armor to work with. He's going for that is Glipnir.
Yeah, it's gonna be the Glipnir. Okay, so wait, how do you say it? Because Kips was saying that she liked the fact that I called it Glifnir because that's what it looks like to me. But that might be my whole like Nordic thing.
Now, I have absolutely no idea, and I butcher pronunciations on things all the time. I just say it with confidence.
Got it. I'm sticking with Glifnir then. Because Glifnir is exactly how I feel it is said. Because there's a PH in there, so I'm just like Glifnir. Because, you know, it's a phone. You say phone like that, it's Glifnir. Anyway, back in this bot lane, DLG, they want to make a jump, but playing this perfectly, prepping for that role. The Phoenix is here as well to add some extra support, but they don't even need it. They're going to get this kill. DLG will take a tower, but it likely will be traded.
Yeah.
Well, they have a Desolator, actually, so YRG is going to be able to put in some good damage here. It looks like DLG might actually just stay and let their top tower be sacked here. Oh, it's very much sacked, actually. I didn't realize it was full Enigma Eidolons on that bad boy.
Yeah, and they've got the Necronomicon, the Swift Aura for those bad boys. Ooh.
He's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the Necronomicon, he's got BKB, and he's got Black Hole.
He's got...
Like, this is the fight. He's going Octarine next, too. Like, this will be huge. The arena goes out, but the Eul's is going to be there immediately for defensive. The Phoenix Egg gets dedicated. He drops the BKB, but it'll still stun him if he pops ultimate here. But they get this kill, but YRG comes in doing a lot of damage to this Death Prophet. The snow roll goes in immediately. They find this kill on the Tusk. They want to get this kill out onto the TA. Aegis has been expended. BKB not available. They do have Black Hole if they need it, but they don't care. They just burst him down immediately. SS is damaged. He's insane. It's not even pumped out yet. Plus, I believe that had to be at least like 9 Exorcism Spirits landing into his face right there.
And now we're witnessing...
Oh my goodness, they're not even done though. They find the roll combo out on XYZ here, and again, they get yet another kill here. And the Weaver's been up in this top lane the whole time. Like, I don't know how much the Weaver would have been able to change the team fight, but it's just they just got picked off one by one.
Very little the Weaver would have been able to change that team fight. I'm not sure what he would be able to do to assist there. I mean, you got to be able to bring down this Death Prophet, but to get that, to get the Death Prophet, you need to be able to bring down the Oracle. We're sitting so far in the back line. You have nobody who's able to jump that far back with everybody sitting in front. If you do that, then, you know, you set yourself up for a black hole if you overcommit onto that Oracle. These team fights are suddenly becoming very difficult.
And I don't even know if like landing a good Spirit Mars is going to be the one to do that. They are going to look for this kill out onto the Death Prophet. They do find the trade. That's actually pretty good if you get a solo pick off there. They do lose Phoenix in the mid. And they might lose more, in fact. Midnight Pulse is going to be thrown onto the device here. YRG comes in, but boom! There goes that Black Hole with the BKB reveal as well. They've already seen it anyway. The Mars Arena goes in right off the get-go, though, trying to slow down this whole entire aggression. They do find this kill on YRG, but they will trade off the Earth Spirit. XYZ, he's following up the Blue Arc, but Bulwark's not going to save him on this one at all. Weaver was trying to find somebody out on the sidelines for a pickoff here, but both SSS as well as the Enigma are out of here.
Yeah, and your Glipnir does help deal with the Ricky a little bit, but he actually threw it out on... Oh, no.
He got very close to killing off Bang here. The bug is on him, and I don't think he has the shard. No, Weaver does have the shard. Okay, that explains a lot then.
Yeah. But, yeah, they threw out the Glipnir onto the Ricky, but the Ricky got the tricks of the trade off before it actually connected onto him, so ended up going down there on the other TA, and the Ricky ended up getting away as well. But there's so many problems you have to deal with here on Drag. You need to watch out for the black hole. You need to somehow take down this Death Prophet. You need to get the Oracle so you can take down the Death Prophet. You also need to worry about the massive amount of damage from this Ricky. I mean, sure, they don't have an amazing front line, but their team fight is absolutely insane. There's just way too many things to focus on in these team fights.
So I want to give a little bit of a theory crafting thing for this right now. You know how I am about my theories and everything like that. Now, what if, instead of drafting Weaver last pick, they drafted Silencer last pick?
Okay.
Because that would... Oh, hang on. There's a team fight going on during... Or not
a team fight within a team fight.
Pick on the Phoenix in the bot lane here, but you can even see it on replay, too. It's just like the Mars was literally able to do nothing in that whole entire team fight.
But
the black hole shredded everybody.
Yeah, part of that was a consequence of the Glipnir coming out onto the Ricky, and the Ricky just being able to trick the traded off as it was traveling towards him.
Oh, that percentage. That's 14%. There's still a chance.
I gotta say,
I always say it.
Even that 14% is a little bit generous. You do have a way back in the game when you're playing with Mars Phoenix. I mean, it's a devastating combination. But again, there's just way too many issues in these team fights. Even if you manage to get the Arena and the Phoenix egg off, your Templar Assassin is going to slowly start to fall off, and his Ricky is only going to get stronger and stronger. He's got those initial 2 items he needs to pop off, the Battle Fury and the Aghanim Scepter, and now he almost... In fact, he does have the gold now for his Daedalus.
Oh, immediately, though, they find this Oracle with the jump in from their smoke, broken immediately, but is Oracle even going to die here in question? No, he is. There's a lot of burn damage on him. The egg is going to be dedicated, though. They find this kill on XYZ, and this is the Daedalus reveal. They do manage to get the egg detonate. Will slow down this aggression for the time being, but SSS finds a pickoff on Bang solo in the backlines. He did manage to find the Enigma, but the silence is there from the Death Prophet. Out onto this Phoenix. This man is dead.
Look at that damage!
They do find more, though. Device, he's trying to get out as soon as possible, but this move speed available out from this Death Prophet, the Yules is there. They will get this kill.
Yeah, Ricky critting for 1,200 already at this point in the game. There is so little that they're able to do here on DLG. That was the best possible initiation they could have asked for on the Oracle, caught up by himself, and regardless of that, they lose the team fight.
Yeah, that was... like terribly one-sided terribly quickly. Like the Oracle stayed alive for so long during that too, because you could see that pretty much all but one of their heroes on DLG is physical based damage. Like sure, you have Sakuchi will make you go invis and do the damage from that, and then you have everything for Phoenix's kit, because Rebuke is physical damage still, I'm pretty sure. TA is silenced but reveals the BKB, but I don't think he's really concerned about this one. SSS, he's like, all right, well, fancy BKB you got there, but now I do gotta go. They will BKB out the Death Prophet as well. They're not gonna trade off runes here, and there's the power of... Oh, I love that sword so much. It used to be the Mana Break sword now, but looks like they are gonna find this jump out onto the Earth Spirit, playing a little bit too aggressive here. He does have his Ghost Scepter, will slow down this aggression for the time being, but will still get picked off at the end of the day. Mindbreaker. I mean, you saw how effective Mindbreaker was in that little fight there. They do throw out the Glyphnir. Maybe trying to get a jump here. They do break some TA traps as well. XYZ.
They'd be very careful.
I mean, they don't know who's still here. They find this kill in Device. So he's playing a little bit too aggressive. Both the position 4/position 5 roll-in heroes are dead. SSS, he's really not concerned about this one. He'll keep on clicking the creeps. You can see he's actually... Was that a Hex? No, he's going for the Int Blink, I believe.
On who, the Death Prophet?
No, the Ricky. I saw a Mystic Staff on the Ricky. The silence is going to be there, but they're not going to be able to chase him. He already got the jump away.
No way.
Please click on Ricky. He's going for the Int Blink.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that's going to be so sick. I saw this build on... I don't think I saw it on Reddit. I saw it You know what's gonna be funny? I wonder how many people are gonna know who this is. I saw Ripzol end up doing this build.
Who the hell is Ripzol?
Ripzol is like a guy that does videos in the SEA region, where he's just like, he makes videos on how to throw MMR.
Ah, I see. Like, I'm sure that it's a very good build then.
But every video he ever ends up putting up is usually a win. And like, it was this Ricky build, but with an Octarine core. Or I don't know if it was an Octarine core. I think he had the CDR. Oh, Black Hole goes in. They find 2 immediately. The Phoenix is unable to save anything. The arena literally does nothing to Battle Fury. Clean from the breach. Like, they find this kill. They find 2. They find 3, 4. They want to get Device. The roll's going to be there. They want to find the jump. And Device, he's going to throw out the snowball. It's not going to save him anyway. The tricks of the trade is going to be there. He blinks out, though. You can see where the spirits are going is the thing. But they'll let him go. TA trap, it was actually buyback out from the TA too.
The best possible scenario. There was nothing they were able to do about that. Cut out the 2 cores with that black hole. Ricky jumping into Enigma, not only backstabbing them, but cleaving them both down with that multi-target Aghanim Scepter. And now, your tier 3 tower, there's so little that you're able to do here.
This just seems like a free siege. There's nothing they could really do, like you're talking about. They do have 10 seconds left. They do blink in with the Enigma. He does have the Octarine core. He's actually going to go for the refresher next. Now SSS, he's playing a little aggressive here. He wants to get this jump on the Tusk. Reveal's going to be there, but bam, getting hit by a 999 crit. But SSS, he's going to be in trouble here. He doesn't have an Aegis, but they might go for that next after this team fight. If SSS lives is the question. But he will be able to get saved here out by the Oracle right immediately there. The roll's going to be there from this Earth Spirit. There goes the Mars immediately. He still has buyback if he needs it. The Tusk brought back out of the last team fight. They drop the egg, but there's actually a slow still applied, but the BKBs will be there. They get this kill and Device comes back in. He's going to go down as well. Buyback's unable to save anything here. The Mars has the buyback. The Int Blink has been picked up for this Ricky. And now we wait for the slow and insidious death that is this game. You can see the cooldown available on this Tricks of the Trade with that Int Blink. And it is insane. Arena is going to be dedicated, but immediately goes Sceptering out onto the Earth Spirit. Does manage to escape from this one, though. You can just see that SSS wants to keep up this pressure.
I mean,
he does blink in. They have the stun that falls through, and they have to immediately reset with Bang.
Okay, I see what he's going for here. When you have the Int Blink and the Tricks of the Trade, if you get another cooldown reduction thing, you can have 100% uptime on your Tricks of the Trade.
Yeah, so what he's hoping for is that either a Quickening Charm or whatever the other one was called. Yeah, the Spell Prism or Quickening Charm comes out. If not, then he has to go for a Octarine Core, which I have seen it, and it worked. Oh, hang on, SSS. Smoke's going to be there. Slowed down XYZ. But XYZ is a bit fast. He also went for the phase boots and will blink downwards into a non-reachable position. Able to get out of that one.
I mean, yeah, he's gone now. Earth Spirit has a hell of a lot of reach, but he just wasn't there in time. So buys them a little bit of time here.
I mean, this is the game that you want as an Enigma, right? Like, this is the game. Like, sure, they don't get that, obviously, sure, they don't get the kill on the Mars in the bot lane. That's very unfortunate. Earth Spirit, like you said, can only reach so far. And he's not really high enough level yet. No, the roll talent's actually the first talent, so he probably has that as well. Oh, my SSS, he blinks into the smoke, and it doesn't even matter. He just cleaves them up immediately. Exorcism's going to be dedicated. They get this kill on Device, and now the Mars is going to go down as well. That's a dieback for him. Next level play, indeed. The Exorcism is going to be pumping out for the whole entire duration of this. Dragon might just walk mid and end this game now, and it is the most sensible option, but they're going to take what they want. They're going to go for the Mega Rax here, or at least the second set.
Yeah. There's very little they're able to do to defend from this one. I mean, he's trying to.
He did get hit by the Malefice there. He's got to play real careful. He does have BKB, and the black hole is still up.
Yeah. Trying to stall all he can, but without the Phoenix up, without the Mars for another 30 seconds here, there's nothing to be able to do to defend from this first set of racks. The second one, this one is the big question mark here.
I mean, I don't know if they can go for the other set of racks right now. I feel like this is just a regroup and Roche, but I mean, they feel they have the advantage, and that advantage is shown when they blink in and get another 3-man black hole. Immediately, this Enigma is playing like a god, and the GG is gonna be called.
What else can you do after a black hole like that? If the game is so far gone. They GG out Dragon. Pete, the Dragon, they're looking absolutely incredible today.
I mean, the question then stands, what do you look at for the next game? Like, obviously you don't ban out the Enigma. That's not going to be like, oh man, that Enigma is the reason we lost, even though it kind of was the reason they lost. Like, you don't last ban Enigma. But that's like picking Enigma at that last pick was like the equivalent of picking Broodmother back in that Broodmother meta. And that was just mind control, I think, or somebody taking it. Somebody from the Liquid team was taking it like every single time it was available as a last pick. But like, that game went out of control. Like the Riki, that's the thing. Like you were talking about too during the draft, during the game, during the whole entire time, is that Riki gets a couple kills and he just goes wildly out of control. That Battle Fury timer was not delayed as much as they were anticipating, and that Riki they couldn't out carry him because it's Riki.
Yeah, there was so little they were able to do after he got that initial item, and that's how people are playing Riki right now, right? They get that Battle Fury, they get the Aghanim Scepter after that, and anything else they get is just a bonus. And I gotta say, like, again, you can't get the Death Prophet either because you had nothing to jump that Oracle on the backline. The Spirit here would have fixed that problem, sure, but they didn't have the draft to deal with it. I was a bit skeptical at first. They had no real frontliner, but as long as you get out of the lanes easy enough there, it was just, you know, a stroll into Mordor by Dragon.
Stroll into Mordor. Oh my god, that's perfect. I miss casting with you so much. I can never get these kind of comments out of other people, but strolling into Mordor has to be a fantastic one. And there's no better description for this game. Like, you can see it even in the replays. Like, it did feel like DLG, they had advantages, but I think this is the first fight we saw where DLG just crumbles. Like, the Phoenix Egg gets dedicated on the sidelines here. Like, it does detonate, I'm pretty sure, in this fight. But no, actually, this is where they picked off a lot of people. So this is where DLG did have their big team fight. But, like, after this, everything started falling down a little bit.
Yeah, it was that really rough fight there in the bottom lane was one of the big turning points in the game, in my opinion. If you couldn't pull that one off, there was very little that you were able to do. Yeah, the Phoenix, he got some good eggs off this game, don't get me wrong, but it felt like the damage wasn't there afterwards. Either that or the Oracle kept everyone alive, and these black holes being held, not using the start of the fight, but towards the tail end of the fight. Like, he always got a good black hole off, this Enigma, which is rare for me to see these days. I'm actually not much of a fan of the hero, but they made it work.
Enigma. That Enigma is the reason why I liked casting when I first started, like 6 years ago.
There is nothing as hype as a big black hole. I'll give you that much.
Yeah, because every time I saw Enigma being played in like actual pro scene, it was always everybody loved overselling black holes.
Yeah,
and that's what I like to do too. But it's just in this game, these black holes, they're absolutely perfect. Here's another one too. He waits for the exact period of time where it's perfect. He gets the black hole, he brings in the TA, and there's nothing they can really do. I mean, I didn't even realize that YRG is actually just burning to midnight holes.
Yeah, and there was the dodge of the Glypnir with that Trickster trade. This skill is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, I love this fight actually, because look, you can see that the Oracle is
so close to going down.
That whole entire fight.
Yeah, Ethereal, he managed to save himself with his ultimate as well, and it bought them just enough time here. Blown up instantly, XYZ, and Bang for that matter. This is Rudin Riki the moment he finished his Daedalus. In that side shop there, he managed to grab it.
Daedalus with the Imp Claw as well. He could pump out so much damage at a reliable time.
Yeah, critting for 1200 at just 27 minutes into the game here. Look at that. That's the Imp Claw 500.
Daedalus crit.
It's the Imp Claw crit. It overrides whatever the bigger crit is.
Okay, got it. I was gonna ask like if it like could stack on top of each other, but that's good. Imagine stacking an Imp Claw crit on top of a Daedalus crit.
Yeah,
that'd be like a 4K nuke.
It would mean Daedalus would be a core item on PA if that's how that one worked, but it's whatever the biggest crit is. If they both proc, will override the smaller one.
This is the last little fight that I felt like Riki might have been in a little bit of trouble, but like this is like you were talking about in the team fight. This Oracle is always so far in the back that if there's any chance of killing any of these cores on Dragon and the Oracle's alive that whole entire time, like it's never going to happen.
Yep. A couple I mean, I think the main issue was there. Oh my god, that was a beautiful silence. I didn't even see that 3-man.
He blinked into the smoke that they just popped and just cleaved and killed 2 supports.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Yeah.
Game-ending black hole.
So much damage.
And, you know, you got to give it to the Ricky, right?
Yeah.
23 kills, 87.5% kill participation rate. Arcane Blink.
And as many swords as he can carry. A crossbow, an axe, 2 swords, and a dagger. That's what Ricky needs.
2 swords, crossbow.
Daedalus is a crossbow.
I know it's a crossbow. I was just like, where would you fit Aghanim Scepter into that? Yeah. Magic stick. It's the big old stick.
Yeah,
you can see our stats. And it's it looks very one-sided by the stats alone.
Yeah, I mean, incredible performance out of the Ricky that game. 23, 119, 9-2, and 22 here on the Death Prophet. I mean, again, Dragon looking very good today, but this is just the first game of best of 3, Pete.
That is right. This is a best of 3 series, so DLG and Dragon will face off yet again. Will DLG be able to take the next game off of them, or will Dragon just 2-0 them? It seemed confident enough, but anything could happen. Some pocket drafts could be thrown out the last second, but the only way you're going to see that pocket draft is by staying tuned for the next game. Greetings and salutations, Dota fans, to the second game of our first season of the CNDPC Lower Division Dota 2 event. Week 3, Day 1, Game number 2, Series number 1 of the day. I'll be your play-by-play party PD, and with me is Neff. Neff, after that game number 1, are you excited to see a Rubik opener on the side of Dragon?
Absolutely. One of my 2 favorite heroes. I think you already know this, Rubik and Earth Spirit. So I imagine that these 2 teams are just making a show for me at this point. That's at least the version of events in my head. And there it is. The OD ends up making it through. Now,
how? How do you leave OD open? Like, they banned the Mars and they let the OD be the opener for them? I didn't even think about it. Maybe they didn't think about OD, but they have Rubik though, so Rubik could steal imprisonment, but it's just OD is so good.
He is, and I gotta say, Pete, that's if you're giving up OD, you do it while you have Rubik on your team. It is one of the counters to it. It's very easy for you to steal Astral Imprisonment. You can Astral your ally when he tries to set up a Meteor Hammer onto it immediately, just because you've got basically no cast point on it. It is a rougher game for the OD. My question is, did you do this intentionally, or did you forget for a moment here? You had to have known. I mean, DLG, they didn't have first pick. It was first picking on Dragon.
What? What is going on with these picks? Like, OD is one of the better counters to Troll.
He is. I mean, Troll, people argue, is one of the better heroes of the... Alright. The players are just as confused as we are. Staring up at the sky, wondering what's happened. What's going on here?
He's just... I'm just beyond relaxed here. Pick my Troll. You know what? Just let's start picking everything that gets countered by this OD. We're gonna leave it in the draft, and let's pick everything that gets countered by OD.
No, I will say the OD does deal with the Troll Warlord pretty well. You can just Astral Imprison him, kite him around in these team fights. Brewmaster, somebody else who kites the Troll incredibly well, and it's that much easier now. The Brewmaster Storm Panda works a little bit differently than Yule Scepter. When you get tossed in the air for 6 seconds, it is reduced by status resistance. Yule Scepter isn't. But they took Satanic status resistance out of the game, so it's that much harder to deal with being tossed up in the air for 6 seconds on Troll. So they've got 2 things that can just take Troll out of these team fights now. They've got the 4 second with multiple charges that they get the Aghanim Scepter on the OD, and then they can... they've got the Tornado on the Storm Panda, which again, you can have multiple charges of the Panda ultimate if you get an Aghanim Scepter. So
yeah, there's... This Troll is essentially like countered in every way, shape, and form right off the get-go of this game. Now, I do need to say one teensy little thing.
Okay.
All right. It happened in this region of Dota as well. No, it didn't. It happened in, I think it was SEA. Where's Neon Esports?
That's SEA.
SEA, Neon Esports, game number 2, picked a 5 Troll.
Oh, yeah.
Dragon have opened with a Troll.
You know what they say, when you see these traumatizing things, your brain tends to repress them in order to cope.
Because I remember I posted it at like 3 a.m. I think, and you liked the tweet, and then like 10 minutes later you tweeted, "What's this crap about pause 5 Troll?"
I was at work at the time and I wrote, "What's this about pause 5 Troll? Should I be worried?" There's the Ricky ban finally, but I don't imagine it'll be a pause 5 Troll. That's a Black Swan event. We're not going to see it again. Use that term correctly?
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
No, you definitely used it correctly, and now with this Bat Rider pick, it further cements the fact that this Troll is being countered again. Because Bat Rider is pretty good against it. There are 3 total mechanics available now on the side of DLG to break the chance of this Troll being overly effective. That being said, Dragon's offlane is still available to pick off here. The only problem with that is that you see this Bat Rider and you're like, it could be mid, it could not be mid, because this could be offlane OD as well. Because I looked up the stats for OD, and it had like a 30% play rate in offlane with a 57% win rate.
Not bad for playing a hero like outside of the position where you're comfortable with it.
Whoa,
Okay.
AM. All right.
Interesting. Now it is
No.
pretty good against the OD.
No.
What?
This can't be a 5 troll.
This might be a 5
This
troll.
can't be a
Pete.
5 troll.
Neon Esports, they brought it into the meta.
I can't believe the chance that a 5 troll is a real thing. Because, I mean, offlane troll versus the potentiality of offlane, of safe lane. Wait, who's the safe lane? Is this safe lane brew?
It could be safe lane brew. It's probably offlane brew. They haven't picked a safe lane yet on DLG.
Yeah, they're banning the
They're banning
the
Terrorblade.
TB.
Yeah.
So that means this is probably then the 4 bat or
Yep.
the 5 bat and the 4 or 5 ES.
Hell, you could even put OT position 1. You could throw the Bat Rider into the mid lane. The possibilities are endless. DLG, they can mix things up a little bit. You don't necessarily need to see any of these things locked in until you see the last pick. And even then, you can mix things up a little bit. I mean, that's obviously what Dragon are doing.
I mean, the potentiality of 5 troll or offlane Storm Spirit? No, offlane AM? I haven't seen, you know what? Hang on. I'm going to look this up. I have to see if offlane AM is a thing.
It's not a thing.
I know it's not a thing, but I thought offlane OD wasn't a thing either.
Pull up
And
your
then
dad Dota, get all the stats in the world. Try to prove
I'm
me
pulling
wrong.
up that Dota. No,
I
I'm
dare
pulling
you.
up. I'm pulling up Dota Pro Tracker, so that way I could see how many people are playing what things in weird places.
I don't want to see it. Anyways.
I want to see where 5 troll is at right now. Okay, there's no stats on 5 troll. There are stats on offlane troll, but it's played 5% of matches with a 51% win rate. So I don't know if this is offlane troll.
I think the offlane troll is when people pick a troll warlord and go to the offlane and then play it as a carry.
So the role abuse.
Yeah, the role abuse. That's the one. That's what it's called.
Got it. Yeah, the role abuse.
I mean, I used to do that back when I was better at the game. Back in what I think like 2014, U.S. West servers. Yeah, if you didn't know the people on your team, odds are they were really bad. And they would try to take carry from you, so I would just go into the jungle with Ursa and refuse to support. And you'd win more games than you would lose doing that, because the other team would also.
Supporting with Ursa.
No, not supporting. I would just.
Supporting.
I would just not play support when my lower MMR teammates wanted me to, because it'd be like a MMR discrepancy of like 1,000 or 2,000.
Right.
You'd be you'd be like 5.5K. You'd have like 4 and 3K players on your team.
Isn't that still kind of like that right now?
No, it's a lot better because at least at that range. Once you hit like 10, 11K MMR, you can get people with like 8K on your team. And then it still applies.
Right.
But I'm not that good at the game anymore. Regardless.
With that being said, they are still banning their safe lanes. Phantom Assassin being a really good ban in this one. TB as well. Both heroes are really good against the eventuality of an AM or core troll lineup. And they're still banning supports. So this is not a 5 troll then. Then I'm only curious on who's going into the off lane.
It's a 5 troll.
It's hang on. It's either 5 troll or it's 5 seeker.
It's gonna be a 5 troll, man. I mean,
okay, it's 5 troll.
I mean, DLG tried to call their bluff.
I went to check AM to figure out if he could be an offlaner, and there's 6.25% in the offlane as well. So same lineup as the troll ordeal too.
People are gonna lose at 5 minutes.
Troll.
People are gonna lose at 5 minutes from now.
And it's a Monkey King. So Monkey King was actually like the biggest hero that people were picking for a long period of time. I think for the first week of China. Like a lot of people were picking up this Monkey King because they were banning out the puck almost every game. So when they banned the puck, the Monkey King had a free game. The puck is banned, and the Monkey King could have a free game because this is also a 5 troll. The only thing is that 5 troll is actually really good against the Monkey King.
It is
because of Dispel.
It's good against the Monkey King because of Dispel, but a lot of time you're going to struggle to actually get the Dispel off onto him in the heat of a team fight exactly when you need to, because unless you're waiting for specifically that Jingo Mastery to finish and you happen to be in the right spot and you happen to always get the throw off, then you can counter it, yes, but reality makes it a little bit trickier than that to just have... If your entire hero's kit is just trying to focus on dispelling the Jingu Mastery, you're better off picking a different hero, coming up with another strategy, is what I'm trying to say.
Clear that they had some crazed strategy in mind. Like, obviously the Monkey King wasn't going to be in their equation when they were like, you know what, let's open with a Rubik and follow with Troll. I imagine there's a reason behind that. What that reason is not just to dispel the Monkey King. I want to see what the build is for this Troll, though, because as much as I heard about the 5 Troll, I didn't watch the game. So I watched the game for like 5 minutes, and I saw it was 5 Troll, and then I turned off the stream.
Well,
I want to see this build.
It's an important piece of history, so maybe we should probably go back and watch that. Me and myself was at work at the time, but...
And I have no excuse. So I'm just going to put that out there immediately. I probably was either playing WoW or playing RuneScape, or I was recording Dota because I just made my Mars guide. The Mars PA and Crystal Maiden.
The heroes picked much in mid and lower level MMR pubs in the North American and European regions, I see.
Wait, this is safe Troll.
Okay.
No, he has Orb of Venom, though. He doesn't have Quelling Blade, so it's not safe Troll.
It's not safe Troll. There's no way. Look at it. He's got a stick.
Maybe 4 Troll?
I mean, 5 Rubik's pretty bad. They can always mix who plays what up a little bit, but either way, you're going to see some sort of support Troll.
Yeah, I'm still like just straight up deeply confused by it. By the existence of 4 Troll and it's or 5 Troll and its perpetual insanity that is and will follow in this game. I'm beyond ready to see it though. Like, this is a... Please tell me the Troll... Oh my god, the Troll is supporting in the AGAM lane too. I mean, that is what 5 Troll is that you will support your safe laner as much as humanly possible. I think he's gonna ranged whirling axes these as well. So they have the slow. Yeah, he whirled them.
Was I with you when position 5 sniper came into popularity?
Yes, because the Aghanims change.
Yeah, that was a game in the Chinese region, I believe.
Yeah, I think that was in a perfect world.
Who was it?
Like that.
Who was it that
No, it wasn't
played
a perfect world.
It wasn't Pause 5 sniper. It was Pause 4 sniper. Was it Bobica? No.
I'd have to go back and see because it has been a little while. But yeah, that when 4 sniper came around, that was another real scary part of the meta.
Yeah.
Because it was good, and now he has concussive grenade, so it's even better.
I'm not so sure about that one. Regardless, I'm gonna have to, not queue up to any pubs for a week or two now after this game.
Because you think I'm gonna play 5 sniper?
Well, not with you. Just in general, people are gonna be playing.
Oh, the
Pause 5 troll. Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing, right? What if people are getting ready for the eventuality of the Arcana being released? Like, is 5 troll good against Spectre? Is Troll good against... Troll's not good against Spectre. Never mind.
That's some real big brain preparation stuff there.
I mean, it's been how long since we've gotten the last hero, right? It's been about a month-ish, I'd say, since Hoodwinked.
Yeah, we get one hero every year or two, roughly.
Well, didn't they say that they were gonna focus on trying to push out heroes this patch or this season? I mean, I say that this season, I'm saying like, with time applies. Speaking of time, though, looks like this Troll is out of time. Will picked up there. XYZ to get that 300 bonus first blood gold.
Nice one there. Yeah, Troll not so hot so far. We'll see if it ends up getting a little bit better. Maybe some people who
do see that this Rubik is taking a bit of damage here. The slow is going to fall out by this Brewmaster. He doesn't have sprint. Actually, he does. He is using it now, but the stun will follow through from Bang. They need to get this kill, but I think the Brewmaster might have been body blocking him a little bit. 305 move speed to Monkey's also 305, so never mind. Might have been doing that. I thought it was body blocking, but nobody had boots yet anyway. I really want to be focusing this top lane as much as humanly possible because it's off lane OD, the 30% pick rate with 56% win rate, with the Batrider mid then versus the Storm. And we saw it a little bit earlier that the Storm was having a bit of an issue in this lane, but now we're looking at the gold and we're looking at the net worth, looking at the last hits. Well, not really so much the net worth, but we see that he's 17-4 to the 10-3.
Yeah,
of the Batrider.
Now, Batrider has decent harass here, and more kill potential on the troll world. And the Storm has actually opted to ignore kill potential whatsoever. He's ignored getting a point into his pull here. He's actually gone 2-0-2, which is surprising for a troll in this day and age. A lot of the time, they will get the 1 point in Electric Vortex, either at level 3 or 4. I guess he just figures, all right, if Batrider commits onto me, if he's going forward, I'm going to be taking more damage than he is if I pull him by sitting inside that Firefly underneath a lot of sticky napalm stacks. So I can dish out the most damage to him if he commits onto me just by maxing out my Static Remnant and Overload.
It is a much more insurance-based build on that, like you're talking about. You don't want to be slowed by your grab. Because that is something I don't want to say a lot of players forget about, but it is something that if I were to play Storm, would forget about quite often because of that slow that comes off from Electric Vortex.
Mm-hmm.
The you and them slow, you get slowed for the same speed, so it's really not worth it. Speaking of not worth though, bottom, Bang, putting a lot of pressure onto this Bloodseeker. I was really hoping this was going to be like some crazy draft, or was actually a 4 Seeker and a 3 Rubik with a mid troll, a safe lane Storm who might be in trouble here. Actually, there's a lot of burn damage, and the follow-up stun is there from Device. They find this kill on the Storm, and that's huge because he used his TP.
Yeah,
he's got to take the walk of shame. Speaking of shame, though, bot lane, we are seeing a bit of a click off here. They are gonna miss the stun, but RE0 able to get the kill. The crit didn't come out quick enough. Bang. Does manage to get the stacks with the Jingu Mastery, but with 12 seconds left on Boundless Strike, not going to be able to get this kill.
Yeah. The extra movement speed he's got from that Thirst means he's going to be able to get away, but can't say the same for Rubik, unfortunately.
If they do find Rubik with that stun, they will confirm an extra bounty rune here, so it is going to be, so far, at least from what I see, a 2-2 even pickup, or 2-3, 1-3 at the moment, whenever DLG decided to go pick it up. DLG... they're leading in the net worth in this one, but I'm still looking at the CS, and even with the Storm being dead 30-4, like this Batrider hasn't been able to make much space with that Storm being dead for that period of time, plus the walk back. 20-3 still. Just seeing SSS just trade with XYZ here.
Here's the funny part about this is his Arcane Orb will actually go down to 0 mana cost. So he's always going to be able to refill his mana.
Storm trying to go for a kill out onto Device here. The stun is going to be there. They will find that trade. The cocktail, not enough damage to put the Storm into a very precarious situation, but both runes are being moderately contested. Or both rune spots.
Yeah.
So they will get this one back in bottom again. The Jingu Mastery is going to be there. They have the tree jump as well as the pounce. They will get the jump. They have Boundless Strike, I believe, up this whole entire time. They're just trying to find trades into this jungle line here. And yet again, you just see this Bloodseeker. He's taking unnecessary damage here. And there's the Boundless Strike and the finish off. And he couldn't TP because he was going to get Boundless Strike if he'd started the TP at any point in time.
Yeah, it's just lots of discipline holding that skill for as long as he needs to. And it's exactly how the Storm Spirit died. The Earthshaker sitting behind him knew the only way the Storm Spirit would be getting out of that one if he committed that teleport, so it was there to interrupt it. One of the few benefits of Earthshaker inside the early game. A lot of the time, you don't really know where to put the hero. He feels too awkward. He just kind of saps XP. So you either have to find pickoffs, set up kills for people, or kind of take over the lane from somebody else and have them go into the jungle.
They lane swapped.
They did.
the Storm is bought now to confirm this kill indefinitely, as the silence is going to be there with your 4 troll. Turns into the courier, actually, so he probably could have stayed in that and got good, decent move speed from that, but bang, goes out the Boundless Strike, is going to whiff on the Storm. They will find this kill, and me going back to my original state, they rotate the AM mid to at least keep up some pressure, to get some levels and XP and just anything, because he's been shut down in this bot lane quite heavily.
Yeah. I think he just interrupted his own transformation because he just do it automatically. Press it, then unclick it immediately afterwards. That's the way to go. So you don't turn yourself into a tree by mistake and start moving slower when you're trying to get away. He did a nice job dodging that blood rate damage there, though.
It might have been because he was actually silenced still. Because he dodged the damage, but he didn't dodge the effect. YRG looking to get the rune. It's not going to be there. Actually, it is going to be there. SSS picks it up. He hits him with the arcane bomb, but not enough damage. Not enough for a blink either. He does have 10 wand charges if he wants it. He wants it. He wants it bad. And he will get this kill. That's huge for an AM to get. Yeah. And I believe a tower died in the top lane in this whole entire trade. Or it was the bot lane tower. The bot lane tower died. The top lane tower is getting clicked on. Back in the mid, though, Storm Spirit going for the OD XYZ. He's moderately low mana here. He does have his hammer, but both his hammer and the ultimate, but he's not going to get it. And now they have the lift on this Earthshaker. BM tips being thrown out as Dragon. They'll find 3.
A complete disaster for the side of DLG. Dragon going to be very happy about that one. The anti-mage didn't have such an amazing start. Is forced to rotate out to a different lane because of the ineffectiveness of this pause 5 troll, but there's managed to play catch up.
Dedicated down in the bot, looking for Lucky Net. Lucky Net number 2. No attack speed on this 5 troll. Back in the mid, though, Bat Rider is applying decent pressure to SSS as XYZ rotates in. No Blink Dagger on YRG, but he wants to keep up this pressure. The cocktail gets thrown, and ZZZ, he's going to be in a bit, or SSS is going to be in trouble here, but the lift breaks the Meteor Hammer stun, but immediately with the hammer being dropped, as well as the follow-up stun from this Earthshaker, they will get this kill. Device is going to get hit with the net, but 5 troll can't really trade right clicks off here. He has to walk away.
No. Pause 5 troll not looking so great on my screen right now. We'll see if it shapes up into something else as the game goes on, but I'm not convinced.
He has more farm than the Rubik does, however.
I mean, that
is the only difference. That is the fact that the 5 troll has some sort of net worth advantage. The only problem is that he is behind this Earthshaker with 22 net worth total, and probably getting that blink pretty quickly here.
Yeah, he's got his boots. He's probably.
You're smoking with your 5 troll. Your Rubik does have lift, though. They don't have the silence yet. They might be just getting some scouting information with this one. The bounty runes.
Well, the Storm Spirit's feeling pretty powerful right now.
Yep, he zips in. He does got the root there. He does a lot of damage. 5 troll. He will get the slow out on him immediately, but YRG is here to try to turn this around, but the lift is going to be their Storm. They want to get this kill, and they drop the troll ult to confirm it, but the hammer is going to be thrown out here. Dragon trying to at least troll find a good net here, but unable to find it. The Echo Slam does go through, slowing down this Rubik aggression. If they could find any aggression is the thing. Troll, is he going to deny himself in time? No, and now it looks like the Rubik is next to fall, but he will TP out just in time. They still managed to get the overall better of the trades, but you don't really want to be trading off your Storm Spirit in these team fights and letting the OD live, because even if it wasn't OD, you could see how effective this man can farm.
See, that's the thing in the grand scheme of things. I'm not sure that was the better trade. Given the fact that you lost the Storm Spirit who's popping off right now and needs to be making space for your AM, it doesn't feel so good.
No, I was saying that is the bad trade.
Oh, yeah.
Because your OD is able to still do whatever he wants, and he's able to just absolutely take everything he wants. Because this Bat Rider, he knows he's not top of the network.
Yeah. Trying to get out of that by cutting the tree there on Bloodseeker, but he just ends up dropping.
In the mid, he actually whiffs the hammer by a second, and they steal Astral Imprisonment.
Yeah. One of the benefits of grabbing Rubik up here. Yeah, I'm not sure they're going to be able to set anything up with this one, though. But they need to somehow find more kills onto this OD before he gets his Blink Dagger. Once he has it, the game's going to get a lot harder.
I mean, what are we on for our Blink timer as well? It looks like he's actually 300 gold away on this Bat Rider, but he might be going for the travels first. Can't see it anymore, but that Aghanim Scepter is actually very close now for the OD, like you're saying. It's going to come out of control pretty quickly here, and I don't know how much your lineup on the side of Dragon's going to be kicking here, because I don't know what our Battle Fury timer is for AM. He was going for a different item at one point in time, but I think after those 3 kills in mid, he swapped off and just said, yeah, I'm just going to straight finish the Battle Fury. 12 minutes, though. It's 8 and 8. They want to find this kill on the Monkey King if they can find anybody. You see the Monkey's close to his Battle Fury as well. Just needs the ring combo. Troll, he's going for the Necronomicon. All right. Interesting item.
I don't know what's going on here. I know I'm supposed to be.
This troll is no longer position 5. SSS. Ooh, no Battle Fury quite yet. He's actually 1,200 gold away since the Claymore is 1,400.
Yep. It means your Battle Fury time is going to be pretty slow. Again, I feel like this is a consequence of playing the support troll warlord.
I mean, it's just like. So what does the shard do now? Is there a reason behind this? Like the axe itself is really good, but is there a reason behind shard why he could be good?
What's the shard do again?
I don't know. I'm asking you that.
I am supposed to be the analyst, but
I can load Dota and figure.
Oh right, the shard. It's the attack speed.
Oh right. Oh, that could be good.
Plus 60 attack speed, everybody.
Lane, XYZ, he does have the slow available. They're looking for a lucky combo net, but they do actually steal the stun from the Earthshaker here. But there's the Earthshaker stun coming out and counteract, and they do end up getting this kill on the troll. And now you just see the Storm. He has to zip away, and the Rubik likely to fall here as well. Is going to be lifted up by the Storm Panda. They're going to leave that be.
The troll egg shard is really good, yeah.
So this might be. I mean, I feel like you still rush an Ags, but like. Troll shard for an AM game with Bloodseeker, pretty good. Speaking of Bloodseeker, though, the root's going to be there with Rod of Atos being displayed. Of course, no available damage, but the lift is going to be there, confirming the skill for the Bloodseeker. SSS picking up a DD rune. I don't know why we're down here, as the fight is still up here on RE0. He is going to get hit by the silence. The lift not available for the Rubik. The clarity is bugging out here. He's trying to at least find a good jump for him, but
he's holding the Atos.
Is going to be found. He doesn't have splits available as he used it for the team fight. They want SSS to get the kill though, and he will confirm it.
Yep. Extra gold going his way, buying their time until he gets in, holding that Atos so he's not able to TP out. If anyone's curious why he wasn't. And defending this mid tower here. So here's the thing with the troll Aghanim shard and the Storm Spirit on your team. They actually they can use what is it called? Electric Rave? Electric Rave and the Troll Warlord extra attack speed, and it will absolutely decimate anybody regardless of how much farm you have.
Is that the build that they're doing then?
It's gotta be.
What's the Storm Shard then?
It's Electric Rave.
Wait, so Electric Rave, literally the best thing for Storm Spirit in a game like this is only 1,400 gold.
That's right. For only 1,400 gold, you could slaughter your enemies.
For 1,400 gold, you could literally kill everybody on the opposing team, no matter what items you have.
Listen, if you want me to slick my hair back and do a used car salesman bit after this one, I can get it done.
Yeah, I can't slick my hair back. My hair's all curly. It's not going to work out too well. Trust me, I've tried it before. It's very hard to style curly hair.
It's pretty wild though. If we do see it come out this game, which I'm not sure we will. The Storm Spirit's got his own items to work on.
DLG, they do manage to grab the lasso and immediately jump in with the blink reveal Echo Slam. They do find this kill with the ring going out. The hammer is going to whiff, however, and the AM will still die either way, while the troll trying to escape on the sidelines is going to be picked off by these Storm Pandas. Ace Rune is going to be picked up as well for YRG, so if they can't get him in time, you've got your very fast man on a bat. But either way, they'll find this kill with the slow and insidious continual astral imprisonments. He will throw out his ultimate here, which will just slowly negate the inevitable. And RE0 will be the one to confirm the kill.
I mean, if nothing else, it did buy them a little bit of time there. They still get the mid tower regardless of the time that he bought, but not all. Wasting like, I don't know, an extra 10 seconds of the enemy team's time on everybody is pretty value.
So
bottom lane.
Not available for that. I mean, they do get this immediate rupture onto him. They almost call it rapture, but they do get the rupture onto him. So they do get a trade still, but the Storm had to zip down there, so he has to play in bot for a little bit. But I mean, you can see the net worth climbing. Your Monkey King has a Battle Fury, Here's the zip in for this team fight here. He gets caught immediately by that Earthshaker stun with the follow-up lasso and the slam.
Beautiful.
Just cleaning out there.
That's, again, the blink tag reveal. I'm not sure going for a play this aggressive, you know, behind the enemy tier 1 tower is the play. Even if you don't, even if you know, or sorry, even if the Earthshaker doesn't have a blink like you thought, I think you lose that fight regardless. A very dangerous place to take it, but feeling a little bit lost at the moment. Things are going to feel even more lost, though, given the fact that, you know, you now have the enemy tier 1 tower. It's that much easier for them to invade your side of the map. But, yeah, look at that space created by this guy. Position 5 troll. Incredible.
If he can't get kills, he'll find a way to make it easy for you. They do steal Astral Imprisonment. This is good. Technically, XYZ was very close to still being in range. Technically, when he was device doesn't get hit by the whirling ranged. Does have an Orb of Venom, and you can hear the zippity doo-dah coming in there by the storm. The silence is going to be there, but with no follow-up damage and no follow-up mana, that device might actually just be able to leave. And he's gone. Yeah. Nothing they can do about that.
Just walks away. It's that easy. AM isn't having such an easy time, unfortunately, though. Behind on his timing. Starting to play catch-up with his battle theory, but the moment he completed it, they took that pretty bad engagement there in the mid lane behind the Radiant tier 1.
Well, they do. RE0, he wants to get this chase out onto this Rubik. That's not his imprisonment, by the way. That is XYZ's imprisonment. Now that's his imprisonment. And this buys a lot of time, too, because now RE0, he's like, I've been here for a long time. I don't know whether or not I need to keep dedicating this. And Rupture goes out with silence, goes through.
He does
3 seconds left on the imprisonment, and he starts the TP, but I believe their own imprisonment is there.
Wow, look at this beautiful Dota 2 gameplay.
But he's just straight dead.
Incredible. I really enjoyed the part where imprisonment was used and we had to watch for 4 seconds.
I really enjoyed the part where I had to play-by-play, seeing 4 astral imprisonments go out.
I'm not a big fan of OD or astral imprisonment, if that wasn't clear. I think any ability like that needs to have a much higher cooldown, so it isn't just spammed.
I mean, with that Aghanim's coming up very shortly for this OD, because you can see he's not terribly behind in net worth, but after that last engagement, he might be a bit, but still go for the Ags either way. And now they might actually find this Panda. They are putting a lot of damage onto him. The silence is there, just can't quite get the split in time. He will get picked off there. I don't think he would want to split there anyway.
No, put the ability on cooldown, not really worth it. Still working towards his Aghanim Scepter right now, then you can use the splits a little bit more freely.
Storm, again, they zip in. They've got this vision, they've got the map domination, and Rupture is getting used here in the lift. We'll confirm it when they push him back down. It's actually the troll to get the kill there. Oh my gosh, are they going to get more? They found the Bat Rider on top of a ward with an Astral Imprisonment. The slow is there from the troll. They lasso up the troll, but I mean, you're lassoing your 5 troll, and now they have lasso themselves as they lasso the bat into the silence, but it's not going to need it into the silence immediately. They find KYZ, they throw out a cocktail, but no. Not gonna find anything here. That's just, you just traded 3 heroes and you gave Rubik Lasso. Lasso is a very low cooldown spell. This man's gonna hold on to it.
Trade is a bold word for what just happened there.
Not really a trade. Yes, they lost everything and got nothing in return.
A very good trade.
RE0. He's hanging outside of the sidelines here. The lift is gonna be there on the device, but the ranged whirling is gonna whiff. They do have the root. Goes out from there. No completed Glyphonir quite yet. I don't know if he is going for Glyphonir though. Monkey is going to be there. We'll find the Boundless, but nothing else to follow. Has built the Ags though. It is ready to go. I say that nothing else to follow. He finds the jump in, but the immediate jump in with the Echo. They find this kill right off the get-go. I mean, there's nothing they can do there though. They get the stun, the follow-up stun that comes out from the shock, and they will find this kill on the Bloodseeker. Following with that is going to be the Rubik. He'll hit himself with the bullwhip, but ain't gonna be quick enough to get out of that one.
Oh, just like that, they start to turn things back around. They did get the mid tower off of all of that, but still, you don't want to be giving up these kinds of kills. You need 50-50. That can't be right.
No, there's no way that odd is correct. Like, it feels still like not one-sided, but there's definitely like at least an inch going to the side of DLG. Maybe that was before this team fight.
Either way, after this team fight, things are going to be a lot more difficult. Anti-Mage still not online. You usually need like your Battlefield, your Manta style, and one other item before you're really willing to fight into the enemy team. Otherwise, you just get blown up. And now, given the fact they have the Aegis, they're going to be playing a lot further forward here. They're just wanting to complete this BKB on the Monkey King, it looks like. He is getting silenced and blown up from these engagements from Storm Spirit and the Bloodseeker.
So, I mean, where are we then with AM stuff? I haven't been able to look at it, and obviously we're not casting from the lobby, so we don't know exactly for sure. Hang on, DLG, 4-man smoke. Monkey is up on the top lane farming for the time being. The lasso's going to be there. They steal lasso. They find a good kill on this one. You see that RE0 wants to focus him down immediately. The troll throws out his ultimate. I don't know if this is sharded or not, but they do have a follow-up stun that goes out. They lose troll, and they end up losing the Bloodseeker. Rupture not being dedicated there. The Storm Panda is going to lift up the now dead-looking Rubik. He does have lasso available. Monkey King's going to pop his ult. SSS caught in the middle of it, though. Can't blink just quite yet. We'll blink out now, but the blink response coming out from YRG. They get this kill on SSS. That's huge. He doesn't have blink for another second. He gets out just in time, but is he out is the question. They know where he is. They pinged him immediately. He's got blink up in 3, 2. He's out of there. Starts the TP out immediately. They find him with a cocktail, but nothing else to follow suit from that one. And I believe Rubik lives through all of that, so he still has lasso. He actually lassoed the Panda to make sure he didn't end up getting the kill on him.
There's 1.5 seconds left on that boundless strike. Monkey King would have been able to interrupt that teleport. Storm Spirit playing down here very aggressive in the enemy team's jungle. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to do a whole lot.
Oh! No, I mean, you say that though. They find a stun on him because he had just very little mana to work with. He didn't end up using Wand with that TP to jump out. So he actually does get picked off at the end of that boundless strike point. Oh, AM. He blinked over to farm creeps, and XYZ does find him. The follow-up stun is there. The follow-up stun as well in the Echo to confirm. They find this AM, this level 14 OD, and this level 12, this level 12 Shaker finds it. Rupture is going to be used in the mid. Now they do have it out onto this Monkey King. He can't, well, I mean, I say he can't really move around. Like, this is a level 20 Monkey King to a level 14 Bloodseeker here, and you just see the rest of Dragon. They're like, okay, no, we gotta go. We can't do anything about this.
No, not with AM and Storm Spirit dead as well. Speaking of AM, he actually opted to go the Sanjin Yasha instead of the Manta style this game, which I'm not that big on. They have a lot of disable here for him, so the stats resistance does help a little bit with that, and it throws off the OD Astral Imprisonment Meteor Hammer timing. Makes it a bit more difficult to him. Speaking of, he's missed a couple of these even prior to him having this Sanjin Yasha.
Immediately, they do lift him up. Within seconds, though, the spike damage is going to be there from this blade mail, but the Storm does zip in. He tries to apply some damage, but the Astral Imprisonment, I believe, is going to be out onto the person he was trying to engage. He just couldn't quite get it. I believe this is the Stolen Imprisonment. Yes, so Bang does take a little bit of damage from that, but they get this kill out of the Bloodseeker. Like, that took 0 effort for them.
Yeah. Just again, continuing to play very aggressive. They don't want to give this anti-mage a chance to finish coming online, building his items, taking full advantage of the Aegis here.
It's not to say that he can't find the comeback, though. He is 13k in the net worth at the moment, 13.2. But Storm, Astral Imprisonment is going to be there. I think he has enough for a jump away. This hammer is just in time. I thought it might have been too late, but the Imprisonment will confirm the kill. In fact, Bang finds his own kill on Troll, while XYZ's Courier does get picked off. But that's just a Courier. And, I mean, you just lost 3 heroes. Your AM is playing in RTZ mode as he is over at the top tower.
Yeah, I mean, the safest place is the enemy triangle right now while they control yours, and they've realized that he's up to something over there. They're sitting behind this tier 1. In fact, he runs into him over here.
Might be able to find him. Device does have Echo Slam available. The hammer being channeled, but it was too little too late. And SSS trying to blink out again. Aghanim Scepter, by the way, finds the kill. They will get this kill in the AM. There's no buyback for him either. They still clip his Courier as well.
Yeah.
Now we can see the other transaction here that happened in the opposing lane here. It's actually Bang was very low, but just getting the boundless strike and pumping into his arena.
Yeah.
Or his ring, not his arena.
It's a kind of arena.
Yeah, I mean, you get the fight illusions of Monkey King, but speaking of Monkey King, he jumps in. They want to get this team fight. They find the rupture, but it does literally nothing here. Storm zips in, trying to do some damage, but he actually gets caught by the lasso. And that BKB literally does nothing here too. He's trying to zip away, at least put some pressure on the YRG, but unable to find it. They throw out a cocktail. It was just in time. They push him back, but YRG, they get this trade-off kill. They buy back the Troll and they buy back the Bloodseeker, but will it be enough to defend the game is the question. I don't think that question is going to be a yes. I don't think a Rubik buyback will help it either.
No, there's very little they're able to do to defend from this Rax here. Even without the...
Boundless out onto this Rubik, and they Astral imprison him again. They find this kill. Well, that's a dieback for the Rubik. The AM is up. However, is the AM going to be able to punish this is the question. The Bat Rider is now above the net worth of the AM. And, I mean, there's no Aegis available. And we're not going to see it in a possibility of 2 minutes. Rod of Atos is going to be used in the mid, out onto the Monkey, but not going to change anything in that end point of the game. And, you know, I'm just going to say, I'm going to say what everybody else in chat is thinking, and no doubt wants to say it themselves. I don't think Troll 5 works.
It's definitely not working right now. I can say that much. This game looks incredibly difficult for a Dragon to come back to.
Again, they do find the double rupture. It is going to be reflected thanks to the Lotus. Astral Imprisoment's going to be there. Hammer's going to get thrown out, and they are going to lose a lot of HP to the Storm Spirit. But Storm zips away. They do manage to find this kill on device, but VKB out from Bang is going to prevent the cataclysmic damage that would come from that arcane detonation. And Troll, I mean, what do you got to do here? This is the best counter to Troll. It's just Astral imprisoning the man, and he just gets bipped on by a Monkey King Chakram, but actually RE0 the one to confirm the kill.
I mean, they picked the Troll into the OD. I could understand what they were doing here if they picked the OD into the Troll. They let that one slip by, forgot about it, but this matchup is their choice.
He might be in trouble here, but the Storm Spirit does zip in. He's going to be used up immediately. Actually, he's going to be brought up by the Storm Panda, and he's just removed instantly from the game.
Yeah, no buyback available. So little that they're able to do here. Wouldn't be surprised if Dragon just GG'd out right now. Anti-Mage's the only hero that's up, and by himself, the only thing you'd be able to do is blink them and die. 97, 98 is generous.
2% chance of comeback.
Yeah. That too is a very generous 2%. I think before Storm Spirit even comes back up, they're going to lose this last set of racks here. Monkey King absolutely decimating this Barracks with his Agnum Scepter.
I mean, that's the power of getting this Ag so early on this hero, is just these Monkey Chakrams that come out from the Agnum Scepter. You can see how quickly they quell up all these creeps and how effectively it hits towers. Like, there was one point in time where the Agnums was just, you would never think about buying it, and then they buffed the crap out of it. No, it was actually as soon as the Ags came out for Monkey King, everybody bought it. I don't think there was ever a time where you didn't. There was a time where maybe building it weirdly was the other thing. Oh, Rubik. He's just straight dead there. Nothing you can do with that BKB.
Yeah. People didn't warm up to it right away. It took a little bit for people to start building it in Battle Fury because the Monkey King played a little bit differently from how he was originally played.
Oh, they find this kill, by the way, out on the Troll. The Rupture was dedicated, I believe, to slow down YRG, but ain't gonna be there, and the GG is going to be thrown, as Dragon will forfeit game, well, not forfeit game number 2, but they will lose game number 2. I wanted to say an enforced forfeit because of 5 Troll, but I don't think the game technically was solely on the fact that you picked up 5 Troll.
No.
I am going to say that a good portion of the game was solely because you picked 5 Troll.
Yeah, I'd agree with that one. The Troll Warlord ended up not working here. Couldn't really make sense of why they grabbed that one. Now, things could have been different. Don't get me wrong. You know, if they had, the enemy team picked a bunch of Troll counters after the Troll Warlord was picked up, sure, you cut your losses, you try to throw it to 5 Troll, you pick up the Anti-Mage afterwards, but they picked the Troll in the OD, let the OD slip into the draft, and regardless of how good of a performance the Storm Spirit had at times there, they completely fell apart. I was grappling with reasons why they grabbed the Troll in the Storm, like the Electric Rave and the Troll Aghanim Shard, giving everybody the extra attack speed, but not the thing I think they were ever going to bring out there. It would have done some damage, but again, it's 1,400 gold out of your way for both those heroes, and you have very little gold to work with to begin with on a Pos 5 Troll.
Yeah, there's just not much that that would have been there. I mean, would you have then? I feel like the whole draft was the fact that they forgot that the guy was in there, that OD was in there the whole entire time. Like, I don't think you open with a Troll with the intention of not making it core or not making it 5. Like, I'm just trying to find the mindset of opening with a Troll to know that it's going to be a 5. Because you're right, they picked it into the OD.
Yeah.
And it was just...
Rubik first pick on Dragon, DLG first pick on... DLG at the second pick, they grabbed the OD, and they grabbed the Troll Warlord afterwards. Bizarre. Beautiful Nickel Echo Slam is... we're going to look at some recaps of the last game. Trying to deny himself onto those Wild Kings, and Rubik did end up getting out, but things just came out a little bit slow here on Dragon. The Anti-Mage didn't have like a good enough laning phase. Battle Fury didn't come out quite fast enough. He went the Sanjin Yasha into the Manta style, which is interesting. I think the status resistance was good, but it wasn't worth giving up, having those illusions cleave down people's mana.
Yeah, the combat build for AM was not really the gameplay there. I mean, I feel like I guess what the judgment behind Manta would have been, right? Like, he gets Astral Imprisonment. You can't Manta Astral Imprisonment. You can't Manta getting Wind Panda'd. You can't Manta. I think I've actually seen people Manta Boundless Strike before.
Yeah, you could do that.
Yes, you can Manta Strike Boundless, and I'm pretty sure you can Manta dodge the Fissure that goes out if you time it right too.
Yep.
But now with the Aghanim Shard that comes from Fissure, it's not as easy anymore to dodge what comes afterwards.
Yeah.
And then you can Manta off the stacks.
Yeah, Device had some amazing plays this game. Always getting on top of people. A couple of mistakes out of the OD and was setting up some of these Astral Imprisonments into Meteor Hammers. Device definitely making up for some of those misplays on him. Just always there in time.
I can't get over 5 Troll, dude. That's just literally what's going on in my head right now.
Well, fortunately, there's other things to focus on this game, but...
Yeah. But I mean, it's the other thing too is that with the Earthshaker pickup, like you're talking about too, is that he was making great plays with it. But like, you can't ban Earthshaker. There's no real like counter. There is counters obviously to Earthshaker, but it's just like in a game like this, like Device made infinitesimally large amounts of space in this game. Like, pretty sure he had the highest team participation in this game. I can't wait to see the stats in hopes that he might be up there, but I'm pretty sure VIP is probably going to go to Bang, because that's just kind of how it goes. Overall, I imagine.
Device is the MVP. I'm calling it right now, man.
Well, I want to give it to Device myself, but you know how it is.
That's super surprising. It was XYZ.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't think OD was the other one I could have put in the pool of possibly getting that MVP. But he has a 61% kill participation rate, and I imagine because he got the Aghanim Scepter like really early, he was able to make some better plays with it overall. But it really felt like Device was higher up on that MVP chart, and then in comparison, the Monkey King, obviously. And my thoughts were going to be that the Monkey King was going to take it, because that's how it works. The core is always everyone's favorite.
Yeah. But looks like that's going to be it for game number 2. But again, best of 3 series, Pete. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking don't pick 5 Troll. Don't forget to ban OD. And then I don't think AM is still in the meta. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be a game 3 right around the corner. So stay tuned. DLG versus Dragon.
还剩10秒，还剩5秒。情愿远方禁用英雄。请夜远方挑选英雄。
Greetings and salutations, Dota fans. Welcome back to our game number 3 in our series number 1 between Dragon and DLG. For the Chinese DPC lower division week 3 day 1. And Neff is still going to be my caster with me today. It is going to be also me, Party Petey. Hello.
You're not getting rid of me quite yet. Come on.
Maybe quite yet. You know I enjoy your company. God knows, as soon as they said that Neff's going to be co-casting with you on X amount of days, I'm like, all right, that's exactly what I miss. Because I miss casting NA with you, brother. But you know what? You got it covered with Ricky. You guys are good. But with all that being said, Ricky, the hero, still in the pool, while Nyx Assassin makes it out of the ban phase and into the hands of DLG.
Yeah. Nyx Assassin, one of the strongest heroes of this patch. Dragon seeming to value that Earthshaker more, though, for some reason. We'll see how that one works out for them. The Tusk picked up afterwards, and the Lycan here on Dragon, which, of course, means that Beastmaster is going to be banned out in this next phase by DLG. Those two heroes together, already banned out. Yeah, I'm losing it here.
Well, in fairness, at least in my perspective, like, I could see the little square where OD is, but my camera actually covers the square where Beastmaster is.
I've got a very, very tiny box on my screen. I'm seeing the same thing as I'm pushing the screen, except in like one corner. So it's like a Beastmaster for ants over there. What hero is that, kid?
For ants.
Yeah. Anyways, let's see what's banned out instead. Very heavy pushing power here with the Lycan. So it's surprising to see Earthshaker paired up with it, because that's a hero that likes taking team fights. So maybe they'll run a, rather than like a split pushing build on the Lycan, they'll go something like I don't know, heavy damage items, a Desolator, a Basher sort of thing, like you used to see back in the day.
But what if we see the Wolf Bite build?
The Wolf Bite build with the off-lane Lycan and then a safe lane carry?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, EG ran it, didn't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, EG is another one of those teams that can kind of have room to just really run anything that they want.
DLG
maybe not maybe not as much as OG. They could do whatever they want with zero consequences whatsoever.
Everything can work, as a wise man once said.
Yeah, seriously.
But anyways, Templar Assassin, Death Prophet now banned out. So again, taking out those very heavy pushing power heroes. Templar Assassin having a very high tempo. Death Prophet as well. Kind of a poor man's Leshrac in my opinion. That might be a hero that we see banned out next here. It would pair pretty nicely with the Earthshaker and the Lycan as well. But they're biding their time thinking about it. Already down to only a minute and 25 seconds of reserve time left here on Dragon. So gonna have to come up with some sort of game plan. Get rid of the Oracle last, which is interesting.
Okay. Well, they had problems with Oracle in the game number 1. No, actually, Dragon was using it in game number 1. Maybe they don't want the opportunity for them to take it because they could see that DLG will have it come next pick.
Yep.
And the